everyone, and welcome to week number 8 of the LCK. We're in the final stretch of rounds 1 and 2 on our way to Road to MSI, and we've got an absolutely amazing match to kick things off. This is Degon, aka Gen.G myself.
What's the shirt?
What do you mean, what's that shirt? It has it's like what's in my brain. It's just words all over the place on this shirt. Gen.G myself, never natural important. That's right. Joining me is chronicling what did for the pre-show. Welcome.
Hello.
That's great. Hey everyone, I'm Wadid here. With respect to it's very interesting shirt on Degon.
That's right. That's another thing that's on the shirt. It's a great shirt.
So standings.
Okay.
I do think, to the surprise of absolutely no one, we have Gen.G and Hanwha Life in the Legend group locked in together because they're very far ahead of everyone else, as we have seen countless times, and DNF already looked into the Rise group. DRX, Bro, and BNK, I think all but certain that they're going to end up there as well. Really, the big question for me is who is going to be that final person that doesn't make it to the Legend group, because these three teams are so close.
Yeah, when you look at the schedules, I feel like it's not only about their record, also remaining schedule is quite similar. They're playing against the best team in the league, and then they're playing against like weaker team, and also Nongshim DK is gonna play against each other at the end, which is a banger series. It's gonna be.
Really not sure what we're going to end up getting, because again, a lot of these teams have matchups that are very, can go either way. We're very swingy. For Nongshim, I think they've been dropping the ball a little bit. I don't think that we're really too worried for them, but we have started to see some issues, particularly towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, I feel like we can criticize Jiu a lot, but at the same time, you're leaving the bot lane too much. So now we are wondering about if Nongshim game plan is correct or not, because they're just dropping their bot lane and they're not getting that much on the top side as well. So is it only Jiu performing not good enough, or the Nongshim game plan is just weird itself?
Really kind of feels like both are true. For DK, they obviously had the longest losing streak that they've had since they got promoted towards the LCK, which was very hard. I think we really saw, particularly the rookies, even though Lucid isn't really a rookie, right? The newer players, Shiu and Lucid, took a really big drop in form. And Showmaker and Barrel, I think, just hadn't had the greatest season thus far. However, Showmaker really came back with a vengeance last week. I don't think that it's going to change who we think DK is. I still think they will struggle against the top 3 teams. But I do think that we get back the DK that we've been seeing, which at least against mid-tier teams should be quite strong in their early skirmishing.
That's right. And if you're a D+ fan, you're just hoping it was a lack of confidence, not a lack of class. A couple of those wins goes a long way. We had both Barrel and Showmaker here on the space with English interviews. You can check that out over at the LCK Global channel. But those players were the ones that were under the most scrutiny. They were able to fire off last week. And then finally, we have the surging KT roller coaster. It's on the way up with their winning streak.
Yeah, KT's win con was only about BDD performing good or not. But right now, we can rely on their bot lane. I feel like Dr. and Peter, they stepped up so much. So finally, you can actually play on the bot lane, who can actually snowball early game, or you can also go for the late game as well. I feel like it's just all about bot lane. You just gotta like focus on those two right now.
Peter has been playing amazingly as well. For me, the biggest difference is Cuz. Cuz is so back. It took us a while. We didn't really see him, I think, thus far in the year. That was the expectation, was that, yes, the rest of the team would be fine, but Cuz actually being in form again is a really big deal. It's something we saw him kind of slip out of in 2024 when he was in that DNF roster. That, plus the fact that we do, in fact, have Perfect back, and he's been looking good as well, as...
But yeah, we don't trust KT, I guess.
We still don't trust them.
Look at those non-smiley guys not enjoying the roller coaster that is KT.
I mean, you know what? I just picked Nongshim and DK over KT. The main reason is because of their schedule. I feel like the schedule, I said it's kind of similar. I feel like it's still KT is having a lot harder schedule because they're gonna play against so many good teams.
And really, most likely, it's going to come down to when those teams face off against each other, right? That's the match. One of the matches we have this week. That might end up being the decider because I think then we obviously still have the Nongshim DK series. But this KT team has really gone on a big upswing, right? And something we wanted to highlight. There was a point early in the season where even though we knew BNK wasn't actually fourth, we thought that they might be a contestant for the Legend group, right? Like they might actually make it with KT completely floundering, with DK kind of taking a nosedive. But unfortunately for BNK, I think that we have kind of started to see them slip. We've seen particularly the top side really struggle. We've seen Vikla kind of go back into some past patterns. Whereas KT, things are looking up suspiciously well.
It's the rise of the roller coaster.
Yeah, we're going up.
It's happening.
We're going up. But
Also,
you see that little up and then down? I think
When they're gonna drop.
I think we're due another down.
you know, like, you know, in roller coasters, you know, you gotta slow down before the thrill keeps going back on up, and then the drop will end later. For BNK DRX and the BNK fans, don't worry, everyone predicted you to be 10th. So 7th, although it's like trending downwards, still pretty good and something to build upon as we move to both Legend and Rise groups. Speaking of Legends, there's the best 3 in the game right now with Chovy, 900 Palm points. He's just on the way to 3K, as you've been saying, 3,000 points.
I mean, it's only round 2, and we still got 4 games left, and Chovy already got 900 points. That means he can get, I don't know, like at least 3K.
And the craziest part to me is that obviously there are less points to go around because we only have 1 per series instead of a possible 2 for a team. And even if you take away, say you take away 2, right? Because it's like, oh, it's always Chovy. Say you give 1 to Ruler, give 1 to K. He still was first. It's actually insane. As there were some gambles taken, particularly towards BNK. This is what I was talking about, right? That BNK drop-off. Deegan, I'm not going to call you out because I think your commitment to bro is honestly...
It was close!
It was close, and I think that it's commendable.
It was close. But, you know, not all of us can be,
wow!
you know, the prophet.
Crony!
You know?
You did it again!
Wow.
Oh my god, I'm so proud of you!
Yes.
You made it, man.
Yes. Come on, chat. Let's let him know how good he is. Claps, claps, chat.
Yes, Crony! That's what I wanted! I'm so happy for you. You deserve it.
I'm first. Yay. Surely this won't be used as a...
Oh, Crotty.
I just want it to be known. I do not, in fact, care about predictions.
No.
Any statement to the contrary
Y'all
is a slanderous and rebellious lie that you shouldn't believe.
What a heart of gold, everyone. A heart of gold who just is so humble. Speaking of gold, it's time to check out the Unibank Gold King, the player that earned the most average gold from last week. It's been a run of 80 carries. Jeezy Weezy Jiwoo got one earlier. Diablo got one, but we're going back to the original. It is aiming.
No!
Yet again, getting the Gold King in week 7.
But how?
Oh, I mean, if you had a mid lane that doesn't farm sideways, you'd be able to get it as well. And we keep going back to this. One of the biggest reasons is that even with their wins, a lot of the DK games, they go on long. There are Elder flips, you know, there are Baron fights. It's never really that clean.
Going for Elder as well.
If you're Gen.G, you just win games in 25 minutes. So
yeah,
like,
that's fair.
you don't really ever get to this point. And it's something we always keep going back to. DK put a lot of gold into aiming, and aiming also is able to play these long games out and pick up a kill left to right.
Yeah, he's playing a lot of hyper carries as well, so I feel like he deserves it. He's getting resources, and then he's putting a lot of damages on the team as well, so yeah.
Yep. There it is, the silver coin that aiming will get. And again, if you want the opportunity to get yourself a signed Polaroid by the Player of the Week, head on over to the Unibank app and make your predictions now. Now let's take a look at the patch 2510 is here, and it's AP focus, along with some nerfs to some junglers.
Yeah, it's all about the AP items here, especially Liandry's. I feel like most of the mid laners, also even junglers like Lilia, rushes Liandry's, and it's only nerf on the 10 AP, but I feel like it's still one of the core item for AP mages on the mid lane because of the unique passive on the Liandry's. That means a lot because a lot of bruisers like top laner or junglers rushing the HP item. So that means you don't need actually magic pan or actual AP with it. So you just need Liandry's unique passive to deal the damage for 3k health top lane or jungler. So I feel like Liandry is still OP, but maybe we can find a room for Lichbane and Nashor Tooth.
Yeah, particularly Nashor's champions like Diana that we recently saw go more towards a Liandry's build could possibly benefit from this as we take a look. Hex Belt, or a Rocket Belt rather, is another one that we're going to look to with great interest. This is an item that I think already should be built more than it has been. I think it's kind of crazy. Add to that the fact that on the previous piece, we also saw that the, what is it, Bloodletter's Curse, the AP Black Cleaver, I think got buffed pretty substantially as well. Could be interested to see whether that's actually going to make a difference as our 3 best junglers on the patch all got hit. Understandably, does that matter if all 3 of them get hit? Probably means Pantheon rises in prio.
Yeah.
That's the one big one that I'm going to be looking towards.
Probably Pantheon is gonna get banned, and they're just gonna share Vi, Zinzao, and Nafiri. So nerf didn't affect them that much. But we'll see if they're just gonna drop the older junglers and just randomly play something tank junglers like Sejuani and Skarner being so OP again, and Maokai.
I think it might be bring AP junglers
Maybe,
back.
yeah.
Could be fun.
Like Nili and Lilia, those kind of AP. Maybe I want to see some Echo, by the way, because of the belt.
That'd be really
the
fun.
Belt, Lichbane, like all the items with the buff is like so
that.
good.
Yeah,
with
give me
Echo as
give me
well.
Canyon Echo. That sounds amazing. As Senna has a crit chance and soul drop change. If you go back in patch notes, this has happened approximately 25 million times. And every time it happens, she comes back in the meta. Then she is very, very consistently in the meta, and then she gets nerfed again. As apparently there was a Senna pentakill in a recent LCP series, as I'm being told. And we're probably going to see her have a be a mainstay. I imagine it will be specifically the farming Senna, so not the Senna that you could pair with the Cho'Gath, which otherwise could have been fun.
And I want to see more about the Unsealed Spellbook on the support role. I really like when support just goes on top and just takes the TP with the spellbook and just TP back on the bot lane and 2 smites whenever you gamble for the objective. You can just smite on 2K.
You can also play Cho'Gath, and then you have a 3rd smite.
Chaos.
Crazy.
Spellbook would be chaos all over the map. Well, that leads us to a chaotic moment here, which is Dagon's Fact of the Week.
That's definitely chaotic.
I need to just record that and just not have to do it live each time. Now, joining us are contestants all the way from the Prophet Tower of Prediction. It's Chronicler! Claps, everyone. Please clap. Thank you. And as well, recovering from his humiliating, suffering defeat, he's now back with the cape and doesn't know how to work the zipper. It's Wadid!
Woo, I love you, Wadid.
All right, y'all. Yep, thank you. Thank you for the claps. Thank you for the claps. All right, Wolf there, reigning champ. This week is about Gen.G, who have the longest game win streak in LCK history at 20 wins. But the longest LoL esports record is held by the 2017 Flash Wolves of the LMS, which LCP, we gave you a shout out earlier. How many wins is the record? Is it 28, 29, 30, or 31 game wins in a row? Game wins in a row.
Absolutely zero idea.
No.
You said it was going to be about Gen.G. I'm like, oh, I might know that. Don't know this one. Gonna fully flip.
I'm gonna go for B, 29.
Okay, well, if he's going for B, then I'll go for C, 30.
Final answers?
Yes.
C.
Lock it in. C.
Wolf knew what it was. It's A, it's 28. They lost their very first game of their first series against AHQ, and then won the rest of the regular season, which was 14 matches, and then lost in the finals game number 1 against AHQ. But that is the current longest standing record of a win streak in Tier 1 LoL Esports 2017 Flash Wolves. Big shout outs to them as we take a look at the schedule and the road to potentially beating that record for Gen.G. And it all starts with the most hype match that could possibly put together in 2025. Gen.G versus Hanwha Life Esports. 1 vs 2 in the LCK. 1 vs 2 in the Amazon Web Services LoL Esports global rankings. As it's actually Gen.G #1, Hanwha Life Esports #2. And then DNF versus DRX, the bottom of the table. It's the scrap, 9 vs 10. Make sure to stick around with that one. And Hanwha Life Esports and D+ will do battle in the Saturday Showdown.
Really a day of extremes. We're getting the full spectrum of LCK today. I'm a little worried because I picked this match. I think this should be an absolute banger. But with the form that Gen.G is in right now, I think maybe just another 2-0, right? Like looking at how they dispatched of T1, looking at the fact that Hanwha Life, I think, who I'm sure will be completely fine once playoff actually rolls around, they've been shaky, right? Pina hasn't looked good. Canyon has looked great. Oh my.
Is he slacking?
Oh, we got a slacker.
Oh, no.
We got a slacker, and he was in the chat. Oh, okay. He recovered. He just copied the homework. He copied Chronicler's homework.
No, because I went DRX.
Oh.
Okay.
So he got
He copied the homework, but not too much. I see. Ox is starting to care a little bit about predictions a little bit more. Weird. No bros with me.
I think you could pick
Sorry, Digon?
Bro over DK, but you picked DK?
Yeah.
I think there is a possibility for Bro.
I don't think so.
Oh.
I think it's another opportunity for a solid 1-1 week for the bros.
The 1-1?
I've been saying that now for 2 weeks, and they've gone 0-4, but a good 1-1 week.
This is the week.
This is the week we go 1-1.
Keep trying, Digon.
This is also why I had Nongshim in the Rise group, because they lose to Bro. I had to think about that with my picks. All right, y'all. Like I said earlier, this is 1 vs 2 in the LCK. This is 1 vs 2 in the global rankings. These are amazing teams going head-to-head, so make sure to pull out your popcorn and enjoy the cinema. It is Gen.G, the undefeated squad, against the reigning LCK champs, the reigning first stand champs, Hanwha Life Esports. Go enjoy it with your 3D glasses. We'll see you in just a little bit after game #1.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK, but not any old day. It is Gen.G up against HLE Esports once again, and this time we do have Gen.G on a 20-game winning streak. HLE Esports are coming off a rough loss, but I feel like today, Wolf, they will try their hearts out, and we should have a good best of 3. I really want to see it today.
I hope so.
I want to see another 2-0.
Gen.G looking like the best team in the LCK. However, HLE Esports played some close series against them, got the better of them, of course, in LCK Cup. We're first-stand champions. Definitely have it in them to play at a higher peak than I think what their average has been, despite a lot of their wins. This is the matchup we've been waiting for, because there's been a lot of HLE sympathizers who were like, oh yeah, they're only messing around this time, or wait until they have the real matchup, because there's such a big gap between Gen.G, Hanwha, and the rest of the teams. I think T1 has closed that gap a little bit, but for so long this season, Hanwha and Gen.G were just in a tier of their own, so people were saying, well, Hanwha will show up against Gen.G in that matchup for sure. We'll have to wait and see. Finally, it's here. Finally, today, we get this best of 3 to see if Gen.G is going to stay on top, keep that perfect record.
Yeah, the HLE Copers, I think they have a good argument, actually. You can see that in 5-game series, HLE have been able to take it down, whereas Gen.G kind of just take 2-0s pretty easily. That was also the case in LCK Cup. It was very one-sided. A neck-and-neck head-to-head here. Keen versus Zeus, 35-35. It doesn't get more even than that. Keen said Zeus has been thriving with lane-dominant champions. And Kim, Coach Kim, said we'll be ready for the Nidalee pick from either side.
He did. Interesting to see that. Both Peanut and Zeus being fantastic Nidalee players, so this is going to be an interesting pick to see. Will Vladimir come back again? There's a lot of questions we have here. Is Chovy the 5th LCK player if he secures 7 kills here to reach 2,500? He's also, of course, uncontested POMs at first place, 900, so picking up a ton of those. And will he reach that milestone today with a victory is the question. I think hard-pressed to not get 7 kills across 2 games if they win. And if it goes 3, I think he certainly hits it.
Yeah, I think he definitely should. As here we go. I believe that is David in the audience.
Yeah.
Who...
Pretty famous singer.
Yeah.
An artist.
He was actually born in the same place I was, Queens, New York City, which is pretty cool. I just looked that up before we went live.
Yeah, he's got a performance later on at 7 p.m. I don't know if he's going out to the busking street in Hongdae, but he probably is. He's supporting Gen.G. You can see he's got the Gen.G little plushy keychain. He's got a Gen.G jersey on. And I love to see someone as famous and as talented as he is still loving esports. Let's go Gen.G, it says. And, you know, it's going to be a good day. Gets to perform in Korea in front of a live audience, but also gets to enjoy Gen.G HLE Esports before he goes.
Yeah. He chose the right day to show up, that's for sure. If he is a fan of the League of Legends, which it looks like he is. And, yeah, just trying to get ready for this matchup. Talking about the top matchup. Definitely going to be one where we do hone in on and take a closer look. You know, our space already talked about the jungle matchup as well, where Peanut's been a little bit iffy, whereas Canyon has been solid. I think the mid lane matchup here, Chovy is on top of the world right now, on top of the LCK as well, just by default. I'm not sure if anyone can beat this guy right now.
Yeah, I think the answer is a likely no, especially in terms of laning. Where I think the biggest strong point here for HLE Esports is going to be in 2 places, right? You're going to have Zeus in the top lane, who's been the best top laning player, I think, bar none. His ability to generate leads up there and have so many cool counter picks prepared is really difficult to deal with. I'm not saying that Keen is underperforming this season, but Zeus is on another level. And then you have Viper, whose performances have been incredible this season. I think he has been the most consistent player, the most important player for HLE Esports. In some of their shakier, closer games, he gets it done in the late game. We'll take a look at that mid matchup, though. As you mentioned, Chovy is on top right now. You can see Zeka's KP actually down at 10th, but the laning stats for Zeka, the second place team, are really strong. They only lost to, of course, KT Rolster very recently and Gen.G in round 1, but he's still a few behind in terms of laning stats here over Chovy, who has the second most solo kills to his, but the gold leads here on average are twice as high for Chovy. Like, to have a gold lead average of over 400 in itself is impressive. This is, by the way, 462 to 220. That's first to second. Like, he is doubling second place. His leads he has generated are insane.
Yeah, not to mention first in the LCK in KDA and in DPM as well. So He doesn't die very often. He had that streak where he didn't die for like 7 games or something ridiculous. That also happened this season. He just gets a bunch of kills, a bunch of damage done, even in longer games as well, puts up ridiculous numbers. And he's extremely consistent as well. I can't really remember the last time that I say, oh, Chovy really underperformed. It's more like, oh, I guess we're going to give Chovy POM by default because he just keeps being the best player, you know?
He was still incredibly strong in LCK Cup, but back then we were saying that he wasn't living up to his potential, what we saw from him domestically, where they almost won that finals, of course, 2024 summer. But, that feels like ages ago. It almost feels like you forgot that Chovy wasn't playing at his best a few months ago at the beginning of the year, because he's just been the best player, bar none, since the 2025 season itself has begun. Ruler versus Viper is a very exciting matchup as well to take a look at. The bottom lane, Delight and Duro kind of had a little chuckle with each other on the walkouts as well. Looks like they definitely are pretty close with each other. And that matchup is so exciting to me because when Duro first came in as the replacement for Lehens, he was a bit shaky, he was a bit rough around the edges. I think Delight was by far our best support player at the end, especially when you saw him lift the trophy there with Hanwha Life in 2024 finals, then goes on to win first stand. But Duro has improved so much. This is a matchup that you would have said is insanely Delight favored, probably in the round 1 matchup, even though they did lose it, but now it feels like it's a lot more even.
Yeah, it definitely feels pretty even. I think they bring different strengths to the roster. Delight's still going to be that very reliable, engaged support in team fights especially. Great timing. Duro, a little bit of that, but, I feel like his roams have been great. He's able to play, I feel like, a wider champion pool as well. Like his Blitzcrank, he sometimes pulls out and just wins the game by himself. It's pretty fun to see. Also really awesome to see his development as Gen.G this time around. They will get side selection. So Hanwha had side selection in their first match, but that didn't help them.
As we go into the draft, I love to ask this every time for big matchups like this. Your official score prediction, Valdez?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Gen.G 2-0.
Same. But I think I wanted to set the tone for that before we get into this, because expectations could be broken here. And if Gen.G doesn't get stopped here, I don't know if anyone is going to stop this team. So we are looking forward to hopefully a 3-game series. As the Pantheon does get banned away, we saw nerf to Vi. Obviously, not enough to change how her kit works and how incredibly strong it is to just pile on top of people with the point-and-click ultimate, which is the main reason why she's so popular. Not a shock to see that she's still going to be banned. Xin Zhao took a big hit to his armor growth, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to put him out of the meta, but I think it definitely gives you a little bit more space. I like the Talia and Yone bans here, and Viper has had some insane Kalista performances. So all 5 of these bans really make sense to me. The question is now, do you want to take away a Jace here, a Gwen, a Rumble, or do you just go for the Xin Zhao? They'll take the Rumble, and the Azir feels like a pretty easy lock-in here for Chovy now.
Yeah, it's very reliable. It'll win into pretty much any matchup. And it is Chovy, so I feel like this does make sense. Both these top laners are willing to counterpick if they need to. Also, Keen is a guy who doesn't really care what he's playing into. He'll play Sion. He'll play Ornn if he feels like he needs to. Whereas Zeo's definitely going for the more eclectic range of champions in the top lane.
Yeah. See what the response will be. The Talia obviously would have felt like the nicest and best one, but on red side you can't. They couldn't budget the Azir ban. They'll go for the Xin Zhao here for Peanut, which, again, Peanut's had some relatively inconsistent performances as of late, but it's still an incredibly powerful pick. And maybe they lock in something here for the bottom lane instead of grabbing Zeka's first, since the Azir is already locked in. We could see something like a Varus pick here, but no, pointing to the Gwen. They banned the Rumble. They're hoping this matchup is going to work out. Keen can just play the Jace into this, but we've seen mixed results with that matchup.
Yeah.
It's definitely a consideration for sure.
I feel like he can just slam it here. Jace a little bit less value into double shroud or double circles, right, with the Xin Zhao and the Gwen. But in terms of lane, I feel like it's fine. We are going to see, it looks like a Skarner here in the first game for Canyon.
Yeah, some of the armor growth nerfs may come into play when Skarner just impales Peanut and pulls the Xin Zhao in, maybe you could just blow up the enemy jungler a lot easier now on this patch. And we've seen that in this specific matchup with Canyon as a player on this Skarner. He's really been the most consistent, only one who's still making this pick work, just locking down the Xin Zhao. Like, they've left the Xin Zhao up to counterpick the Skarner so many times, and he's still finding success with it. As it's the Nidalee into the Gwen by Keen. Look at the win rate on this champion, by the way. Only our best players are locking this one. It is the difficulty extreme champion, but 88% win rate. Insanity.
Yeah, I mean, she just keeps winning. A lot of games of Zay's playing it, and other guys, even Kingan's picking it up.
It's also an incredible denial for the rest of the series as well. You know, Coach Kim mentioned that it was going to be a big pick they had their eye on coming into today's best of 3, and now it's no longer a strong flex pick here for Hanwha Life Esports in Game 2 and potentially 3.
I just looked up the actual numbers. Nidalee is 15-2.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she doesn't really lose. Another champion here that has a very high win rate for the amount of games it's been played is Poppy, sitting at 21-11 and about a 65% win rate. So that's going to be taken off the board here for Duro.
It can be pretty frustrating to play these champs into Poppy. I'm curious about bottom lane, though, as Jin will be removed. I think Jin and Varus are the two that stand out the most to me with this comp. Jin follows up on the melee setup here with the Xin Zhao, the Gwen, and then the Ahri charm dives very, very well. The Xayah makes a ton of sense as well in terms of denying a safe champion there. And the Ezreal could be a look here for Ruler because it can buy the additional space, much more difficult to lock down. And you have a pretty good front line already with this Skarner.
Unless it gets taken away.
Yeah, that's the other thing that they're definitely thinking about at this point, because Ezreal's good into Azir as well, good into the Skarner, and that will happen. So you could look for something like an Ashe pick here, but the Varus feels so viable because you have a decent front line. The range is going to feel really nice, and the ability to win a lot of lanes kind of by default. The other one is the MF, right, that has been incredibly popular. They're looking for the safer Alistar pick here. And this is great for early skirmishes, great for objective control, and it's just right now basically the top tier, S tier support pick in the LCK, and it's the most blinded support pick as well.
Exactly. I feel like it's just so good at R4 because you get to see the entire bottom lane before you pick your AD carry, so you know what you need to pick, and Alistar can basically go into anything. Looks like it's going to be Lucian Braum, so that's a duo we have seen more and more of, and definitely pretty strong.
Yeah, the ability to set up concussive blows here in this comp feels really good, and you have the Skarner for frontline already as Hyper Senna, he's bringing it out already.
That didn't take long.
Chronicler mentioned it, you know, when we were talking about the patch notes. Every time they buff her soul rate, she just sneaks in. We haven't quite gotten to, you know, B1 ban territory just yet, but still very powerful, and will scale really well with this composition. Gives it a lot of extra oomph too, when the Xin Zhao and the Gwen are going through. The heals can actually give you some additional sustain in team fights. But I do like what Gen.G have in terms of getting prio in the lanes early. Playing into this Alistar lane, the bottom side Ruler and Duro should feel very comfortable there. Yeah. Toby is going to feel fantastic into the Ahri. He's our best mid laner in terms of laning by a large margin. And then Keen will have to finesse this matchup into the Gwen. I think that it's going to be a strong matchup for the Nidalee if you space correctly, but it is going to be skill-based, of course. You have some sustain, and with some jungle attention, I feel like prio on paper should be Gen.G's in this game, but there's a lot of agency with the Hanwha Life Esports comp when the game goes a little bit later on.
Yeah. I definitely agree with you. I think Gen.G got the better of this draft. I think that some of the answers that Hanwha Life Esports were good, but they're not great, and they don't end up feeling as good as a five-man unit. Like, yes, they have good team fighting, but they don't really have the laning prio. The team fighting from Gen.G is also good, so it feels like Gen.G kind of get the upper hand here.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to catch this Gwen in side lanes with the Skarner as well, so not as safe as it would otherwise be. I think a very tough draft to pilot into, but Gen.G are LCK's strongest team.
We'll see what happens here. Game number 1, Gen.G up against Hanwha Life Esports right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, Gen.G versus Hanwha. 1 versus 2, and already Keen has found Zeus and gotten some grasp stacks, as you do.
Yep. Telling Zeus it's your turn to deal with this. Zeus hasn't played into very many Nidalees. maybe played against Kingans once, if I'm not mistaken, but Peanut also going to be getting the brunt of this early level 1
stack.
cover.
Ooh.
Got him. Stacking it up early.
That's
Got
so
some
much value.
vision too. Yeah, I mean, it's insane in a matchup you already have the level 1 advantage in to be able to pick up all that extra health and just continue to be a nuisance. As Alistair is going to hide under the turret, as he should, into a Braum lane at level 1.
Yeah.
And
got a little zoom in on Zeus. Maybe
Yeah.
it's because he went for the Ghost in this game, which is not incredibly rare. Just going to be running away as fast as he possibly can.
are they actually going to go for a crazy wraparound player?
Yes.
The answer is yes. And Senna at level 1, Alistair level 1, not very good into this.
All right, let's see where the concussive blows land. It is going to be onto the Alistair. Delight only gets the headbutt, but we should get the stun through. Ruler says, I've got better things to do. And it's going to be farming the minions as they both get 2 apiece.
So not a disaster, but a cool attempt nonetheless there. Well piloted by Viper and Delight. Headbutt all he has at level 1, but he used it well. And you can track these souls. This is their new UI. It's been a while since it's come out, but Senna hasn't been really relevant. It's cool that we'll be able to track that because as casters we're often just like, can you click on it? We don't really know where it's at. But we'll be able to keep an eye on that. As the rate has been increased on this patch, and that is why Senna finds herself back in the forefront. No longer fasting Senna, of course. Nice dodge.
Yeah. It's fasting Senna. It's also going to be Ruler's first time playing Lucian in this LCK. Definitely has played it a bunch in the past. He is taking a bit of a beating here, and with the sustain that the Senna has, yes, it's still early on, but it does feel like Ruler just kind of taking damage and not really able to trade at all, as he's just focusing on trying to CS these minions down and get the push going.
Yeah. Really nice trading by Viper that gets another double there. Zeus, you want to take every single stacked Q you can get. And
7-game winning streak.
yeah, 7-0 right now. As Keen just wants to kind of space this one out, get as many grasp backs as possible, then eventually just become kind of too big to fail, so he can continue to build that advantage. See Ruler go for a little bit of a cheater recall here. Is going to back and see what he can pick up. Grabs a longsword.
I mean, yeah, you say cheater, but they didn't even like crash a big wave into the turret, and it is pushing into them, so he's not going to lose all that much, but he's definitely going to fall behind here.
Yeah, not a traditional cheater, but
okay.
Lily is so frustrating to lock down. It's part of the reason why she's so difficult to deal with in side lanes.
It's just helping to get this push in, I suppose,
Yeah.
and that he will be able to do.
Even with the proximity of Canyon, or rather of Peanut here, Canyon is going to be able to get the scuttle on the top side, and Peanut does not have it, of course, on the bottom side because he went for that play to try to help out the Gwen. So it don't look like it's going to be a double scuttle or anything like that, but it's going to be a little bit of a delay here for Peanut. But he is helping out his top laner in the tougher part of this early game. As we will see a lane swap, so he went for the earlier back, Ruler did, and then came back to lane for one more wave, and now is going top side. And Chovy is losing lane.
So it is possible.
It is possible.
I mean, it's early, but it's kind of interesting that he's down a level, you know, at the same wave state here. You have to wonder how that happens. Was he just out of the lane? Did he get zoned off of a wave?
Yeah, was he hit by a charm trade earlier on that we didn't see that put his health too low for him to continue to contest the wave? Questions we don't have the answers to, but it's a significant lead here for Zeka. I mean, any lead is significant when you're talking about Chovy, but looking like Zeka's doing his job very well. Picked up the Dark Seal, has boots as well, so continue to put that pressure on. This 2v2, not the most volatile in the world, but if we see some extended trades or plays like this,
yeah, gonna dash in. Delight goes for the combo, but with the Braum there, there's not really much you can do to trade it out. Again, it just comes down to the range difference that Viper is abusing very well here to trade better. As he goes in once again, there's gonna be more damage in onto Ruler, as now a stun goes in onto Delight, but Viper steps up and immediately has to step back. Ruler and Duro are still going to have this wave pushing, but they're not winning the 2v2.
yeah, and Viper's just continuing to stack. And you know, this is going to get better and better for him as time goes on. Even in the short term, like it does just get easier. We didn't see a barrier trade or anything like that. Light.
Okay, goes for the combo, and now Duro's in a lot of trouble as the root comes down. A couple more autos would do it, but Delay actually the first one to go down. But it's still the kill given over to Viper.
Viper also had the flash there at the end with that ramping turret damage, just was not willing to risk it. I think it was a wise choice, but they do end up getting a kill to the Senna versus a kill for Braum. Feels much better for Hanwha Life Esports, but for Duro, was able to at least get something back out of that exchange. I really love that play from Delight, calculating so carefully, so well, the desynced timers there off the recalls to get in and actually catch Duro only after Ruler had finished his back, and then is able to isolate and kill him. Will cause him to go down as well, but Viper picking up a kill is the big win. And we're going to see a bit of a freeze here from Ruler, as Dragon is being taken meanwhile, so control ward on this, as Delight went down to help this out. I think helped a lot by the fact that Zeka has maintained consistent prio in mid lane. Alistair just goes down there, and that's a Dragon over the side of Hanwha Life.
Also, Keen is somehow losing this lane. I'm not really sure how that's possible at this point in the game. So definitely another question mark, but all these lanes that you felt like Gen.G should be winning, they're not really winning.
Yeah.
You know, seeing the Senna Alistair, you get to begin to understand how that is working out there, but also I feel like Ruler and Duro aren't really respecting that either. Because now TP is going to come in, and Keen does get rooted. He is still Nidalee. I'm not sure if they have the damage here. Another stun comes down, and yeah, he doesn't really care, but he does take a lot of damage. Viper getting a bunch of souls from him.
Yeah, no, he's just vampire sucking him. And
nice.
I think that, you know, some of these moves, some of these plays, these calls are just a little bit laissez-faire, let's say for Gen.G, a little bit haphazard. Like that teleport location could have been a lot safer, and then he just loses a ton of his health. Yes, he's Nidalee, yes, he can sustain back pretty easily, but now the Gwen is just chilling on the top side, generated a small lead there, and Viper's just like, cool, stacks on stacks on stacks. He's like, I'm threatening turret plates, you know, at 3-8 minutes, and already sitting at 28 stacks. You can see the extra range, only 20 right now, but it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and the fact that he has this much this early feels really nice, and that's the buff coming through in part, but also just a great landing phase from him and Delight. And Gen.G will finally start these grubs up on the top side of the map, but I don't think they're getting 3.
Yeah, they'll get 2. Looks like Canyon, ooh, gonna just be stopped there, but that's just fine. He gets away. There were 4 people from Hanwha Life Esports up there, so they definitely wanted to try to contest this. As now, yeah, they're moving in, and then they're moving out, just like the tide.
Looked for a moment like maybe we were going to see a bigger collapse there. Canyon did have his ultimate and flash available, only had just used his charge to get out, so not super vulnerable. As now Keen's finally back in the matchup he wants to play, and he is starting to be annoying again, but it's a CS lead for Zeus. Like the fact that this is still very playable for him doesn't feel great for the leads Gen.G not only we expected to have, but I think they kind of should have with this composition. A team that is very rarely behind from laning stats alone.
Yeah.
Staying at 1-1 in this game, and after the trade earlier.
If you fall decently behind going into the mid game with a Nidalee, you're not in a good spot.
No.
And the 5v5 from Hanwha Life is excellent. If it ends up being a 5v5, which for Gen.G they don't want to have 5v5s with their Nidalee, is Keen going to take some more harass. Again, I don't think this really does much except getting some pressure off of Zeus, I guess.
Yeah, but I think these types of moves, sure, Keen's like, thanks for the stacks. Just keep Zeus even. I think it's the second or third time he's come up to actually try to impact the lane, and it has made it a lot more stable for him. It's not going to be kill pressure, not even going to be flash pressure against the Nidalee, but just kind of trying to keep him at bay. And Zeus maintains that gold lead there in the top side, in part because of it. As Chovy's caught up in CS a little bit here, and is looking for his first item soon. Nashor's Tooth got a little bit cheaper on this patch as Viper.
Nice dodge on everything, basically, by Ruler and Duro. So Viper does take a big chunk. He doesn't get stunned, though. And he's getting a bit low on mana, so some of that healing is going to be reduced here. As you see, he hits right now. And he's just scaling. You know, at the end of the day, it's not like there was any threat on his life. It was pretty close to his flash cooldown. He doesn't have that at the moment, so maybe he was a little bit scared, but he is just fine. And outside of those 2 kills on the top lane, we've just been kind of hanging out and farming.
Certainly true. The next Dragon spawning pretty quickly here with how fast Hanwha Life took the first one. The good news for Gen.G is even if they can't get control of this second one, it's Infernal and Hextech as individual elemental drakes, but they definitely would like to even the score if they can get their hands on some prio down there on the bottom side. Viper obviously moving top side here without teleport. Doesn't look like they are looking for a massive contest on this. Keen doesn't have TP yet either. So in order for him to actually utilize the fact that he took teleport as a summoner, they'll have to slow this dragon down a little bit. It's 40 seconds away, so he could end up impacting it, but he is Nidalee, so does he really want to come to a team fight? Time will tell, but see what this dragon exchange is going to look like. HLE Esports, with the scaling comp they have, can also afford to just simply not take the risk of letting this Lucian and Azir get accelerated and just avoid the fight entirely. And I think with the Senna moving topside, that is exactly the game plan here.
Yeah. Senna Alistar match on the Nidalee doesn't seem so bad. Able to at least match the range with the Senna and always threaten a little bit with the Alistar there. And we do have a nice little push and a big wave down on the bottom side, though. So a plate does go over to Ruler and Duro. We do have that pressure for the Drake.
I mean, Keen's teleport timing here, it's just a few seconds off. He's going to back, but it feels like HLE made a weird call. Like, they decided to send the Senna topside, but still want to contest for the Drake. They got enough time, though, for Viper to come down here. And Keen is running towards the river himself, but there's no prio for Zeus right now, so it is going to be a really tricky fight. That being said, Peanut's on this first.
Oh. Canyon snuck in the little corner there, but then they do spot him. I'm not sure if they're really going to be able to push out Canyon in this case, though, as Peanut is going to go in. They actually turn immediately onto him, but the Impale comes down onto 2. Canyon does live, and so the assassination attempt doesn't really work. Duro trying to get in the front, but now they turn immediately on the Peanut, but it's a trade of junglers, and Gen.G are not winning this fight. Duro in a really rough spot, and Keen is being chased down. Unfortunately for Zeka, he doesn't have another Spirit Rush, as Ruler still full health. The engage comes in from Delight as he's trying to take down Ruler for the team, and he might just be not able to do enough here against the Gwen, and the charm gets it. Zeka ends Gen.G in this fight.
That's another fantastic charm from him. The other one onto Chovy just killed the Azir outright after the Emperor's Divide, and he is having a phenomenal game, crushing the lane, comes into this team fight, picks up 2 additional kills, now sitting on 3, as the whole game plan here for Gen.G is to try to stall out, let the Dragon do damage, and look for an engage with Canyon. The follow-up from Duro here isn't really that great. It's just stacked with the Impale, so it doesn't actually get them any value, so they're hoping to then turn with Chovy's ult. Look at it go out. It's big, but he gets instantly charmed by Zeka over the wall. Phenomenal Ahri play there just to shut down half the damage, and the Ruler's like, well, I gotta try something. I'm still full health here, and then Delight makes the play onto the Lucian. So well played, so Zeus can get over there and start stacking up that damage. He tries to kite things out, even uses his barrier here, hoping, praying he's gonna get something back, but he does not. Is charmed and taken out, and HLE 1,500 gold in the lead. No one gets the Dragon at the end of the day, but a big influx of money from the team fight alone.
Yeah, pretty interesting about the Dragon. Maybe we do get a bit of a follow-up fight. I'm not really sure if Gen.G would want to do that, but I say that, and immediately Ruler and Duro are moving over and contesting Vision. Maybe they don't necessarily want to give it away for free. There's nothing really they can handshake. They don't have pressure in top or bot, so either you group or you're just giving up the Drake, and it looks like they're just giving up the Drake.
I mean, the lead here in the top lane is Zeus's, you know? He got a kill earlier on, and I mean, he's just chilling. Like, it's not like the Nidalee into the Gwen matchup is just a free set of, like, it's not going to give you half the turret here while they take Dragon. It's not really a cross map is what I'm saying, to just have a side laning Nidalee up there on the top side. There's no plate gold to even pick up, even if he was really putting that extra pressure on. Zeus is just weathering the storm as Hanwha get the Dragon for free after the team fight win. I mean, look, he's putting a little bit of damage on, and they do have 2 grubs, so it's not nothing here, but compared to the value of the Dragon, it feels like basically nothing.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, a bit of damage onto the turret isn't much when you consider, you look at the other side, Zeka's 1,000 gold ahead of Chovy, and Zeus is almost there, and he just picked up his Riftmaker. And it's a Mountain Soul, so you could have hit like Ocean or Chemtech, which would have been actually okay for this comp, but I feel like Mountain is also awesome, especially when you have a really kind of like down and dirty in-their-face composition with their top side with Gwen, Xin Zhao, and Ahri. They're just kind of going to be unkillable if they do get that Mountain Soul. So Gen.G, they're on a clock here, and it's not feeling very good for them right now.
No, certainly not. going to need to win a mid-game team fight, frankly. I mean, the Azir is going to be somewhat relevant. Side lanes does already have the Nashor's Tooth we were talking about. Looking for a Rylai's second, which has been a little bit more common recently, and Chovy was kind of the first person to popularize that, so it makes sense in this scenario. Canyon maybe has an angle.
And he's just going to have to go for the seal as, oh, it went down to 4 health, and Canyon now is in a really rough spot. Gets the impale only on the Peanut Ruler, just trying to zone them away though, and Peanut gets low himself. Big knockup, and now Chovy's here doing the damage. Takes out the Ahri, gets the gigantic shutdown, and Life just bots this one. Gen.G called a bluff, and immediately turn this fight around, get 4 kills, and now they're in the lead.
All right, well, I guess we just toss it back. The setup there was pretty shaky at best, I think, for Life Esports, and Ruler played the fight really well despite not having flash, spaced incredibly well, and then the damage coming through from Chovy, the Emperor's Divide that comes out late, was just enough as Canyon goes in, and like you said, it was 4 health on the smite. He almost is able to even get the secure here, so watch Canyon go through the wall here. Duro trying to set up for a little bit of extra vision. It goes incredibly low, and all of the resources here in this fight go onto this Skarner, and he still gets the impale.
Yeah.
He still doesn't die, and Ruler just walks forward here and does massive damage. Then Chovy comes in to help peel for him, and Delight's just like, well, what can I do? Maybe I'll just try to deny the kill from Ruler, and they end up losing everybody as Viper. Also, strangely, barriers there at the end of the fight. Not going to be too consequential in this game, I don't think, but we've had both of our 80 carries barrier at the end of a fight to maybe hope and pray. Yeah. Chovy gets Rylai's off the win in the fight, so that's an Azir now sitting on 2 items. I think we're going to be seeing more of this Rylai's with the nerf to Leandri's as well that was discussed on the space. 10 AP is significant for sure, but Chovy's already showcased what he could do with this build into a Scion. I think the same rules will kind of apply into the Gwen and the Xin Zhao in this case. And, well, just like that, Chovy's going to lead again.
We're going in again.
Canyon!
Now he's got Canyon right into the wall, and nothing that Zeus can do. He doesn't even ghost because he knows he's dead. Maybe a cross map here, though, as we have Keen in a lot of trouble. He flashes, but the follow flash comes through. And the tanking is coming in, but the damage is not. Keen lives for so long, and even Zeka can't hit the Q. And that Nidalee, man, so annoying. Keen does not go down.
You'd think Hanwha would know by now, the best top Nidalee in the league on their team, but just such a difficult champion to lock down, has the heals. Now it's still a successful cross map. They push him away, they get his flash, and the Herald gets the turret, but in return, Gen.G will get the inner turret in mid, the outer turret in bottom lane, and a heavy index that ultimately gets them something, but it's not an equal trade, it's not a fair trade. Hanwha Life, 3,000 gold down now, punished by Gen.G. And that play from Canyon and Chovy there on the bottom side, the angle of this Emperor's Divide looks kind of funky at first. You're like, oh, maybe we would have wanted to maybe push him more to the left. But no, because the Skarner's going to use that Emperor's Divide as a wall to shove him into there. Just a cool angle, very clearly well communicated. And now you can watch Keen here. He gets charmed, and then Peanut tries to pick up the turret aggro here, is successful. But he just kind of heals himself and runs around. Then Zeka misses this Q. Nice sidestep from Keen, and that's the end of that. They still get the charge on the turret. They still take it out, but Duro is impressed.
Well,
He said, wow, Keen. Somewhat impressed while also using a very unimpressed voice. I like it, Duro. But yeah, it's crazy how fast this game has flipped. Like, Gen.G just, it feels like now they're almost in an unlosable spot, which is really weird because Hanwha Life were in total control of this game. And just one Rift Herald fight, and all of a sudden it's like, well, I guess, never mind.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, there's been symptoms of this for Hanwha, but usually not on, like, Herald flip fights. It's more about, you know, they get great leads from lane, especially from their solo laners, and then Viper carries later on after they make a few mistakes in side lanes or overextend there. Like, Zeus is pushing a little bit too hard, but then they win the fight. That happens on the important objective later on because their team fighting is really, really good. And Viper, once he gets some more items online here on this farming Senna, is going to have a lot of agency in those fights, but it doesn't look like they're ever going to have map control to take them on their terms for the rest of the game, and the Ahri's agency goes down so massively when you do lose that control. So Hanwha dropping the ball a little bit on this one, and we are going to have one of those important objective fights, it looks like right now. Keen taking the turret out top side, does have TP. He is Nidalee, of course, so he might not be that interested, but I just don't see them getting anywhere near. This is the vision control I was talking about. You just can't play Ahri if you don't know what you can charm. You can't see who you should charm. How can you play the fight?
Peanut's got to get in somehow. He was in the Shroud. And they're not exactly able to zone him away. I think he can just dash in on that, and yeah, he goes in, but they immediately turn onto Peanut, and it will be the Otacon over to the side of Gen.G. Now a big sweep on Zeus, and the damage from the soldiers is gigantic right next to that wall. As Canyon gets away somehow at the end of it all. He does it again.
Wait,
Toby goes
Penta?
down. Toby Penta angle, perhaps. As, yep, they're going to try to block for him. The Quadra comes through, and Chovy comes in and picks up the Penta kill.
Another Penta! Chovy picks it up. 8 kills now on the Azir. And what looked like Hanwha had such a strong foothold in, it looked like maybe we were going to have that 3-game series. Maybe it looked like it wasn't because also with the 8, he gets 2,500 on the Penta. But Chovy, the man just says no, it's just going to be business as usual. It's just going to be another Gen.G day. As, man, if you can't beat Gen.G with the lead Hanwha had earlier in this game, can you ever beat them? As Duro peels a lot here. Chovy does a ton of damage, as you mentioned, with the Sand Soldiers. Great ultimate there as well. Pushing the Gwen away from him so he could just maximize the damage. He has the Rylai's we talked about in the fights like this, especially extended ones. He's just going to do so much work. Like, this is the Azir dream.
It really is. He has a wall and a Skarner in front of him. I have E, which means he's going to dash in.
Yep. And he's saying, I got E, I want my Penta. And, I mean, Canyon did so much work in that fight as well. The peel from him.
Thank you. Thank you, my team.
Coach Kim's like, just kill him. Don't force the Penta. They force the Penta.
We have more fighting here, which, again, they're focusing the Skarner. This is never going to go well for you. Keen jumping into multiple people, and now Chovy is in a rough spot, actually. He's got a lot of people on top of him, but his team is right there. Canyon getting low. Pino will go down, but so will Chovy. Maybe an angle, but now Ruler on the back line trying to take down Viper, and he will be able to. Ruler just unchecked in this fight. Picks up a triple in this one. I don't think it's the Quadra. Here comes Zeus trying to go 1v3. And it looks like Gen.G will just back away from that one.
He doesn't have Ghost anymore. I don't think Zeus can actually force this any further. Right?
Ruler wants it. Ruler wants it. Oh, he dashes over the wall, and now, now he's going to get multiple kills. Yeah, he has his miss back.
I don't really know why we egoed for it, but we did. But you know what? There's still 17 kills to 8. I think they're feeling themselves a little bit. As this starts off with Peanut and Zeka in this brush here to look for a charm, I think Canyon was confident that with his Impale, they'd be able to turn this around with Chovy coming over with the teleport. I think both teams confident at the beginning of this fight, oh, we 100% win this, right? And I think there's arguments for both sides as to why you would commit to this. And it gets a little bit messy, it gets a little bit broken up, but Ruler has enough space here. Even though they kill Chovy, Ruler's able to get the better of Viper in this fight. And once Viper gets taken out, it's really hard for you to win this one. But you could also just, you know, as Gen.G here then go, we won it, it's over, and walk away. But we ego a little bit. Enduro wants to proc the concussive blows, but it's going to take a few attacks to get that through.
He's like, it's fine, I have Lucian. Wait, no, it's Gwen.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice to say the least, but I don't know how much it's going to affect the overall game state because it's still a one-team fight for Gen.G. They still have control over this next dragon, which will be their second mountain of the game. They do pick it up. The lead shrank a slight, like a smidgen.
Tapering off a little bit. Yeah, I don't think they care too much about that. And by the way, Zeus got like insane amounts of gold in that fight. He got a 1,000 gold shutdown from Chovy. I don't know if it matters. He's the only guy. Look at the other gold leads. Even in the jungle, it's massive. And Keen's
going melee mode.
He's still strong in his own right, even though he's very behind the Gwen. It's just that the Gwen is incredibly farmed from that last team fight. And they're just getting more Mountain Drakes as well, which just makes them able to skirmish more and more.
Yeah.
From ahead. I mean, you take some defensive items, you're just kind of unkillable.
You really will be. I mean, Chovy already has Leandri's picked up. He picked it up third. Then was able to buy an arm guard, and he's going to have the Zhonya's armor on top of the mountain dragons he's picked up. They'll amplify that once he does have that. So he's well and truly full Battle Azir mode, lethal tempo on the rune. You know, I mean, like it just doesn't get better than this. If you're Azir, level 16, most experience in the game, and this started off with a pretty hefty lead for Zeka in the laning phase. And it's just that one Herald fight, really, that threw things into all disarray. as Gen.G are just going to say there's no way they can contest this Baron. They have control vision on it. I mean, they're going to try. Peanut does have flash, but I just don't know if there's any hope here.
No real reason for Gen.G to flip it, so they're going to stop. I feel like they could have continued and maybe try to get the TP and then stop, or at least try to go for a turn.
I think they're going to do that now.
Yeah. But still going to be vision here, and Peanut's closer this time. TP will have to be channeled sometime soon. There it is. They're going to pull off of it, but now Hanwha is in the pit, but they're on the Braum ultimate, and again, Chovy is so safe. They got them in the choke point like it's StarCraft. They're just ripping them to shreds, and Zeus is going to get stunned here on the bottom side. It's a triple. Wait, not again. No way.
Wait, hold on.
No way.
He does not have flash, but Canyon can hold him in place potentially.
The double penta?
It's gonna
You
be
gotta
tricky.
be kidding me.
He's looking for the slow.
Oh, Canyon takes it away. I think there was just no way he could have
he didn't
gotten
have
it.
He didn't have flash.
But that would have been insane.
I don't know. The only other way. No, there's no way. He couldn't have. There's no way. It's not a steal. It's just Canyon listening to Coach Kim and securing the kill.
Yeah. They'd rather win the game than get the double penta. It's understandable.
And win the game. They will. Valdez sub 30 minutes here. 27 almost on the dot. The Nexus turrets will fall. And what was a good start for Hanwha Life quickly faded away as Chovy does it again. 4 items on the Azir. Pentakill picked up.
Yeah. And they're just picking up the scraps here as well. The Nexus goes down. Gen.G are just that good. Hanwha are so strong, but Gen.G made it look easy here after one team fight. Are able to pretty much rule everything.
David piped.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm making my 7 o'clock, by the way. You guys are on pace. Oh, boy. Gen.G. This is, frankly, like, you know, everyone in our talent group knows this, that I've been saying for a while. I think I'm on the side of Hanwha keep getting away with it, and they will be punished against Gen.G, right? They were punished by KT earlier last week. This isn't the same type of punishment I expected, though. It was mostly side lane issues and greed that they got punished for. And this time, they had a relatively safe setup, but it was haphazard, like I said, and Canyon was able to get in there, almost get the steal. And Chovy played it so well. Ruler also having an incredible game on this Lucian.
I wonder who's going to get POM if Gen.G win this one, Wolf. I wonder.
This is what I feared, though. I've been telling everyone in our group, like, I think Gen.G smashes them 2-0. And I was like, finger wagging at me. And then I was like, okay, the finger wags are real after the early game in that one. We don't know what's going to happen in game 2. We could see a comeback, and I hope so for Hanwha Life's sake. But, man, it was close until it wasn't.
Yep, I think I'm with you on that one, Wolf. Gen.G are just on another tier, even above Hanwha at this point. It's 1-0. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
쟤는 모른다 지금. 위쪽으로 나온다 이제. 인형 와야 돼요. 붙어있지 마.
이거 그냥
한번 가자.
한번 될것 같아.
힘들다. 싸워.
스테이가 없거든.
싸워 끌게. 앞에 거. 야 그래. 야 이제 먹어서 봐야 돼.
고현한테 빨리.
야 맞아. 못 찾았어.
야 펜타인데?
펜타 또 해?
야 가자.
펜타 또 해? 가자.
가자.
고현아 미드텔 썼다 이거? 펜타 플래시 있어요.
Game 1 of number 1 versus number 2 did not disappoint. Comes with a penta as well for Chovy as Gen.G are continuing that win streak. 21 games now and are up 1-0 against Hanwha Life Esports. Welcome back to the space. D-Gon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid. And that was a great back and forth, but it was mostly just one back and forth.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I was the level of gameplay was great, don't get me wrong, but I was expecting a little bit more. I thought that this was going to be an actual back and forth. Didn't really happen. So let's talk about the draft first, because we were in agreement. The Senna is great. I think Senna is going to be a top tier pick on this patch. And I think that the only issue, which we very clearly saw, I don't think she works in this composition. Had that Senna been alongside the Azir, I actually think it's great. But Senna, to me, works best when you have other really big, reliable, consistent damage threats. Whereas if you're playing Xin Zhao Ahri, I don't think it works that well.
Yeah, basically Ahri and Senna has the same job. You set up the team fight, but you don't actually kill the target. You don't have actual damage. So if you do the team fight without Gwen, I don't see like any damage going through the Braum or Scanner. So even though HLE, some of the moment they had great setup around the objective, they couldn't defend the vision control. They couldn't defend the area that they were holding. So that's why Gen.G had some kind of easier team fight. So I feel like their team comp was the issue for the game 1.
I love that. Wadid the Pro calling these team fights we're about to show you easier for Gen.G, and this was after they had already fallen a little bit further behind, but what he says rings true. Not enough damage when Gwen wasn't here in our first highlight around Herald.
Yeah, this is the reason why I said it's easier. You have no setup, but you just look at the Scanner. He's just going in. Whee! I'm just going in, guys. They can't kill me. They have no damage on me. So even though Scanner just went in on 4 people, he cannot die here. So he's just holding here, buying time for Azir to come here. And also look at the ruler. He's zoning out Senna and changing targets every single time. And the team fight is so much easier for Gen.G side.
And both Ruler and Chovy played exceptional, but for me, the real heroes of this game were Canyon and Duro. Canyon in particular, his fight setups were crazy, right? The way he was continuously able to make these moments happen. I think Peanut also continues kind of to struggle individually. I feel like he hasn't really made the mark that we've seen of him previously. And yes, Xin Zhao got nerfed, but it's exclusively his armor growth, right? It's not like the champion is suddenly not going to be reliable, as after that fight, all of a sudden, Ruler, Quick Blade's done. Chovy is going to base, Brylai is done. And from this point on, it didn't really feel like Hanwha Life got any chance to get back in the game. And
no.
I think these comps, funnily enough, if you swap the Senna to Gen.G, would have worked, because you have so much more damage with particularly the Azir.
Yeah.
And if there was a Lucian, if Viper was on Lucian there, imagine how that Herald fight goes, right? Like, you can blow them up in seconds.
I mean, I feel like it's also kind of wrong choice to pick Senna into Lucian, because Lucian is considered as one of the best AD carry in the bot lane because of the early game damage. So I feel like you cannot match the damage, and also whenever Lucian hits 2 item spike, your Senna has Shiv and Black Cleaver.
Yeah, and
what
from that, they were on the back foot. They had to come check Otacon, and here is the Rylai's just getting so much value, zoning everyone out with Chovy before he ends up cleaning it all up.
It's trying to engage into Skarner Braum is just a nightmare, right?
Yeah.
Like that realistically, like you can shrug off a little bit of the damage done with the healing from Viper, and the Light also pops his heal early. But like, look at Duro and Canyon. Look at how much space they're creating for the rest of the team. The backline just isn't threatened at all.
No, not at all.
And here comes that threat.
Yeah, I mean, they had Zeus, but it was too early to go on target. And also Chovy ultimates perfectly on the Gwen, so it was just well around team fight. And also look at Canyon! He knows his limits, even though the draft was not great against Scanner. Like, he knows his limits, so that's why Gen.G is good on every single team fight.
Interesting to note as well that Chovy did still pick up the Liandry's, but he went for Nashor's first, right? Which we did see. We would expect that to come more prominently forward. And I think, particularly if you look how the fights were played, he was literally just standing there autoing, right? Like, yes, his ults had big impact, But the biggest reason why those fights felt so one-sided is because he just wasn't threatened, just got the DPS as much as he wanted. And if you're trying to play front to back against Gen.G, they're a very tough team to beat.
So yeah, I mean, that's how I feel because HLE, I think they played okay, but it just felt like they didn't have great draft to play against it.
Now, in that last series, we showed the graphic, did LCK, that Chovy had passed 2,500 kills. That was actually a mistake. It was not correct. He's at 2406. And so just wanted to officially clarify that one up here from the LCK. He's at 2406. Did get the penta, though, and is just 94 away. I'm sure he will hit that at some point this season.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be too bothered considering he did just kind of cleanly sweep. There was one early game fight where we talked about the Gwen was there, and then the comp looked a lot better. And also, our life's going to go to blue side, but the win streak continues, right? It's still going, and based on how the game number one went, I could see Gen.G just straight up 2-0. They're by far strongest competitor, depending on your feelings about KT.
And,
who actually have the best win rate against Gen.G.
And I would say Gen.G is being a little boring here. We could see that like from their draft as well. They're just first picking Azir, you know? And HLE is trying new stuff.
Boo.
Yeah, so maybe if there is a room for Gen.G, maybe they can try a new stuff.
Nah.
Maybe we can see some Canyon Echo Jungle.
What about Scar? Or what about Smolder? He got buffed.
Oh, Smolder mid lane by Chovy.
Yeah, that's also not fun.
Gen.G is the team that has been working hard to get an 100 on the test.
They're not gonna.
Unreal Esports asked the teacher, what's an A? 93? Okay, we'll play around with it. They are playing to how they've been all season long. Let's see if things change it up here in game number 2, or will Gen.G be 22 games in a row?
Thank you, guys. We will have to indeed see if things change it up, as we're getting some really great fan signs here. You let Zeus go. Yeah, well, you know, he was the shock blast.
Yeah, I was like, it took me a minute. I was like, okay, so it's an acceleration gate. And I realized, okay, he is the shock blast. So he's zooming. We'll see if he can zoom to a victory here in game 2. Hanwha will have blue side this time around. The Azir is gone. The Taliyah priority, I think, going to be very high. I think the Pantheon priority going to be very high here, and the Kalista will remain a ban likely by Gen.G, I think, here on red side. It's game 2. You can afford that on red side now. See what we do see, as draft was a bit of an issue in that last game, but I think execution was also an issue. I think the Senna was risky, but it wasn't impossible to make work, but the game fell apart way too fast. As we'll see Victor also taken away here by Hanwha Esports again. And, you know, if you're looking to first pick a Pantheon, probably want to be letting that one through initially here. Corki is a Chovy special.
All right, so I really don't think that banning Corki versus Chovy is the answer.
He has preferred it a lot in these game 2 drafts, though, and
sure.
I think he has not lost on it.
I just don't think it's really possible to ban out Chovy. You know, like ban out the Victor. I understand the Corki is like okay.
There's that Kalista ban again I was mentioning, and see Pantheon actually been banned by Hanwha Esports. I thought it was going to be the 3rd ban in this spot. Could look for a Rumble ban again, or it could be Jace. Likely will be a Zeus ban, though, in this spot. The Yone is also available. You know, Yone Sejuani could be really strong for Hanwha. They won't be able to get both on blue side on the first pick, but could draft towards it. Peanut loves his Sejuani, we all know. So the Yone is going to be the option. This might just mean a Rumble first pick here for Zeus. See if that's going to be the game plan. They look for the Taliyah instead here, even though the Azir has already been played. They pushed out the Corki, the Victor. So what will Chovy play? Ahri obviously gone, Azir obviously gone.
Yeah, need to be careful about the Poppy as well. If Gen.G start to draft anything that has dashes at all, and if they give the Poppy over to Peanut or Delight, you're not going to really enjoy yourself at all. Nefiri being looked at here.
Interesting. I suppose it's quite strong with Taliyah too, so somewhat of a denial pick here as we're tier listing a little bit. I'm just most curious about what Chovy wants to play into this Taliyah, as we just have seen the Taliyah dominate the hands of all of our best mid laners, and you could just play Victor and sit back, or Corki and sit back and look for your 2-item spike, but they're gone, right? Like, so this is a smart draft. The same way Gen.G drafted some of the best responses to Azir than first picked it in game 1 on blue side, is he's looking for the Hui pick to outrange. An interesting choice. Has not found its place back in the meta as a pick right now. Chovy was very good on it when it was strong back in the day. It was arguably our best Hui player in the mid lane. But an interesting one. We'll have to see how the rest of this draft eventuates before we can really judge it. But obviously we'll be fine into the Taliyah in lane.
It's just that anything else that's meta doesn't do well in a Taliyah anymore. So it's like, or it's banned by Fearless. So you're just like, well, I guess I'm playing something that can range, but I'm not going to play Xerath. So here comes the Hui. And he's great at it, as you mentioned. Now, Sejuani and Jace are going to be the follow-ups here, so definitely a very strong side of the map here for Hanwha Life Esports.
If this Ornn gets locked here, this is going to mean a lot of prio for Zeus in the early game, but there is a lot of team fighting power in this draft, and late game scaling that's going to come with the ornaments. And if you lock Ornn here, I think you're looking for something like a Zeri for your AD carry, something that scales really well. The Smolder that was mentioned could, in theory, be played in the bottom lane. I don't think that's going to be the case in pro play right now, not in a stable enough state to actually be playable down there. But we'll see what they want to do with this, as it will warp the draft quite substantially. There's the Kaisa, maybe traded for an Ezreal here. And then that's where we start to go down the rabbit hole a little bit with AD carries, as Jhin doesn't really suit either of these comps all too well. I think it could work well with the one that Hanwha Life Esports has put together a little bit better, but I don't think you want to be running Jhin as Gen.G in this scenario where you have the Ornn and you're looking for more consistent damage. Varus,
I mean, Jins nowadays do go IE second or third, so I guess maybe.
I mean, it's not like he's not going to get an ornament and he's not going to get power from it, but it just feels like the Hui is a little bit more burst-oriented a lot of the time with how team fights do work out. So we'll see, especially with the line injuries being nerfed on this patch. Varus is gone. They take that away. The Ezreal still looming, as they'll actually take the Jhin away from him. I'm 100% on board with that call, but Jhin has an insane win rate right now, and everyone's playing it. So it's going to be Ezreal or Zeri, right? I think of the two picks that make the most sense for me.
MF. I mean, if you got to blind something, I guess MF. She's still in that spot where it's like, well, there's no Alistar, so we have to pick MF on R4.
Yeah, it's a lane win, likely, with this pick. Rel is still available, of course, so that could be where they go for. Because you have a lot of combos if you get Rel in this draft with the Ornn setup as well. Locking down the Ezreal and the Jace is going to be really hard, though, with this draft, because they're so safe. Like, Jace is a million miles away, and Ezreal is just going to shift away from any of your engages. So, looking at the Hanwha Life Esports draft and liking it a lot more right now. They could deny the Rel, which was not a surprise, I think, to anyone, especially considering Alistar's not available. So you end up with the MF, maybe Poppy, or Nautilus. Which one do we like more? I'm not sure. The Poppy is more valuable for the way that Fearless works and removing that champion from the pool and objective control. Nautilus is a little bit more guaranteed lockdown on the Ezreal if you can get into our range to hit him, I suppose. This draft here for Gen.G can absolutely work. It's got some late game scaling elements, has a lot of range with this Hui, has good setup for objective control with the Ornn. Like, Ornn's ultimates, the Call of the Forge God, can be useful even at his level 6 because it's just a team fight warping ultimate. But it can be kind of messed up by Taliyah's Weaver's Walls and a lot of different things here that Hanwha Life can do to shut him down. He could even just be ulted by Peanut while he's trying to activate. So we saw a massive outplay from Chovy and just honestly every player across the board on Gen.G in Game 1. But we like their draft a little bit better. In this game, I feel like I like Hanwha's draft even more than I like Gen.G's in Game 1.
Hoping for the Zeus win. This time around, Zeus is playing that Jace, so we'll see if that does happen. And saying, I want to get the 2-0, see my family tonight. Not looking to overstay tonight with the Hanwha win. Hoping for the Gen.G fighting here. And it might just happen, but HLE Esports have drafted a very nice composition here.
I think there's a lot of power, and that is real. And Jay's 2-item power spike here for HLE. Getting to the later game here with this comp for Gen.G is going to require a lot of finesse.
Yeah, well, they've finessed it before, so we'll see if they can do it again a second time in a row as we hop onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, game number 2.
30초 남았습니다.
And we got a dancing Ornn.
No, keep dancing.
Yeah. Maybe he feels a little bit lonely.
He's got to
self-conscious.
Save his energy for the laning phase, you know?
Yeah, Ornn has mana, not energy, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. But close.
But
mana is kind of like a form of energy.
yeah, he doesn't use mana or energy to dance, though. It's just really part of his innate physical stamina that's not represented in the HP or mana bar. But
That makes sense.
that's why he's got to save it.
Do you think champions get tired then?
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, they get tired. A little bit.
100%?
Yeah, 100% they get
Yeah.
tired. But you know what? They don't let it show because they're champions. That's right.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. If they were heroes, 100% they like actually get slowed later on in the game, but they're champions. Validus.
What about legends?
Legends never die.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Canyon is off vision on this, in fact, through the location of the ward. It's not going to necessarily matter all too much, but just to highlight there that he was unseen and will actually just go straight to his wolf camp, which is ironic because he's Nefiri.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? We do have an unsealed spellbook.
Yes, I was going to mention that. It's a little bit buffed on this patch. It's not the Wadid support unsealed spellbook that he was hoping for. We've seen a lot on Ornn in the past. Pretty durable, so we see a lot of double smite going into late game objectives with this, and gives you more of the what's the meme with Ornn where he's like the assassin, hunter,
the warlock,
like,
the bard.
Yeah. It kind of goes into that fantasy where you can just do anything.
Yeah.
See how that goes. Obviously in this lane though, it's not going to help him deal with a ranged Jace who just keeps shooting him and taking his health away. And it is Zeus' Jace, which I don't think at this point we need to even like caster narrative into existence.
Yeah, you guys know about Zeus' Jace.
Like it's kind of at this point, it's like, man, these casters just keep bringing that up.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it by now. Might as well say like Jace doesn't have, like his ultimate changes his form and he has it at level 1. Like, what else are they going to explain? Like, Zeus took Flash, which is a very useful ability.
It is very important that he did do that. I'm glad he did not take Ghost on Jace. But yeah, just going to be a bit of bullying. There was a ward over the wall that, yeah, can spot from one angle, but not the other. So he definitely meant to put that in the tri-brush, and it's not. So maybe we get a little gank here from Canyon. He's going to go for a full clear, but he can hop the wall. Here comes Peanut.
Yeah, I don't know if really make anything happen here unless there's an overextension, which there kind of is.
Yeah, going to get the cleanse out of Ruler, and he is getting pretty low. Does have to flash. Duro not able to peel very much with the Nautilus right here. Takes a bunch of damage himself, and Canyon.
Well, this ward placement will be relevant. Zeus, though, I think aware because Canyon didn't show up on the bottom side.
Yeah. Here, misses out on a bunch of damage. Can he actually force a flash? Nope, the knockback does get it done.
Well, that was pretty significant. You know, going to relieve the pressure there on the top side. But, you know, both jungle ganks on the opposite sides of the map were successful. Ruler has to lose his summoners, or use his summoners, so ultimately does lose them as a result of that. And no one dies. That's a pretty even trade. I like the situation, though, for Gen.G, given that the Ornn is able to stabilize there in what is a tougher part of this lane, as the MF just is, you know, down summoners, but probably isn't going to be in any danger anytime soon, and is able to buy a cull on the back. Does lose the lane swap speed, but I don't think they care that much about that either, as Keen is going to, with the wave control that he had topside from Canyon's help, be able to walk back to this lane. Doesn't even have to teleport.
Duro, one of our supports that actually does play a decent amount of Nautilus. We are in week 8, but he already has 5 games on it. yes, he's 5-0, but it's Gen.G. They don't lose.
Yeah, we don't really show the champion stats too much for them.
That's not relevant. I think just the fact that he's played it 5 times is a lot more relevant than the fact that he's won every game on it. As again, Gen.G. just win. They only have 3 game losses this entire season so far. But yeah, really does like this pick, as now he got a little setup down on the bottom side, and guess who doesn't have flash? Ruler is so dead, although everything seems to be missing. They have a lot of dodges here. Will it matter? As he's trying to stand up to Zeus, as it feels like almost every skill shot missed Ruler, and it's just not gonna matter, as they'll give that kill over. First blood goes to Peanut, as he takes down Duro, and that's a couple of Gen.G bot laners dead.
I mean, they're really trying to maximize the MF power in this early game, but that was many steps far too forward, where they did not have any vision in the river or the tri-brush. Like, look at where Ruler and Duro are, and look at what they can't see. Like, the fact that Peanut and Delight can walk this far behind them means it's basically illegal to be here. Just insane greed, and they will be punished for it, as the target selection here is good. Peanut knows he alone should be able to take Duro out. Doesn't even need to flash initially there on the play, but does flash for the secure. And, you know, trade of flashes there feels pretty good. They end up getting Ruler because he is flashless and cleanseless from the previous play.
Yeah.
So Peanut, you know, not only punishing that overextension there, but knowing, obviously, that with no summoners here, it is a freebie. And so suddenly, Zeus gets a kill on this Jace, and that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, he is kind of a big deal. 1-0-1, and, you know, they have Warren, they have Nautilus, they have reliable ways to really get a hard engage going to Gen.G, but if you're behind, it's definitely going to make things a lot more difficult. I feel like, especially if Ruler falls further behind, which he's only died once. He's not behind that far on CS. Like, he's still going to be doing some stuff. It's really going to be up to his team to set up the team fights and for him to press R. Like, his job is still the same, but I do think that Chovy is certainly going to have some very nice team fights. Thankfully for Gen.G, seems like he's on his game today.
Now, we haven't watched the mid lane. It's been all about the top and bottom side lanes
just
for all the pressure. It's a, you know, basic mid lane matchup, no kill pressure there or anything like that, but there has been like no jungle attention there. They're both just farming it out. Chovy has generated a significant lead, but it's not anything really to write home about. It's just, oh, okay, he's got a nice lead.
4 CS.
Yeah. And, you know, that equates to about 100 gold. But at the end of the day, like, we haven't seen the power of this Weaver's Wall yet in these exchanges, and it's going to be relevant soon. This should be a big trade.
Yeah, little root down, little ult into his face. Chovy knows he doesn't have kill pressure, but it's definitely going to be very nice, as now, good buffer there, but it doesn't matter because Delight still has flash, and that is going to be a 3rd kill over to HLE Esports, this time into the Ezreal.
All right, the game 1 was a pretty significant lead, but this is almost getting to insurmountable levels for the comps here.
Unlosable.
We might be getting to unlosable territory, although Gen.G proved that it can take almost any scenario and turn it on its head if there's a mistake made. Delight is going to pull the aggro here. Ruler will ult the wave. Optimistic there, but still, got Ruler's ult, I suppose, if they wanted to do a follow-up here after Peanut takes grubs. Doesn't have his ult anymore, though, so that doesn't seem like it's going to work. Really nice buffer from Duro, but it's just, you know, it just doesn't matter in that scenario. I mean, you look at the game state here overall, it's leads everywhere but mid lane. And the Talia still going to be incredibly relevant at setting up fights, and it's only a small lead for Chovy, by
70 gold!
Yeah. Like,
still counts.
I'm just a little bit worried. I was worried about this draft, if you guys couldn't tell, for Gen.G. And so far, my worries haven't really been eliminated. I'm still concerned.
Remember that going into game 1, we were like, hey, Gen.G have the lead here in the draft. But then they got behind, but when they came back, it's like, okay, well, you know, they were able to make it work. Now Gen.G in this spot, like, I like certain parts of their comp, but they need to do a lot of work. And guess who's back?
Yeah,
back again.
No ult, but he doesn't need
And he's got his friend Zeka's here too. Duro is going to get the hook down. Delight probably going down to the turret here, but it's still going to be 2 kills. And farm denied. Viper eventually will just kill him. Okay, they give the kill over to Zeka. Chovy is here. I don't think that does much. The knockup is not going to hit. And now, actually, with Canyon here, they do have enough as an ult comes down on a Peanut. And Yeah, just trying to dodge that one.
Well, that's, you know, it's very rare that in League of Legends when you have that kill secured, in professional League of Legends especially, when you have a kill secured like that and you want to give it to one of your carries, it backfires. Like, that's very rare for that to backfire, but the sidestep there from Ruler and how much time they were able to buy actually became significant. And Gen.G ended up getting a big win after a loss in the fight. So turning that one back is huge. Also, Ruler picking up a kill via the turret there onto Duro does feel nice. As up until this moment, you know, I was like, oh, this is not looking good for Ruler, but good flash, got his summoners back up, and then here they really want to give the kill over to Viper. Zeka ends up ultimately getting it here, but that sidestep from Ruler actually buys so much time, and then Canyon is able to get up here, and Viper took so much damage from Chovy coming up here to the top side of the map that Canyon could just execute him here, and they will ultimately trade back in a big way. So, you know, a bit of a backfire there from HLE, a little bit of greed, and, you know, I'm not saying it's quite like the backfire that we saw in the Herald fight in Game 1, but still feeling much better than Gen.G.
Not yet. There is still a Herald fight to have in this game, so let's not put it past Hama.
Because I was starting to feel like this was going to be one of those MF games, which I think even Rulers had one this year already, where you go to the post-game screen, it's like 4,000 damage MF, and you're like, oh yeah, he couldn't play the game. It's a little bit rough. They didn't have the setup. They didn't have a rel.
I feel like Ruler was the first one where we were like, doesn't seem like his MF is that good.
But then later he had some really good MF games, but at the very early parts we were a little bit, you know, we're raising our eyebrows a little bit. But in this game, you know, he's just unfortunately was super greedy. Like, he just got punished, and now he's 1 and 2 in this game, but significantly far behind CS, and now Duro is looking for wraparound, I guess. That's fine.
Okay. A little scary. Chovy's here.
Like, Duro has to come over here to try to keep Chovy alive, otherwise he just has to give up this wave and plates to Zeka, and because they denied Duro entry, they will just get those plates, and Chovy will be denied farm. So, feels really good if you are on a life in this exchange. Chovy gets some of it. So, it's not like the end of the world on this play.
Gonna miss this time. Ruler still in a lot of trouble, and he gets stunned, and he doesn't have flash or cleanse.
Nothing from the, again, the topside player is targeting him.
Chovy, looks like he should be okay.
Has no mana to clear this wave. I don't think they're gonna go for a follow-up though, as Duro does show up here to keep him safe. But those turn over to the Dragon. And even the Dragon's up 1-1. Third death on Ruler on this Misfortune. Hasn't been able to cash out his cull.
Worst case scenario for Gen.G is Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
If it's Hextech Soul and you've got Jace, Talia, Ezreal on your team,
just say goodnight.
You win the game.
Yeah. As Ruler here, like, the wave is just in such a terrible spot for him. He has to walk up. And Canyon's nearby, so I guess he felt like he was safe enough to do so and didn't want to lose that farm.
Loud.
But down he goes. Triforce done for Viper. As Ruler is still hoping for that first item Bloodthirster. It's going to help him a lot in terms of how he can farm here in the mid lane once he does have it. And we'll get it once this Colt cashes in, but man, this is a bit of a stomp here so far in this second game.
Yeah, it's definitely a stomp. They continue to just find the MF and the Nautilus and gank that lane. At the same time, though, Gen.G aren't massively behind in gold, so they've got that going for them. Like, Chovy's farming well. Ruler doesn't really exist, but at least he has his BT, so he'll begin to exist now at this point in the game.
When you're this far behind, though, and you don't have a circle for your MF, let's say. Like, you have the Ornn, Call of the Forge God. That's your best bet to set up a big Misfortune ultimate. Yeah, maybe Hui could fear somebody at the right angle, or maybe Duro gets a multi-man knockup, but those are all super optimistic things. When you're behind, it gets even trickier to pull those plays off. And, you know, if they had something like a Zeri in this comp, where you get the Ornament online, and Zeri has a big ultimate, slides over the wall at the right moment, you know, Hunter Life overextended, that type of fight, I feel like if you were looking at the Ornaments, you'd be like, oh man, hold on, they have Ornn, maybe? Let's wait and see. But this doesn't feel like that type of situation here, as MF is not really a hyper carry in any sense. It's just going to be an ult button and could clean up the fights, but not with the situation in terms of itemization right now, as Viper's going to hit his 2-item spike, Zeus is going to hit his 2-item spike, and then things just get so much harder from there. And that's why we're kind of like submitting the draft for Gen.G's Obituary in this one, and maybe I'm starting to feel a series on my hands a little bit.
I'm looking and I'm
tingling.
like, it just says Gen.G here for some reason. I don't really know. I don't see any series yet. Now, that might change, but I'm not going to count them out yet. You know?
I mean, I'm never going to count them 100% out, but it's going to take a lot to get back in this one.
Yeah. I think just, a good team fight. I think Gen.G were able to do a good job of team fighting in the last game. We didn't see too many that were even because it was one into Gen.G being so far ahead that they could do anything. It still felt like Gen.G had the better setups. So maybe if you've got like a really nice engage with the Ornn,
Ruler has
they can do something.
That's going to help.
Yeah, they have like a siege comp where it's like you've got MF and you've got Hui, and if you keep them safe, they can do a ton of damage from afar.
They have the better setup here, but trying to hold this Herald is going to be tricky. Delight's just fishing for that angle.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to engage by any means, but now he's going to lose the Celestial opposition. He goes in, he doesn't find much for Ruler. Not very connected, but he gets behind the wall! And there you go, he is totally protected. Life go way too deep. And what is it about these Herald fights that just don't go well for them? Gen.G get the lead.
Gen.G, yeah, they take a gold lead off of this play, and they had the better setup. They were way faster. Zeus could have teleported in. If they really wanted to contest, they could have really forced the idea. They had Weaver's Wall, but they just kind of walked straight in. Ruler did have to flash, so Peanut wanted to come punish him here, but he's got Cleanse. They're not going to be able to push the issue any further. We have a bizarre fight here for Hanwha Life. Once again, just kind of funneling
You mentioned
through.
the sums, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, he had his sums up. Ruler's on the edge of the wall here. And when this engage comes through, it looks like, okay, maybe the overstep. He is able to avoid the Magnet Storm, then get over the wall, then the Ornn ultimate connects, and everything goes right here for Gen.G. As Ruler's positioning phenomenal in that moment. And Delight fishing super hard, and I think relying just on your Rel engage alone in a situation like this where Gen.G know that's the case, are literally sidestepping the Rel, sidestep the crash down before that Magnet Storm came through. I think you're asking a lot to try to hard force a fight there. And now, Ruler takes a gold lead and getting closer to his IE. I mean, this is the disaster you kind of kept saying, well, we'll see it. I didn't think we were going to see it. I didn't think it was going to happen.
There's always a chance when it's Gen.G versus Hanwha Life Esports.
I should have known. There was literally evidence in game one that this could occur.
Yeah, I mean,
I just thought Hanwha Life was going to play perfect League of Legends, and that hasn't been the case since First Stand. And even most of First Stand, it wasn't either, to be fair.
You could tell that Hanwha Life, they just felt like they were so far ahead that they can just kind of do whatever they want. But the overextension was so real into an MF that has flash, and the Shock Blast doesn't connect. Like, the Talia can't get in there. Just so much of their damage wasn't there. Chovy didn't even burn flash, by the way. He probably did a lot of damage in that fight, even though really the highlight was the turn Ornhorn from Keen and Ruler flashing the wall and getting to bullet time all of them. But, now he's another sitting duck, but he's got flash. And, I don't know how much deep dive this Hanwha Life Esports team really has. Like, they have the Rel, but the follow-up is pretty slow. I mean, they don't have a lot of divers alongside of her.
If you have vision control and you're the first to the objective, you can use your poke, as Chovy is caught.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash. So, about that flash, it's gone now.
Well, at least he didn't use it in the last fight, or he would be 110% dead. They are going to actually be able to turn this into a mid-turret take as well. Heavy commitment by Hanwha Life. Backfires.
They really wanted that hook to hit. Sorry to Duro, but he definitely wants that one back.
One more charge.
Ruler is, going to get smited in the face of the Sejuani. Doesn't seem to care all that much, as the knockback isn't going to connect either. Meanwhile, Zeus was just top. Didn't even bother TPing into this. He's just taking the turret.
Yeah, Zeka rather is pinging that he's going straight down the bottom. They might be able to get two turrets on the edge, case here, where they get the top side lane turret. Zeka has damaged this turret significantly down the bottom side, and because he has tempo advantage here, might be able to push that one through. They are going to shadow him. What I was saying right before that broke out was they have a lot of poke, right? They have Ezreal, they have Zeus on this Jace. So if they have control of an objective like this one, for example, right now, it's really hard for Gen.G to kind of walk in and set up those Ornhorns. But when Gen.G were first on the Herald and they tried to hard force in without really having poke and just going, all right, well, Delight will get it done. He's our engage. It can get a little messy. So we'll see what ends up happening. So for some of these upcoming objective fights, this time they were able to get this one essentially for free.
What? And he was just like hanging out over there. He's like, no, that's my Raptor.
You don't have mid turrets, so I can be here and I can do whatever I want.
He was like hanging out by their blue buff, waiting for someone to face check. And Kennen is very strong right now.
Yeah.
He has a pretty good lead. He's waiting for that second item. Once he gets the second item, he is going to be incredibly strong. So probably farming up right now for that.
Now, 2 item spikes hitting here for Viper, Zeus, and Ruler, basically all at the same time. Chovy's a little bit further behind in that regard. 2 items here for Zeka. But there's no objective to fight over outside of Otacon right now, and I think trying to fight for Otacon without the control over that side of the map here for Hanwha Life seems like a potentially series losing choice. But I do want to just mention that those spikes are coming online. Zeus obviously still needs to finish his transformation, but he's nearly there. And this could be the moment that decides this series. If Hanwha Life Esports start to panic and hone in on this objective and say, all right, we're trying to Weavers wall them off. We got this. We have Prio. And they just go for it. Gen.G could punish. I feel like that would be a tragic end to the series, but Valdez. Keen does have TP.
Yeah.
And Canyon is very far away, though. So, I mean, this Nefiri is not going to be able to join, but maybe they could try to look for the punish on the exit. They're just going to give it up.
I guess they're just giving it away. Okay. Otacon on this patch is very strong. And they're going to get a bunch of blood petals here. They get up to 19. I was going to mention that Gen.G actually had a really nice lead. It was like 24-6 or something in blood petals. But then Hanwha Life get the Otacon. They're going to shore up some of that and also obviously have that permanent effect in this game. Still a very close one.
Horizon focus buffed on this match. It's picked up here by
Big
Jovi.
Boom Boom AP.
Big Boom Boom AP. They took away the extra damage that you got from its old passive and just said it's big AP number now.
Large number.
It's like 110. It's big.
Yes.
So
it got a little bit more expensive, right? Like 200 gold.
yeah, I mean, he's got it, and Zero, it's gonna be okay. But the burst damage that Chovy has to start off fights, or turn fights, as we've seen already, Gen.G do quite well on that last Herald, is pretty significant here. And now the transformation's there for Zeus.
Oh man, Keen just hit 14. He upgraded the IE on the MF.
Yeah.
So any
ornament?
any ornament enjoyers,
yeah.
but also like Ruler, he was so far behind. He got punished so much early on, and it just doesn't matter anymore. He has a gold lead and he has an ornament.
He does.
And he's MF, sure, but now like he's going to be pumping damage.
He is MF, and he is going to be potentially pumping damage, especially with his R button. But what hasn't gone Gen.G's way fully just yet is map control. And that is where their comp is going to struggle a lot when they don't have it, especially with the poke we've talked about a lot so far. You can see the map control allows Peanut to come over here and take these Krugs away. Chovy's not safe, doesn't have flash. And Keen is safe over here, arguably, but there's nothing for him to really get. He already got the turret earlier, so...
He's getting levels.
He is getting levels, and he's getting more ornaments. We're looking for Chovy soon. 2 items hit for Canyon, as I mentioned. He was already quite strong, but he is very, very strong at the moment with his Spear of Shojin. But I think I'm not convinced that Gen.G are fully in control of this game, even with the slight gold lead they have, until we see this upcoming team fight, which is likely going to be on Soul Point for Hanwha Life on this Dragon, as Prio is everything for Hanwha Life Esports. If they once again just let the Prio go to Gen.G and try to force their way through with a Rel Flash Engage, I feel like we could see history repeat itself, Valdez.
Absolutely could. I mean, there's so many ways to punish and engage on the side of Gen.G as well. It's not quite Braum Skarner, but it's a extremely tanky Ornn, and the Nautilus to just hook you down. And as long as you keep the carry safe, I feel like Gen.G will be having a good time in these team fights. So you can poke all you want, but you got to hit the right targets, and you have to access the backline. But if you're not doing that, I don't really see a good team fight for Hanwha Life Esports. Still a very close game. They have the Otacon. Like, the gold is one thing, but I think the Otacon is definitely worth a lot more than the gold lead that Gen.G has. So it's just a very even one right now.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds till this Dragon spawns. Gen.G did clear out the vision for the most part of the river. They're trying to fight for Prio right now in the bottom lane. Canyon challenging here. But Hanwha Life are here, and now they're taking that Prio away. This is when the poke starts to become relevant. So watch every single Mystic shot here from Viper. Every single one is relevant. Chovy will dodge this. Also, the setup for where Zeus is, where he sets up what flank angle he has, because if he's hitting Shock Blast onto an Ornn, very low value. If he's hitting him onto the carries, different story.
Yeah. I also feel like in the case of Gen.G, they need to let Hanwha Life engage. I say that. We're looking for entries here.
Yeah, then the Fury also kind of annoying because her dogs block a lot of that Shock Blast damage, as you can see. Still getting some damage in, trying to bait Canyon to get his W out. They did get it here, but moments ago, Peanut was standing on top of him trying to bait it out, so maybe they could try to go for the jungle kill into the objective, as this is where the poke is going to shine. Zeus is looking for Shock Blast angles, misses this one.
Oh, TP here for Chovy is right in the thick of things. I think he should be okay with Keen standing right in front of him. And Duro nearby. Hanwha Life Esports, they want to get in. Ult will be used, but that's onto an Ornn. A ton of damage going into only Ornn. And Delight has to go back. This is the Dragon also over to the side of Gen.G. They're looking for the turnarounds here, but Viper is just going to hop away. Zeus, though, not in a very good spot, and it doesn't look like he'll be getting away from this one. So Gen.G, they get the Drake, and they'll almost definitely be getting Zeus as well.
100% here. He's going to go down. Who gets the kill?
It's Jovi.
Gotten a few of those today.
Was there a question?
We weren't quite at 2,500. We may have jumped the gun on that one, but he's one kill at a time. He's one kill in this game closer to that 2,500 milestone. The poke wasn't really landing the way I think it needed to here for Hanwha Life, and Gen.G are so incredibly patient. And the fact that the Ornn is the one that gets caught means that he could just flash back into the fight, and the bullet time does so much damage. And now Hanwha Life, they index so hard into trying to set up this poke of Viper and Zeus that the team is kind of cut in half. So Gen.G end up getting the Dragon, and it's either Viper or Zeus. One of them dies 100% in this scenario, and because the Ezreal is a lot more mobile, he's the one that gets out. And unfortunately for the other poke champion that Zeus is playing, he's going to go down as well. The Jace just kind of caught in that awkward spot there, trying to get that damage done, but Gen.G playing around Vision, playing so slow there, and just allowing the Ornn to be the first target, looking for the turn, just like we saw in the Herald fight. Very similar situation. And when you're diving into a Misfortune, if you're not hitting the Misfortune, her bullet time is taking a third of everyone else's health, and then you can't just win you can't win the fight anymore if you're split, which Hanwha Life were after that initial setup.
Yeah, exactly. It's really difficult for the poke to land because you're hitting Ornn, you're hitting the Fury Dogs, and you're just not doing enough. And MF has BT as well. Chovy doesn't ever really seem to be in a bad spot in these fights. He's keeping himself very safe, knows he has the supreme range advantage in this entire game, outside of like maybe Shock Blast accelerated. Even then, Chovy can probably match it with his ability, but yeah, he's always just like, I will be nowhere near the engage, and they will never touch me. And as long as that continues to be the case, I think that Hanwha Life will struggle. Still a close game. Again, it's hard to say who's going to take it from here, as Canyon is very much in no man's land, and he's going to be punished for this. Tries to flash away. We got a wall coming in.
It's exactly what they tried to do to him before, but they're spending so many resources. They're so far forward.
Yeah, they are so far forward. Second, a rough spot. Ruler does have to flash, though, but does get the kill. And now Toby lines them all up. He's got the angle. He zones everybody away, and they take down Peanut as well. And we got Snipes coming in here on top of it all for a fight. They killed Canyon before he could do anything.
Well, I mean,
still they lost.
It's the exact same setup they were looking for on the Dragon for Canyon. Peanut gets on top of him. They force out the untargetable, and then Peanut instantly ults him. He has to hit those, but it just takes so long to kill him that he buys enough time for the rest of the team to show up. Keen has a great ult. Chovy turns the fight. Shock Blast here trying to turn the tide.
He's level 16 right now. Like, nobody's doing damage to him. Now that Shock Blast is going to kill Duro, though. And Keen is taking a lot of damage here from the Baron. As, yes, they'll absolutely have to pull off of this one. We do have a knock-up, though, on a Zeus. The light goes in, and Ruler, oh, he's going to miss the Q, but it doesn't matter. Zeus was dead first anyway. And the turn, Hanwha Life Esports, they fall for the bait again.
Again, another one of these. Hanwha Life Esports, it feels like they're so close to catching Gen.G, but the reach is just not long enough. Their grasp, every time they try to tighten their hands, the sand of Gen.G slips through their fingers. As here, you got out the W, and Penis just instantly ults. We're taking this guy out. Weaver's Wall locked him down. We take out the jungle, we're going to kite back to Baron.
Deep.
The problem is you're so deep here. Canyon lives for so long. Look at where Duro is. He ults Viper and removes him from the fight. There's so little damage here. Zeka is way too deep, and then Chovy's like, we're getting more. Drops his ultimate in. Duro has a fantastic hook there onto Peanut, so now Baron is the option. Now Zeus does play this really well here, avoids the knock-up attempt there by Keen, puts a ton of damage in, takes Duro out with the Shock Blast, but it's still just a losing game here. As the Viper's too low to continue to fight. He can't do it. He can't get in. Flight does end up missing here, which I don't know if it really would have mattered, but feels bad as Ruler gets another kill on this MF. And now we're a long way away from that early game we were talking about. We were like, maybe it's almost unwinnable.
Yeah.
Anything is winnable for Gen.G.
I wasn't ready to believe. I wasn't ready. It felt like it, but
look at that lead they had. You know, at 2,000 gold lead, most teams wish they dream of a 2,000 gold lead against Gen.G.
Yeah, at that point in the game as well, it was like 10 minutes in, right? It was just such a huge early game lead, but they just can't convert into actual winning game state in these mid to late games.
All the ults are back up. Choke point control is Gen.G's. Hanwha Life, do not face plant this again. I mean, they have to do something, obviously, if Gen.G do start that objective, but play it slow for now.
All right, well, Keen's going to go in. Again, he's basically just a block of steel. Like, nobody can really get through him. And you look at the positioning, like, Keen is literally just standing right in front of Chovy. No shock blasts, No Sejuani ults.
Trade Dragon for
Even
Baron is
the Realm
all,
struggle there.
but they don't have enough control here. Peanut's slowly taking this ward out. I think
No
it's just
way.
going to be the Dragon into get off my Baron.
Yeah.
Zeus isn't even there.
All right, little root here as no knockup from Keen there, but he's fine. He is incredibly tanky.
And Canyon just zones Zeus away. He's a level up on Zeus, by the way.
Yeah, 2 on Peanut. I mean, this is
That was optimistic.
it's just desperation at this point, and again, there's no damage dealer there to follow up, even if it does hit.
Yeah, I mean, Viper was fairly close by and will actually look for the true shot, but I don't think that true shot landing is how Hanwha Life are like, okay, got him, we're doing Baron. Like, there's an angle. Still, I mean, a nice try, but Peanut doesn't have his ultimate. And Gen.G are just chilling because they have control now. Before they had the gold lead, and we were like, okay, well, let's see what happens when, you know, we have the Jace and the Ezreal poking. It hasn't really worked out. You know, the positioning of Keen has been great. Ruler's positioning has been amazing. And if you can't kill the MF and Chovy's hitting these big ultimates, layering a ton of damage in the fight now as Leandri's, you have Black Torch and Leandri's, or Blackfire, I should say. You just do so much in these longer fights.
They're burning.
They're burning, and they also has like all that additional AP, so the burst of a lot of his abilities just really hits hard when you're chasing them down at the end, once the fight is already won. And from here, it's the same story. Gen.G get control, and when they have control, it feels like this comp can do no wrong. Like, getting to a full summoner misfortune,
Or
good luck.
Yeah, it's just not happening. Now Ruler might be forced to flash here, but he's just going to run really fast instead, utilizing the walk strategy, but they're throwing everything into him, and maybe should have just flashed, as now we have the follow-up here from Gen.G, but Chovy only just got here. It's still going to be a kill onto the support, at least Makeen in a bit of a rough spot. He's taking the damage. Hanwha Life, they'll take out the Ornn.
Okay, that's the miracle angle. I mean, Ruler 100% should have flashed that, but he was playing a little greedy, and now maybe they can get something done here. Canyon's already used his W. Chovy has to do what he can to try to be a rapid-fire cannon to stop these players from taking down the Baron, try to add as much poke as he can. Canyon has Flash and Smite here, so gonna need to look for a turn. Zeka shows back up with TP.
Chovy is going to push them out as well, and Hanwha Life just pull off of it for now, but a ton of damage coming out for a Viper. Wants to take out Chovy, but he zones him, and that's all they needed to do. It's a Smite here. The Baron goes to Hanwha Life.
Some really good confident play from Viper in these last few moments were really critical. The kill onto Keen, where he was able to go forward there with the E and take him out. This moment as well, where he's able to zone the carries away. Strong Ezreal play. A lot of the poke wasn't landing earlier, but in these clutch moments, he is doing a lot of heavy lifting, which Viper has been doing for Hanwha Life a lot this season when things get a little bit murky. Now, this play initially looked like it was a big whiff, but Ruler doesn't flash the Magnet Storm, and he is just instantly taken out with all the damage coming through from Viper and Zeus. And then Keen here as well goes incredibly low. Duro flashes away, and then Viper with the chase, ease forward, knows he has enough agency here in this one. Chovy already used his ult, no fear. And Hanwha Life fans are...
Any believers?
I mean, I think that's been quite a roller coaster of emotions for them today with how things have been so back and forth. And now, it's a playable game. Now, 2,000 gold lead for Hanwha Life Esports, and they have map control back. That was what they've had to fight and wrestle so much to get back. They have it, and they have Baron.
Not sure about that ult, and Zeka even gonna flash. Yeah, maybe he was zoning Chovy out. I couldn't quite see above on the minimap, but either way, it doesn't look like it did much of anything. As Chovy was following up with damage anyway.
Keen ult and trade, though, feels bad for Gen.G, but they're trying to press forward here.
Shot barrage not gonna hit Keen. That is a very tanky Ornn. They gotta be careful, and this time they're not gonna overcommit. I like that from Hanwha.
Yeah, because you're once again just forcing yourself into a choke point. If you do, into this bullet time. A lot of restraint shown. Great dodge there by Chovy. No vision in that brush. Still reacts instantly. Not that it matters all too much, but you'd love to see stuff like that from currently LCK's best player. It's not over until that Nexus explodes, though, and this Baron did not get core damage done. They didn't get any of the inner turrets, and inhibitors are far, far away from it looks like it's going to happen with this Baron. 30 seconds until Dragon, and they didn't even hold Prio in the core lanes. Like, the bottom lane is just dead even here in mid. Gen.G with the faster resets are pushing it out, challenging it here against the Baron. Canyon, though.
Yeah, Canyon just going to run into them, and now he's going to go untargetable. Tries to flash, he gets the disengage, but it doesn't matter as he gets punished. And now Keen in a rough spot. The engage comes in from Delight. Ruler, though, and Chovy are very safe in the back line, but the damage is being done to the front line as a huge bull time, though, as he take out Zeka. And now you've got Chovy in a good spot. These two carries, incredibly healthy.
Keen did so much work there, gets the extra knockup. Now Peanut's so low. And Chovy is looking to blast them from range. He's the artillery mage, and there's another one.
They have blue buff. Viper, you got to be so careful doing that. You got to be so careful. There's a TP behind them, though. I don't know if the rest of the team can follow up.
They have to
just
force. They have to just force, I think.
Okay, Fear comes in. They got to turn on the Zeus, and there it is. The Sun Flash gets it. The flash in, and Chovy, trying to get him, flashes out. And it all sails wide. And Viper on the Ezreal, I think, should be able to clean this one up. There it is. The E-in and the auto is enough.
Yeah, just enough mana to use the speed up, but he still gets taken out by Viper there in the end. Great teleport from Zeus. I think without that, they will eventually win the fight. He comes over, has the flank there. And now Hanwha Life Esports look to take this dragon to put us 3 Drakes apiece between these two squads. They have a significant gold lead. It's 4,000 at this point. These fights are looking so close to the finesse we are seeing from Gen.G, because once again, Canyon is the target, right? They're trying to get his W out. They eventually do. He's hit with the ult, so he cannot actually blast Cone away. And then watch Keen in this fight. Looks for the interrupt on Delight. Doesn't have that one. But then the damage is coming through. He gets his ultimate here and gets the charge through with a flash to buffer it. And that is what allows Ruler to get the kill there on the Zeka with the bullet time just on the edge. Now everyone's super low. And Zeus makes the correct call to back here and TP in at full health. And because they have this ward in the mid lane, as well as that ward there on the Raptor, I actually thought he went to the mid ward. They have 2 wards he can TP to on the flank, and so Ruler and Chovy just kind of have to all in. They get split here, and Chovy actually plays this incredibly well. Zeus gets the kill there. Chovy flashes, or gets the flash out of Zeus, and nearly escapes. And now we reset. This game is wild.
36 minutes in, you don't know who's going to win yet. No soul in this game just yet. 3 dragons apiece. Otacon and the gold lead here for Hanwha Life Esports. You got to like their chances in this one, especially for Viper. He's just so fed at this point in time. He's doing incredible amounts of damage. And they're just chunking through the front line, which I think Gen.G is the one thing they can't really deal with.
Uh-oh, Ruler, no flash.
Yeah, he is very fast, so he's just going to run down.
Yeah, the Cloud Soul helping out.
He's just hanging out in their jungle.
I mean,
what is happening?
If he can find, you know, Ezreal coming over here and just look for some farm.
They spotted him. They know. Okay, we're going to go north. Let's see if this works.
He just has to buy as much time as possible. The team is looking for a turn.
I mean, they're going all in on a Canyon, but now, look at this. The other jungler here, Peanut, is in a bit of trouble. He's very tanky in the MF. Just barely able to chew through that one. And so we trade junglers.
I mean, I feel like in this moment, Canyon has just identified the whole game plan of Hanwha is to kill the Nefiri. And
Zeka, where are you going? Where are you going?
He's got his passive. He's fine.
That was so close. He gets hooked. He's dead. And then the Baron spawns in 20 seconds.
Okay. Both junglers down for almost the exact same time here. 35-37 between Canyon and Peanut at this moment in time. Uh-oh. When the vision toggle comes in like this, you always get worried. Okay, Viper just going to hit a Q. But man, the way Canyon is playing is if he catches Ezreal in the brush trying to go over and do Raptors, try to get some additional gold, you know, that might be a winning play. But he also was able to buy so much time. If he gets over the wall there, too, it's not even an even trade. Now, Baron control completely to Hanwha Life here, even without a jungler.
Yep, with the wall, even with the Ornn to break it down. A snipe from Chovy. A little bit of damage comes in, but it's not enough. And Hanwha Life, they just burst it down.
A great read here from Hanwha because they had enough control over this area, and Gen.G's composition isn't going to function as well when they can't actually force a fight in a choke. They don't have the same type of engage that Hanwha has. Hanwha had great turn if Gen.G were even closer and could have looked for the fight. They weren't, and they knew they had just enough space there to actually burst it down without a jungler, knowing there's no enemy jungler as well. As Canyon's buying a ton of time, like look at the chase here. He is stopped when he's attempting to get over the wall, but if he actually gets over the wall and they get Peanut, this game would look very different. And he kind of has a global taunt in this one as they just keep trying to take him out in these big fights. As getting to the back line is a little bit trickier. Getting to Ruler, getting to Chovy, that's a step too far. But if you start with Canyon, you get his W, maybe you can win the fight. It get a little bit messy there, but Hanwha Life ultimately do get the Baron here. Are going to look to siege, and maybe this time they can finally get some damage done to the core of the base of Gen.G. Those inhibitor turrets still full health. Mid inner still up, bottom inner still up as Viper is looking to use his W to rip it apart.
Yeah. Push comes down here in the bottom lane. There's not a thing that King can do.
Yeah, there's no teleport flank wards or anything on the map here for Gen.G. They just kind of have to sit back and clear waves. And so far, they will do just that. Cloud Soul is on the table here in 1 minute. If they can remain in control of these lanes with the Baron Prio, and it should be on the cards here for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, top is pushing right now for Hanwha, but I think it's a bit early. Chovy's going to get up there and push it back and then join on the bottom side of the map. So this is actually very good timing here for Chovy.
Yeah, he's
on this wave.
Just barely going to be able to, I think, take this one out and then rejoin, but without teleport, you know, the best he can do is just like, I'm not going to necessarily get all this farm, but I'll get as much as I can and then just come back and rejoin my team. 1 minute here on this Baron still for Hanwha Life. Hasn't been the biggest Barons, you know, back-to-back for them in this game to get that hull damage done. As a bit of a wraparound for Canyon now.
Chovy is he's playing with fire there. Generally, you want to just sit behind these tanks. A lot of damage done by Zeka already to Keen. Shot blast.
He's playing that off angle to see if he can clear the wave, and he is successful.
All right, little ult in. That's going to hit a buffering Nautilus, and now he got the follow-up engage here. In onto Delight. He's in so much trouble, but look at that backline. Just get first to shred, but Delight is going to go down, and now you got an ult that hits nobody from the side of Ruler as they're just trying to run away. Keen trying to peel for the team, but the shot blast hits Canyon, and Keen can't do enough.
Zeus doing so much there. They end up getting the kill onto Canyon. Baron's still up for 15 more seconds here. Zeus eats half of his health bar in damage, though. And they're just going to look for the Dragon. The Dragon should be a freebie here for Hanwha Life Esports. True Shot Barrage going to delay some backs here, and Chovy's just going to go over and clean the top wave up. Gen.G's still hanging on in this game because their inhibitors are still up in a 6,000 gold lead when you get to 40 minutes in, when we're looking for Elder territory. Doesn't matter as much as people start to get full build, and when you consider the ornament gold value that's inherent in Gen.G's composition here. Delight's turn. It sets up the flash in. Magnet Storm is there. Canyon taxis, though, and gets away. But this ultimate missing for Ruler is a big deal, as they have Chovy in danger.
Who's in danger here? Zeka. Oh, the hook's going to miss. And we got rocks. We got all of Gen.G here, though, basically, as we're looking to try to do something to Zeka. That's a lot of damage already done to him. One shot by Ruler. That's going to be the end of Zeka in a really weird top lane skirmish.
Yeah, he just got super greedy. You could see him on the player cam there, messing up his hair. Definitely not unhappy with how that scenario did eventuate there, as didn't expect Duro to be there. Duro missed, but as more show up and he breaks his arm guard, the follow-up is pretty self-explanatory from there. As he goes up here trying to chase down a low mana Chovy, and then Duro comes over the wall, misses the hook, but that's not the end of the story because Ruler and Keen are also here. And then the follow-up here, he has the arm guard, but still is hit by the second part of the Call of the Forge God. Really easy to line those up. Timing-wise, a little bit trickier there for Keen, but he pulls it off. And is this game just going to be decided by Elder in 4.5 minutes? It starts to feel like that is going to be the
Gen.G
case.
versus Hanwha Life Esports, that's challengers, baby.
Yeah, because they just haven't been able to get any damage done to the base, despite 2 Barons, despite a large amount of map control. It hasn't led to significant enough advantages. Canyon's been running circles around them when they do have those Barons, finding that backline access, slowing them down. Ruler, Kraken Slayer online.
6 items.
Core complete, no boots.
No boots.
So, I mean, you see the item value here is 1,600 higher than Viper, who still has his tier 3 cooldown boots here. And this MF doesn't really need to do a whole lot of walking. She just needs to do shooting.
This time, though, I hope it's on a target that is on the enemy team. I mean, it was good dodging from Zeus. Maybe he thought the CC would be there, but it's not a great MF feel if you use your ult and you just hit nobody. So gonna need a bit more out of him.
I really feel like what will be the main decider in this fight is Prio and Delight's engage. As Peanut is looking for, again, Canyon, trying to bait out his W.
Yeah, I mean, another weird spot. They don't want to engage on a Keen, but they get the TP here at a Chovy, so looking for the blue buff. That is very important for the Hui, specifically, because Chovy's been out of mana for a lot of this game.
It's a really big deal. He gets, obviously, faster cooldowns as well from it, and that's actually a really good point you mentioned. I mean, you mentioned it earlier as well, but it's big for him that he has that. 3 minutes until the Elder spawn. But the
Baron's About to be
Yeah,
up.
the Baron vision, the control over the map that Hanwha has maintained this whole game, it feels like. All of its late game is still there. So Canyon has to be the one to come over here and try to face check.
Yeah, I see a wall coming down. Maybe trying to get Ruler here. Not going to happen.
Bit disjointed here on the side of Hanwha Life. That's a big ultimate
Shot
down.
barrage down 2.
Yeah, 2 big ultimates down now.
And Viper will get it back quickly, but like, we'll see.
That's the kind of poke you want to see if you're a Hanwha Life esports fan onto critical target here. But Ruler is MF with Bloodthirster, so gets it up real quick. But if you hit that before a fight and then you collapse on top of Ruler, sometimes he doesn't live those. His flash is just now coming back online. Maybe it's not an Elder flip game. Maybe it's all about that Baron. His Delight with a wraparound has flash and Magnet Storm.
Oh,
this could be the
boy.
moment. Ruler!
Does
Ruler!
he know? Does he know? He's caught! He's going to cleanse and flash out of there. And now Hanwha Life don't want any more. They say, okay, we got his cleanse, we got his flash.
That's huge. Really important that he is able to react and live there, but without those cooldowns, I think Baron is a lot more of an opportunity here for Hanwha Life esports now. As Canyon also caught.
He is Nefiri, but still, big chunk done to him. And now immediately they're just going to start up this Baron. And their turn should be very good. Delight here, though, no ults, trying to frontline. And Canyon's nearby, so they got to be careful about this. And yeah, they're actually going to back away.
Chovy just has so much damage. He still has that blue buff. Ends up getting hit by the true shot, but still, he's so far away that punishing him is going to be impossible. 90 seconds until Elder. Ruler will not have flash for the final fight of the game.
This game is crazy. It's 46 minutes in.
Now, Delight still has flash because he didn't need to use it for that play there. And will have his ultimate back online. Weaver's wall's back up. As, man, Canyon is making me nervous this whole series.
This game is making me nervous.
I mean, I want to see outplays. I want to see a fantastic game. I don't want to see a game decided by somebody was a little bit too greedy.
We've had that happen.
But it is looking like it's not going to happen yet. 60 seconds until Elder. Still control vision here in the Baron pit.
The longest game so far was T1 Gen.G Game 3 from round 1. So you guys all remember that game.
Yes.
Really just going to start the Baron. He is MF. I think they don't have to commit to this, but they kind of are. Now TP is coming in. Is it late?
Has to be Delight's engage angle, I think, if they're going to stop this.
Yeah, we have a wall coming down. There's the Delight engage. They get on top of Ruler, but he's still alive. He's still alive. It goes over to Canyon, but Ruler is dead. And now it's all up to Toby to do the damage, but they find him on the top side of the fight, and Toby is down. Hanwha Life esports should be able to win it from here. As Key is taken out as well. Canyon is on the run, and they just group up mid, and I don't think Canyon's got enough wave clear for this one, guys.
No, I don't think so. 10,000 damage to Viper. Delight dies in the engage, but the engage is good enough. It's a flip on the Baron, but the team fight wasn't even close. And finally, Hanwha will secure the win here in Game 2 to bring us to a 3-gamer. And I'm all here for it, Valdez.
Absolutely. This is what we signed up for today, guys. Game 3 between Gen.G and Hanwha Life esports is on the way as Hanwha take a grueling game number 2. That was like 48 minutes.
Never able to break open the base, never able to turn those Barons into a real permanent advantage, but they still were able to play it out better on vision control on the Barons. The engages from Delight were game-changing, taking away Ruler's flash. In the moments right before the big critical objectives were coming away, having his flash still up for the engage there, that helps decide the game. Zayas wasn't landing a lot of the poke in the mid-game, but when it came to the late game, he really was, and the damage, you could really feel it. Confident game from Viper, and that might have been the best game of the season so far. Be hard to top that, but it is Game 3 we are going to have between these two teams. Gen.G started the day off with side selection, won that first game, and will have it for the final game. As we were making jokes in the early game about maybe it's one of those low damage MF games, maybe they'll never be able to fight their way back. There were a few mistakes from Hanwha Life. Gen.G got back in, but weren't able to win it in the end as Viper tops damage at still at 1k DPM at a 47-minute game on this Ezreal.
He was the guy that was able to get them through. And this person says, I have a religion. It's Hanwha Life esports. I believe. We'll see if they believe for Game 3 as we'll take a break. It's 1-1. We've got a series on our hands.
충분히 도착해.
궁각 좋다 나 이거.
갖고 있다.
미포 가둬볼게. 야 미포 안에서 치긴 하거든. 가둬봐. 천천히 가둬볼게. 미포 안에 있다.
야, 회의 질 못해. 야, 볼게. 야, 미프 잡으면 꽤 이겨.
천천히.
아, 천천히 안 했는데 그냥 세게 해줘.
야 흐이. 야 이거 내가 나필이 나온다.
야, 나필이.
나필 W 없어 지금. 아 미드라인 살리면 끝나. 미드라인 살리면 끝나. 날아와봐. 됐다.
야, 공 한번 되고. 나한테 뭐 안 돼. 미드로 가자.
나이스.
Look at Beryl starting this fight. There's no one even to follow up, but he's still there. He's so dedicated to starting the fight. Kellen's going to go down, and now Beryl's actually just going to murder Diablo. He does spend the storm, but he comes down into a furnace, and he will be taken out. That is going to be a triple here for Aiming, who wants to get his own pentakill. Let's see whether he can get it. And Showmaker surfs Raptor up on a silver platter. There's the quadra-kill, and Vikla is like, my 100% win rate, you are not getting a penta. He put it on you. Oh no, is he gonna go golden? The answer is no, and it's a pentakill once again! And one of the great things here, if you're looking over the other side of the rift, is this gentleman right here. He's gonna get shoved. It's Cast Curse that was preemptive. Unfortunately to see, but maybe it was a bait all along. It's a flash out. No equalizer going to get any joy on a Showmaker. And now the public execution to the backline. The seismic shot gonna miss because he's got so many dashes. And Aiming with the culling is doing exactly that. Clear trying to do what he can, but it is not gonna work. And Lucid looks for the corner as if he hits over a pentakill. I guess it is as he dashes off. We were denied one penta, but at least we got another. They want to make this play. Kellen is out of the fight already. In they go. Onto Diablo, who gets locked into the wall. And now we got Paranoia, but Nicholas all alone. No one comes in on a Raptor, who just decides to go in instead. He does get a kill, but it's still a big win here for Nomsam. So BDD and Moisamo's building towards Leandris. Oh! He finds three bros! Thought they set up a trap, but who is trapping who? As they're all just in the grave. The equalizer goes down. So it's not necessarily where it wants to be. Okay. He is also not where he wants to be. The Ambessa will be taken down. Stuffdom is just getting everything that he wants right now. 4-0 and 3. 100% kill contribution. Going to extend past this. T1 here in this first game are looking poised to win. Don't go wide. And Toby finds three! The Impale does as well, and Ruler is just able to bring it down to Community. They deal with the turret, but Doran is so incredibly low. Toby is still going to die in this fight. Canyon is just trying to keep them interested as T1 looks to back away. It's a big fight, but it's only a 2-for-1 thus far. Can Gen.G get more?
You
Oh, man! How about that one for game number 2, the sequel, back with a vengeance. I laughed, I cried, I felt all the emotions, and we have a third one to complete the trilogy. It is game number 2, going the way of Hanwha Life Esports, going all the way to the distance, super late in this game, but it also means it ends Gen.G's game record. 21 game win streak is where it will stop here. It ties them with Fnatic of 2015. A decade ago was the last time we had 21 game win streak. Also ahead of them is I think IG and G2, and of course Flash Wolves as well. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid, and it's Hanwha Life that, hold on, this one was the back and forth that you were looking for.
Yeah, this one, really one of those rare occasions where the sequel is better than the original. Serious Shrek 2 vibes here, which I really appreciated, because game number 1 was a bit of a blowout. This one was an actual back and forth, and a lot of it, for me, kind of came down to how the team fights in the late game played out. In game number 1, we saw Hanwha not really able to keep up. In game number 2, not so much.
Yeah, I really like the gameplay as well, but again, about the draft, I don't see what world we are living in right now, because Blue side picked Jace and Sejuani and Talia, right? How that can happen? So I mean, I feel like HLE picked the most priority in game 2, and that's why the game felt a little easier than the game 1 that they had.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was so much that happened in this game. We had to refill the popcorn, and our first highlight comes 34 minutes in.
Because this was a really big back and forth. And one of the comps that I think the Gen.G comp does well is zone control. But once you start falling behind, I think you could see that they really struggled. Because yes, with Wei, you have a lot of range, but I want you to pay attention to Ruler. Because I think in most of these fights, Delight has done such an exceptional job of making sure he can't play the game. And that for me was the big difference maker in game number 1. Yes, as well as Chovy played, Ruler was a large part of where the damage came from. And this MF pick didn't hit the mark for me because Hanwha Life was so good at ensuring that he never got to walk up. And this is a very short range AD carry.
Yeah, and you already talked about the Hui pick. He has a longer range than enemy champion, but you see, if you cannot hit the skill shot, your champion doesn't deal the damage. So even though Chovy had a great game in this scenario, this champion cannot guarantee that your damage in the team fight. So even if Chovy kind of plays Hui, you cannot really do the damage.
No, it really is one of those things where obviously some of them, he could have probably hit more had he been a perfect player, but also a lot of the Hui skill shots just realistically have outplay potential, right?
Really
you can walk out of them. There were so many mobile characters on the enemy team, right between the Sejuani, Jace can speed himself up very easily, and then Ezreal, and obviously Rel doesn't really care. So if the setup isn't there, then you can't really do nearly as much on the Wake, especially compared to what we saw with the Azir.
Yeah, well, especially when you're building certain items. We lauded Chovy for his itemization in game number 1 on the Azir. This time, changing up and going with that Horizon focus.
Yeah, I do really like. We wanted to highlight this very quickly, even though it wasn't enough. I still think Chovy had a good game on the way. Of clearly identifying changes that have come through. We also saw from Hanwha with them actually picking up the Senna. So it's good to see that our top 2 teams are happy to kind of swap up the build, because specifically this Nashers, we had not seen build first on Azir in quite a while.
Yeah. And then from here, this was the play at Baron, 46 minutes in. No flash on Ruler, so Gen.G had to find a way to try and pick this fight.
Yeah, I mean, before this situation, HLE already forced Miss Fortune's flash, so it was really easy target for HLE, especially Delight had flash. He had only one single job to catch the Miss Fortune here, and I think he did it. And also you can see the Viper's position over the Nasher pit. It was perfectly positioned by himself. And yeah, I mean, in this kind of scenario, it's really hard to do any kind of damage as a Miss Fortune side.
And I think it's really easy to look at Gen.G, why are they doing it? Because they know that they're going to lose a straight up 5v5.
Yeah, definitely.
They just try to put Hanwha Life in a bad position because they know Hanwha Life is good enough. If Ruler doesn't have flash, we literally cannot win the team fight unless someone oversteps, unless we put them in an awkward position. Between these two teams, literally the difference can just be, does Delight have flash and MF and the mobile AD carry doesn't? That's it. That's enough to guarantee that you're not going to be able to win. As Viper on the Ezreal probably made Gen.G go, man, if only we picked Ezreal for ruler, maybe the game lead would have been a bit more playable.
Yeah, everyone will agree on that. Every single player is playing so damn well right now. I mean, everyone is just so perfect, and the teams are just showing the high level of League of Legends at this point. But again, I feel like the draft issue is happening right now. The game 1, I felt Gen.G had so much better draft. Game 2, HLE had so much better draft in my opinion. So I just want to see how they managed to draft in game 3, because that's the difference maker for me, at least for today's matchup.
We're talking champions right now, but I want to talk players. Who's going to be the standout one that makes the difference here, Cronny? I know that's tough because everyone's been playing so well.
It really is. I just want to have Ruler in a champion where he can play the game. I think his Lucian in game 1 was crazy. I think that he is back on form. But even though he was able to recuperate a little bit from a rough early game on the MF here, I think against Hanwha Life, you need something that can either keep itself safe or make sure that his champions and his teammates do the job for that.
Well, it's going to be Zeka or Chovy. They're going to decide the game by themselves.
There you go. Guys, get your popcorns ready. It is the trilogy that will end it here. The game streak has stopped for Gen.G, but the series streak still alive. Will they continue on their road to perfection, or will Hanwha Life Esports stop them here? Let's find out as we send it on over to Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, guys. We are back here for game number 3 with Gen.G. Will be going back to the blue side here for game 3. So that's where, you know, it might not have mattered if Gen.G had just taken out game 2, but now that they get a chance at the end points, this game number 3, they will go back to that blue side. That Sign said he wanted Suncaster to do the cheat cart thing that all the players are doing.
Yeah. They can't see him because he's not on camera, so I don't think he did it, but I'm looking at him right now.
He would, but I don't think he did it.
You know, you and I have been working with Sunke for a long time. I just thought about today, doesn't it feel like he's just getting younger? Like, does anyone else thought
He's
that?
going backwards.
I'm like, wait a minute,
time,
like, how does he just get more handsome? How does he just get younger?
So I asked him one time, and he said skincare.
Skincare is important, man.
Yep.
He looks younger today than when you and I first worked with him 11 years ago.
We look older than him now, unfortunately.
Yep.
Well, it's game 3.
Let's jump into this draft as Rumble will be banned again. See the ban of Zeka's Yone. Could be Zeus as well, but mostly Zeka in this case. Peanuts Maokai take it away as he has a little chuckle about it. I do think that mid lane picks are going to be really important, and on red side you can't target Chovy the same way you did in the previous draft. They'll take the Victor away. I think if you go Corki in this 3rd spot, it's a little bit greedy. Pantheon also will be available. Last time banned on blue side, I think Gen.G should leave that up and look to grab that. I'm not saying they're edging for a Corki first pick, but it would be a really strong ban to get away. As you know, we go into game 3s of series like this, it becomes a little bit more creative, like a little bit less tier listy. That's where you start to see the Zed jungles come out. That's where you start to see the Trundles, the Zoes, the unusual picks.
It's where the coaches and the teams really shine if they can create a composition that still makes sense while also being good tier list wise.
Ooh.
I like the Lulu ban.
I actually like that as well.
But Pantheon's available, so maybe I don't like it as much.
But it does give
I don't know.
a ton of lane power, empowers Ruler a lot. And perhaps Viper wants to play a pick that would struggle into it in lane. We can't know that obviously just yet. Vi is also
Vi is up. Okay, so that's why they do it, because they're going to just trade down lanes. Okay, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, no, it's in my head it's just always banned.
Vi is perma-banned here in the LCK, but now she's going to be picked.
Okay, so they take the Lulu away. Lulu Vi is also incredibly strong, so another thing to consider with that. I think Pantheon is going to go over here to Peanut. The Maokai ban
could also play Poppy.
Yeah, that's still available. They didn't opt for it last time around, going for the Nautilus instead. But Poppy is pretty greedy. I think when you don't know at this point yet what the draft is going to look like, and especially with the jungle already locked in, you don't have to get it here. But for the Xayah Rakan
early
safety into the Vi, which makes a lot of sense. And when the pool is this thinned out, it feels pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, because if you don't pick it here in the first rotation, it might get stolen right here on B2, B3.
Yeah.
And you need something to survive against the Vi if you're going to give it away.
All right, Varus finally going to go over to Ruler here. and he will outrange the Xayah quite easily. They'll even get the Renata for heavily indexing into the lane. And Renata can work really well with Vi and any sort of dive composition. It's commonly picked into dive as a deterrent, but can actually work well with it. That was just a tease, of course. He wasn't really going to pick it, but everyone got scared. The Korean cast specifically were a little bit concerned that it wasn't just going to be the Snap Pantheon lock, which we all expect. The question becomes now what comes next, because the mid pool is going to get pretty interesting. You know, Chovy always known to have a wider champion pool than basically anyone, with the exception of Faker, right? And Zeka has been known to have his champion pool grow quite substantially, but I do give him a slight edge here. But his Galio specifically has been quite nice. That's still up. Could be something they go for, depending on what Chovy locks here. Like if you wanted to go for an Aurora pick, for example, I think they'll save that counter pick for him. In this scenario, Sion is taken away.
Yeah, Silas, another potential. Not a lot of great ults on the side of HLE Esports right now, but it still feels like it could get some work done, some damage done with the Vi.
Yeah,
but it really depends. You can't, you know, if they save counter pick for mid, then you're struggling to just blind pick Silas, you know.
Yeah, it could be really strong here for Chovy in this draft. But again, it's blind, as you say, so quite challenging as we see the Jack span away. The top side is the focus right now.
Yeah, they might save blind pick for top with all these top bans at this point.
Yeah.
I think HLE have decided, well,
Silas
there's
is gone.
Silas.
So you and I were kind of on the money with that one.
It's definitely a pick that Chovy will play at any time when it makes sense.
Well, this also allows for Zayas to blind Gnar here and then have the counter pick for Zeka.
Yeah.
I feel like that might be the angle they're fishing for. Gen.G may want to ban the Gnar as a result, as Zayas has been so good on the pick. They're thinking about something else, though, instead. Remember, the Nidalee was picked in Game 1, so that one's off the table. His Kennen, which has been a great counter pick for him in so many matchups, is now also taken away. I feel like they just slam Gnar here, R4, and give Zeka the counter pick he wants. Blinding the Galio instead. It's definitely not what I expected, but this is the pick I mentioned earlier that Zeka's had so much success on, living up to his Super Soldier name on the pick.
Yeah, it's...
And it's honestly insanely good with Gen.G's comp, so it feels like a denial as well.
It's great. It's great with their comp on the side of HLE as well. The follow-up with the Rakan is fantastic. It can peel really well if the Vi goes too deep. I think it's a good call. And Zeus is a guy that can utilize top counter pick.
Just kind of play Corki here? I mean, I feel like it's kind of risky to play it that way, but you know, you have the 80 into the Galio, and now with the Renekton pick, the Galio is not going to be going top, that's for sure.
They were discussing Chovy's pick that entire time.
Yeah. Aurelion Soul is definitely a Chovy classic, and it is very good in the matchup. I mean, it's not one where the Galio just says, well, I have a little MR shield. I'll just, you know, stem off the bleeding in this lane. It's going to be a hard winning lane. The Aurora is, but the Galio is a counter pick to the Aurora, and he's just going to lock it anyways. For a lot of power in skirmishes and team fights with the Vi. I think it fits the comp, but is very tricky into this Galio. Zeus dare to play Gnar into the Renekton. The Kennen is gone. This is an exciting pick here.
Or something else.
Vladimir?
Vayne? Quinn?
Quinn would be so exciting. That's a great shout out, but I think it was
Gnar
fated to be the Gnar.
Is the safest.
Yeah. Okay. We got the draft here for HLE Esports in a bit of a roundabout way. Like, I was like, oh, okay, you blind the Gnar, then you counterpick for the Aurora with the Galio if he picks it. They pick the Galio blind, Chovy picks the Aurora into it, and then they actually have the Gnar as the 5th pick there into the Renekton. So, a bit of a weirder order, but I guess we just ended up in the same place where we expected this draft to look with those counterpicks available for HLE Esports. And for Gen.G's side, there is a lot of power in this draft, and they're actually going to put Chovy on Renekton mid. Not the first time we've seen this.
All right.
It's been a long time, but it's good in the matchup, and Galio actually really like this. I don't know why I didn't even think about it when it was initially locked in, because it's not the first time we've seen this played by so many mid laners, actually, but Chovy was the one who played it the most back in like 2021, where we saw the lane swaps, where the Renekton was swapping top and mid a lot. We've seen it played into Jace. We've seen a lot of different Renekton mids into picks like this. And then the Aurora is going to feel really good in that top matchup into the Gnar, because the range matchup the Renekton isn't going to feel as comfortable with. So bit of a tricky finesse here at the end of the day for Gen.G. Kind of caught me off guard, but I think probably Hanwha knew it was a pretty high chance, and that is what's going to happen. It's been a long time. We'll be interested to see who's the last mid-Renekton. It might be Chovy himself. He's played so many 80 picks like this in the past, like K'Sante.
It probably is.
I would like, if I had to bet, I would say it was probably him.
Yeah, wouldn't be a surprise. And it's going into Galio. He should have a fun time. Zeka doesn't look like he's having a fun time right now. Game 3 is starting right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지
All right, here we go. Game number 3. Game 2 was quite the epic bout. Will Game 3 live up to that? Is basically what we're all hoping for and waiting for here.
So that Chovy champion pool, just kind of, you never can ban this guy. You can never count him out. You never necessarily know what he's thinking.
Yeah, there's Keen's Aurora too.
Yeah,
so
kind of the father of top Aurora.
It does feel like Chovy and Keen do have the most ability to just kind of swap mid and top. Because Chovy is basically a top laner.
Yeah.
Like, he can play any top lane champ. And Keen also plays a lot of mid stuff. And I wonder if that's by design as well. Where it's like, you know, I'll practice Ryze, I'll practice Aurora, I'll practice stuff that makes sense for the top lane for certain matchups so that we can have nice swaps like this where it makes sense.
Yeah, I think you're on the money with that. I think it is definitely intentional, utilizing both of these players' skill sets quite well. And this early matchup, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Obviously, Ruler, the range advantage can just be very annoying to deal with. Handshake, you know, a little bit tough to lock down Rakan, but if you play it well, you play defensively, you know, as both these players get level 3, Zoro can outplay. So Canyon's going to go for a bit of a early cross to look for the prio, using the prio he has there on the bottom lane to check out Gromp. Doesn't commit.
Yeah, just immediately knows where Peanut is and what his path might look like. Although Peanut's going Wolves into Gromp.
Yeah.
So there is a world where he goes, you know, blue up to his red side jungle.
How is Canyon been allowed to play Vi twice this season? Like, this is his 3rd time? That's actually not...
At least this time it's nerfed, you know?
I guess a
little nerfed.
A little bit nerfed on the Q.
It still does press R onto targets, but if you look at the other side, like, there's not a lot of great targets. Like, maybe a Mininar, a Rakan who's at a position which is... It doesn't happen very often, and then a Pantheon who's got a shield down. So, obviously Xayah, if she doesn't have Featherstorm, but that's not going to happen. She's going to save it for the Vi.
Well, you can use the hostile takeover.
Oh, Showmaker.
Showmaker is the other player, by the way, I associate with this. It was in 2023 that he played it against Fiesta's Gragas. Zeus is going to miss. And Keen will just walk away, get another grasp stack. Scary for a second there. But yeah, I think the hostile takeover value is really high into this draft because it's so low range. Even though it's not a dive comp, it does have dive elements, right? Where the Galio can follow the Pantheon engaged, where Grand Starfall comes out, and then Zeka ults on top of it. And man, Keen is just going to get an early plate here. This swap is really doing work already in this early game. If you can get the Xayah ultimate out with the Renata ult, then it's just easy follow-up from there. And sometimes if the Xayah is trying to follow up quickly when the Pantheon Galio engage comes through, kind of like Camille Galio, fairly similar idea, then you get caught trying to follow up too quickly, you get caught by the Renata ult, or you have to ult early and Vi gets on top of you. If the fights are played out a lot slower, then I agree with you that it's going to be quite challenging to find another way to realistically get that R button away from Viper, because Chovy has to be in melee range for him to try to set up a stun.
Little lane swap coming through. Zeus going to stick around, though, and they trade flashes. So if Zeus has Boomerang, okay, he's just going to use it for the creep. I thought maybe he just throws in the bush, but it would make it very awkward where, like, Keen's stuck top, and then Viper, or rather Ruler, is already there.
Yeah, Keen did have teleport, so even if he got stopped there, it would have been annoying, but not the end of the world. As Chovy will slice and dice to get out of that taunt. Building a small lead here in the mid lane, but it's pretty even between these two. pings on the Renata rotation was pretty wild there by red side at the exact place where he would be without having any vision was kind of insane. Like, that was probably a ping towards Zeus. Like, he should be around here. Like, he's almost there, but, like, he's not there yet.
Yeah.
Zeus might have been like, when did Renata leave? Just so he doesn't get handshook here. Because now it's a 2v1, obviously, in this top lane for the Gnar. That did not teleport back. So, not like they're going to be able to just push him out and deny him a ton of farm. But still a little bit uncomfortable for this level 4 Gnar, who just has some brown bags, as Atlas likes to call them.
Yeah. I mean, in the side of HLE Esports and Zeus, I feel like he's going to be just fine to lane against Renata in the Varus. But if you were still going up against Keen's Aurora, that would be a problem. As Viper going to flash in. Peanut's here. And Keen's in a lot of trouble. No flash available. And this should just be free money. He's going to go the opposite way. And he's going to...
Oh, man, he actually should just get out here.
He gets away?
Canyon will have to drop the dragon, but...
I don't know. We got Zeka coming over. And now trying to get on top of Zeka is Canyon and Chovy, but no Vi cease and desist available. And wow, he actually just gets away. He just goes north.
But it's still a big win here for Hanwha Life as another sidestep because they deny the dragon. And now Viper has free roam, free control of this bottom lane by himself. Keen is going to have to take this long wraparound where he has to even scry to guarantee that he has enough of a path here where he's not seen to get over and get as many of those minions as he can. He will lose a few of them, but yeah, by all rights, he should be dead, Valdez. And he is not, so a big win there. And also, Chovy, we had level 6 advantage there. Not that it matters too much in terms of how that skirmish could have gone, but Zeka couldn't ult in, which they were very aware of. Now Zeka has 6. If he had 6, I think that would look very different. And Chovy does not like flash to look for the catch there on the Zeka or anything like that. It just ends up being a trade. Gen.G naturally 1,000 gold ahead in this early game. And a lot of that is the advantages they have in both the bottom and top lanes. I mean, that's all of the advantage, really, in fact.
I mean, early on, the Varus and Renata, you know, this is what happens when you first pick Xayah Rakan to deal with Vi. Is that you're not going to win your lane. Xayah Rakan is not a winning lane duo.
Yeah, especially not Varus.
Yeah, especially not Varus and Renata Glass, who is going to be abusing that Rakan. And yeah, they'll be able to sustain and they'll be able to stick around in the lane, but they're not going to be as farmed as the Varus, that's for sure. And then, of course, the counterpick Aurora.
Late deny here feels pretty nice for Gen.G as well. No one around to pick that one up. And yeah, I do agree. I mean, you're starting to feel some of the early lane power here in the bottom lane, and they had the cool swaps of the solo laners to now generate a lead for Keen into Zeus. Now he's laning into a Varus, so again, it's not like he should die here, but he's not comfortable. Doesn't have his ult right now, whereas Ruler, by the way, does. So Zeus is just getting zoned off of some of this farm. Really frustrating. He's finding himself further and further behind in terms of the top lane matchup. If you compare him to Ruler, though,
yeah,
he is nowhere near. And the fact that they're even in experience just really tells a lot of the story here. Is Canyon, with all of this topside prio and mid prio they have with the Renekton, are just taking his grubs, and there's nothing that Peanut can do about it. I mean, he could, if he was nearby, ult in, but he would ult to his death. His level 6 right now is so useless compared to Canyon having this really strong set of lane prio. And it was just a master stroke in the draft that until I saw the swap, I was kind of like, well, it's a little bit funny how we got in this scenario where he picked the Aurora into the Galio, but it wasn't into the Galio, Valdez. And, you know, the picks seemed so obvious to us. Gen.G were like, yep, they're going to lock those in, but Galio is going mid, Renekton is also going mid. The Varus swap early, the control they have of prio in this matchup into the Xayah just gives them so much power. You got the early dragon, they got 3 grubs without a single team fight.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's partially because this Gnar doesn't have a good lane to go to. He can't lane into Varus and Renata. He can't really lane into Aurora either, especially now from this far behind. It's like you're just catching waves. You don't really have an impact at all. There's 0 prio.
And Chovy's had so much prio that it's been not realistic for Zeka to go to that lane and to put the Gnar into the Renekton in the mid lane, where he'd also be vulnerable to Vi. You know, in that really risky lane to be in if you're a Gnar. So, and like without prio, he can't even swap over there. Like, he's constantly pinned. had they tried to play the game, which we've seen with the Renekton mids a few times, where he just goes straight to mid lane at level 1, like maybe you could have made that work, but that's just a lot of ifs, that's a lot of maybes. And Gen.G are always going to have tempo on those types of decisions, and now you just don't have that opportunity anymore.
Yeah. So 2 games in a row, Life Esports had the lead early on. This time, Gen.G have the lead. So I'm going to be curious to see how this one is going to work. Keen once again going to go the opposite way, but this time there is a Rakan in his face, but the knockup doesn't come in, and Delight's not level 6.
Keen has flash, so he should be able to get away.
Yep.
Actually doesn't even need it.
He is Aurora. And that's very frustrating too. You try to help out, you try to kill the Aurora, or give your Gnar a little bit of help. You barely even get Keen's mana pool down.
It's just a really difficult champ to lock down. And this time, like last time he used the W and the invis to trick them, but this time he just used his ult to Pac-Man his way out, and then was able to use the W to get over the wall. Doesn't have to flash or anything like that. Utilize the full range of Aurora's movement and just the pressive 2 buttons, basically. He's chilling.
Yeah. We got Bramblevest here for Zeka, as he's like, well, I need some armor, and I need some ability to stop Renekton from just getting to do whatever he wants.
Zeus just having to try to use his ult to get out of lane to back, you know, and he's successful in that at least. Handshake is going to land.
I mean, this is a plate as the knockup does come in. They're trying to punish. Ruler also taking a turret shot, but guess who's here? It's Canyon, and that is so easy for them. As with Canyon there, they're just able to lock it down. Delight with heal and flash available. Never saw it coming. And the timing was just impeccable.
I mean, look at this, though. Zeus got his back off, but Keen stays and just turns this into a 1 lane again. Pushes this in, gets a Demolish proc, takes another plate.
Did
and this
Caster curse a good game? Or, like, what's going on here?
I mean, I guess maybe we did. Chronicler wouldn't say so, but probably should at this point, as Delight gets rooted, and then the Vi follow-up is there. Really good bait on the side of Gen.G. Cleanse also gotten from Viper there, from the Renata Glask ultimate, hostile takeover cleanse, to make sure he gets out and also gets to keep his very valuable ultimate. But, I mean, this is just Gen.G. Like, yes, they have first blood, but otherwise this is just lane advantages. Really starting to stack up. The lane swaps, the tempo they have, putting Life Esports into such an uncomfortable spot. Now, the comp will still do things, right? They still have the Galio, they still have the Peanut ult, like the combo between the Grand Starfall and the Galio Global will be relevant, but it's not going to be relevant for this fight, it doesn't look like, as Gen.G just have so much control. Like, it's insane. Will they just commit? They don't have Peanut's ult. It's just a few seconds away, and I guess that's a few seconds too slow, and the Dragon is for free.
Yep, Dragon for free. Little engage here. Delight's going to hit Duro eventually. There's 0 follow-up. Nobody goes in. He doesn't really hit anything. And it's just kind of desperation this time from Life.
Yeah, he's got this little sheepish grin on his face in the player cam because they just really didn't want to give that for free. They wanted to get something back. And he had flash, he had ult. Maybe he was thinking, okay, they're going to have a little bit of a desync back here. They're not going to respect me. But
you see the way that Keen is playing? He thinks that Peanut's in top lane. And Zeka's standing still, giving sad bumblebees.
Yeah.
What happened here, guys?
I mean, Zeka knows that he can't really do anything more in this matchup right now. Chovy has his cleaver online. The junglers are at item parity. They're at gold parity as well. But Pantheon can't do anything without Prio in this situation, or without a setup where Zeka can follow with him. Because they do have, you know, the combo we've talked so much about, but who's the target? Like, where do you go with it when you're this far behind on the map?
Yeah, I mean, now he got a big engage on a Ruler. He gets the cleanse, and the feathers come out, and he doesn't have the recall, and now the recall Hyper will go down to the turret.
I actually thought Ruler was going to live there for a second. The side steps were immaculate, but it's still a trade, and it shouldn't have been.
Oh, boy. Canyon's here. And, we do have the Pantheon coming up, but no ult available. A lot of damage coming down onto Mininar, and Zeus goes down. Little trade looking for here, as Peanut does take him out. Canyon still on the run, as Delight is coming up here as well. But one Vault Breaker, he's out.
Yeah, with the Vault Breaker, he's fine. And he didn't have flash, it looked worrying for a moment there. Keen going for Leandri's first, despite the nerf. I think with the advantages he has and how he could just use it to kind of continue to be annoying and pressure both matchups, frankly. If he ended up into the Galio, you know, he'd be happy with that buy. Doesn't make sense though. Ruler doesn't have flash. They knew this. So they're looking for the punish play here, but Duro, perfect angle on this hostile takeover, hits everyone. Ruler has the shield, then the bailout with the root to come through from his ultimate. I mean, he couldn't have played it better. If he gets the kill just 1 second faster and gets the bailout, I probably would have screamed even louder than I did, because I thought he was going to live. And Zeus over here flashes because he wants to live, tries to buy a little bit more time for Peanut. Peanut turns this into a 1-for-1, but Canyon will still get away, and the damage is already done.
Yeah, damage is done. I mean, at least it's just Ocean Soul for basically just Renekton who's going to enjoy it the most. Like, it's still good, especially from ahead. It's going to be very oppressive, I would say. But yeah, every lane wins here for Gen.G. Chovy might just get this bottom lane turret.
I mean, with 3 grubs, I think he can just hold the turret. Like, he doesn't even have to care about this taunt. Just sidestep it. He could just go up and smack it one more time. Let the turret deny some minions potentially. Is okay. Maybe he doesn't get it. No, he gets it. Backdoor protection.
Duro, awkward spot here, and now he got the charm coming down. No knock-up follow-up, though. And the damage just isn't there yet. I mean, it's Essence Reaver Xayah at the moment. And Viper just going to cleanse there just to make sure he lives, but yeah, it's looking pretty rough. Zeka elects to go into a fight. Not sure how this one happened.
Well, he got so much of Chovy's health while Chovy, when the wave was cleared, committing to the turret, took that extra shot, took a bunch of damage trying to commit to the turret, and then he's like, maybe I win this now.
But he's Renekton.
And Chovy said, no, in fact, you do not win this now.
You can't break those cuffs.
You can't break those cuffs, but he at least got the advantage in ult. Maybe Zeka could actually join this fight now. Maybe this could be an angle here for Hanwha Life. I mean, the 3,000 gold behind, but up a member. Renekton teleporting to the top lane and not to the fight, but they're just going to give up the Herald anyways. And Zeka's like, well, guess I'll stay in the lane.
Yeah. It's a very, very different situation in Game 2 where Gen.G were behind, but they were like just farming it up. They had an Ornn, you know, they had a MF and Quay, which aren't like the best scalers in the world by any means, but they were just waiting for the Ornn to get online for them to get into late game. Hanwha Life are sitting here and they're like, well, maybe we get in the late game with our Xayah, and we have great team fight setup, but like, we can't do anything else.
Outside of the first Shrek movie, I'm not that well versed, to be honest. Like, I saw the second one, but I don't remember it very well.
Same.
And then I don't really know if I saw any of the like Puss in Boots or any of that. The Shrek 3, I don't know, but maybe.
Is there ever a donkey movie?
Is there?
I don't know. I was asking.
I feel like I would watch it. I'd be down.
Yeah.
I just
Sounds fun.
I don't know which Shrek movie this game would be, but I know that it is Hanwha Life Esports getting Shrek'd that I am watching. that's
the one thing we can confirm.
That's the one thing I do know at the moment. Is Peanut. This is a bit illegal.
I mean, the light's here, so he will be safe. But again, I don't think they're doing anything about this Ocean Drake. Meanwhile, Chovy gonna find a little Gnar. Should be Mega Gnar though.
Yeah, and he got the slow to buy some space.
Chovy, yeah, he's getting TP'd on. Meanwhile, we got a fight breaking out here as Delay tries to go in. Peanut accesses the backline. Ruler, though, he's saved as he's going to flash away, but now he's got a Gnar on top of him. As, yeah, no way for him to get out of that one. But now the entirety of Gen.G's comp comes in. They turn onto that backline. Zeus getting super low. Zeka's already dead. And yeah, you got Ruler, but you lost the fight in such a huge way that it just doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter at all. Viper getting sidestepped here. Okay, but
okay. He might be able to get it. The feathers come down one more auto. Yeah, Viper's gonna get it.
Can he avoid Chovy?
Well, we got some plants. And
no other damage dealer.
He just dies Sakine.
Unlucky. Close to an execute there. But the Leandri's prolonging the aggro there a little bit. As this fight looks kind of good here for Hanwha Life initially. The Pantheon ultimate, they have the Galio ult coming through. Zeus also showing up in this fight, looking for the Gnar. Gets the kill on the Ruler. But what happens next is where things get a little bit iffy. As there's no ult for Viper anymore. The damage from Keen is insane. Zeus is cut off on the top side of the fight as he had to go super deep to look for that Gnar. And then, well, we just watched what happened here. At least Keen missed everything, and then Viper killed him with a really nice callback also to slow Chovy and buy some space there. But Leandris did him in anyways.
Well, you got Peanut on the way, as well as Delight, but I think they're going to be late to the party. Zeus, though, nice knock on the wall and flash away. Oh no, the extension! It gets him on the backside of Peanut. And now they can't do enough damage to Chovy. They just press their buttons forward. And Delighty can't do anything. He's just going to get away out of this one. 2 kills, though, to Gen.G. It's already 6,000 gold, Wolf.
Yeah, this is looking like we're almost seeing circling of the drain here. I mean, look at the mid lane push. They're already on top of the inner turret here, putting some threats down there as Keen will be finally laning against the counter matchup that Zeka was hoping for.
He's got plated steel caps and a Sunfire cape.
Yeah, no.
Bramble vest against
why,
Aurora.
Why didn't I build MR? Because we were laning against Renekton.
I don't think this is any of the Shrek movies, Wolf. This is like War of the Worlds. Gen.G are like the giant alien structure things that are chasing people down. HLE are just barely trying to survive.
I feel like the game 2, how close it was, how back and forth it was, with, in our minds, a huge draft gap for Hanwha, especially mine. Like I thought Hanwha had a huge draft gap in game 2. Was really close, but in this one, with just some tricky lane prio and then some doubling down on fights that to try to get back in, to be fair, for Hanwha, not going well. There's constant pressure on the map, constant side lane control. Gen.G just... It feels like a neck snapping here from draft alone, and then the rest of this is what Hanwha Life, what little they can find is maybe they'll find Keen, but nope. Canyon's here.
Yeah, Peanut's dead, and they'll just give him away. Not even full gold, I think, for that kill. And yeah, just a little taxi over to the Otacon. It's very close. Didn't even need to take a taxi, actually. They just walked.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus, he's like, well, I guess I'll get maybe a turret bounty. I don't even know if he does. As Chovy's going all in on this.
Yeah, I don't know if he can actually kill Zeka here.
Doesn't have his empowered W, so I don't think so, but does it really matter is the question we're all asking at the end of the day, as Ruler and Duro are totally fine here. This wave will crash now. I guess if left enough time, Zeus will in fact get this turret bounty. So small victories. Small victories.
Yeah, you got to start with something. You got to start at 1, and they do get the 1 in the bottom lane. But yeah, 6,000 gold still.
You know,
it's not extending.
In the LCK, oftentimes we have games like this. We start talking about movies, actors, chroniclers' predictions.
Cooking,
hog steak, coffee. I mean, I'm drinking just hot water right now.
Yeah,
but
I'm drinking water. I'm a little sick.
I feel like it's Hanwha Life Gen.G. It's a 14-0 Gen.G, whose streak was just broken. It's #1 against #2. So I feel like if I did that, it'd be disrespectful. But I'm trying to find ways to talk about the game that isn't just tragic and sad, and it's very difficult. And maybe we should just talk about stuffed animals or something, or like the big Tibbers plushie that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Pretty cute.
I do
one as well.
I feel like it will have a Gen.G patch on its foot if things continue like this.
If Dagon remembers, we'll see if he does. Generally, he does.
He is good with the props.
Yeah,
I have to give him props for that.
It's all about the props.
As this I keep watching the same trading pattern over and over again. It just doesn't get better for Zeka.
Yeah, I feel like, Zeka... Okay, we're going to ult in here.
It's like, nah.
I did see some chains of corruption sailing wide, though, okay? So that didn't connect.
He flashed, Duro hand shook. Still have the Renata ultimate, so this choke point control is still Gen.G's, even though they don't have the flash for Ruler. This is an opportunity. I mean, this is the best chance I think Hanwha are ever going to get.
Our timing is good now, but if they don't fight right now...
Ruler's positioning is like, I'm on another planet, by the way. You can't get near me. I'm not going to allow it.
Yeah. And, they got the Scuttle Crab, did Gen.G. So now, HLE be like, wait, no, we didn't mean it. We're going to turn here onto the Vi. Cannon just flashes out.
Duro just is standing so well here.
Trying to turn on the Renekton. Not sure about that. Do they have the damage, though? They do, actually. But they lose the Ocean Soul over to the side of Gen.G. Duro just going to throw out an ult, but he's probably dead here as well. So HLE, they're getting some gold, but they did just lose an Ocean Soul. Are they even going to get him? I mean, this has taken quite a while now. So. And yeah, they do. It's a shutdown, actually, for Peanut. And now the chase on a Ruler, as the timing here is interesting. Ruler is just going to get that kill, and now he's still kiting it out, but he does get taken down by Viper. We got a Galio ult that's canceled, as for some reason, Gen.G are still fighting this, as they say, no, we're stronger. We got this one. We got the giant briefcase of money, but Viper with Peanut is able to take down Canyon. Viper getting pretty low, though. And which one? I don't know.
Well, I'm still feeling Gen.G for now, but it was a big win for Hanwha as Gen.G. Gen.G.
Okay, Keen. He's getting chased down here. He has to flash. Turned into a very weird fight very quickly.
Okay, well, it got really weird for a second as the fight here is not won by Gen.G, but they do secure the dragon. As I wanted to mention before this collapse on the Toby, like, Duro's positioning is so phenomenal. Like, they can't actually get to the objective. So they decide the next best thing is to look for a kill. And because Duro was so well positioned for a big hostile takeover when they tried to come in for the dragon, he's actually a little bit far forward and does end up going down. Takes a long time, though. And then Hanwha Life make the choice to go deeper onto Ruler, which Zeus is stacking up his Narbar really well here. Flashes to look for it, but is still taken out right before, so that's why he went for that play. And while they do get Ruler, they lose a lot more. The Galio ultimate and the shields come through, make it so that they still do win the fight technically, and then from here I'm like, Gen.G, I mean, you are winning, but you're not winning that one. As there is still a gold lead everywhere except the bottom lane, really. I mean, it's a small one for Ruler still.
We're doing the Baron.
And Viper does carry these sometimes, but I just don't know. The deficit is still huge.
Yep.
And Canyon,
All
he's
right.
got ult. I mean, who's going to go in?
Let's see it. Peanut, he's going to ult in. Just try to get there on time.
And they just walk away. They're like, cool story. We weren't even close to smite range on that one. Now your ult's gone.
NTP on Zeka.
Zeka is going to have his ult in a moment, but Gen.G are not interested in fighting anymore.
It's a nice amount of respect from Gen.G. Like, even though they're so far ahead, like, and now they just turn onto it because they have Ocean Soul.
Well, they also just saw
so they can just do whatever they want.
They saw Delight backing, and like you said, they have Ocean Soul, they're full health, and they do not care. This time, no Peanut ultimate, but he's still in the pit.
They can tank it forever. Keen trying to get over here, not going to drop a solid, and they're going to pull off of the Baron once again. So... getting a little bit iffy now. Canyon gonna get taunted. Has to go in. It's a lot of damage here to the front line. Peanut does get taken down. Canyon still alive, and Zeus just being shredded by Ruler, who is definitely screaming for a penta, even though he's only got a double. And they should just win the game. As Viper trying to get away from here, we do have a charm coming in, and they might be able to keep them alive. Canyon, he wants more. As he's gonna get taunted. I think Gen.G are having a bit of fun at this point. But they will enjoy it as well, as if they can take out a lot of these members, they will be in a good spot.
Keen's fine.
You know, it was all part of their plan. They got everyone.
Yeah.
Great job, Gen.G. Well done.
Toby's getting it done. I want everyone, if we go to the replay, to watch Ruler's positioning in the fight, because they eventually just decide to kill Peanut, because Ruler is not going to be touched. And if they kill Peanut, they won't lose the 50-50. And the Ruler can clean up the rest of the fight. And it's just really impressive how quickly this decision is made by Gen.G. Like, look at where Ruler is. Delight goes away, right? So he's like, no one can engage on me. Kill Peanut. I kite back. Zeus wants to come in. Can't get to me. Zeka has to run away. And that's the fight. Just that simply. They secure the Baron. There's no enemy jungler. Viper, really nice ult here, and then things get a little bit weird because there's roots and Renekton's melee, and he's handbagging a little bit.
Diving turrets.
Yeah, turrets exist, and Canyon's not having a fun time, and taunts and all that. But ultimately, this is also funny where he gets to knock up onto Keen when he's in turret range. But Keen, they don't have enough damage to kill him, and they will eventually clean up. And that should be likely the game, but because it was a little bit of fun gaming, some happy gaming for Gen.G.
How about an Elder Flip? Get a little Elder Flip action in this game, why not?
I suppose so. You know, they don't end up getting too much from that Baron in terms of like inhibitor damage, but they got 4,000 gold, which puts them 9,000 gold ahead. I like their chances on said flip, but it may still be a flip. Peanut has ult and flash. Viper is on 3 items. Maybe Valdez. Hanwha Life can steal this one away.
Yep, we got the giant copium truck behind us, I think.
I just don't know if they're
trying to help us out.
They have to defend the Baron before they can have a conversation with us about Elder. And right now they're struggling with the Baron defense.
Yeah, I do hope they ask our opinion. The engage comes in from Peanut. It's not really an engage. Now we have the real engage, the follow-up from the Rakan and the Galio, but it's just not there. And meanwhile, their backline is being ravaged as everybody's getting taken down. The giant wallets here of Gen.G are enough, and they will take this one down in a 2-to-1 fashion.
Yep, they do not go to the Elder Flip. They do not defend the Baron, and Ruler kites back 9 kills on the Varus and Gen.G. It was interesting in game 1. Hanwha had a lead. They tossed it. In game 2, it was very back and forth, but in game 3, Gen.G was the team to take the lead first, and they never let it go with a phenomenal draft here with the Renekton mid lane from Chovy. First time in 2 years. A pick he's shown us before. They play the Renekton into the Galio, they play the Aurora into the Gnar, and the Varus naturally wins that bottom lane, and 3 winning lanes is a recipe for our best LCK team to pick up their 15th series win of the season.
Yeah, kind of insane. At this point, you mentioned it at the top of the day, which feels like about 8 hours ago. It was only about 2.5. That Gen.G, if they get through Hanwha Life Esports, there's really nobody else to challenge them. I mean, after this, they have DRX.
KT is the big question mark.
KT and Bro, which, remember, match 90 of last season, right?
Bro's done
last
it,
year.
KT's done it.
This one's match 88. It's not quite the same, but it is the last match for both Gen.G and Bro.
I don't see it right now. I will be telling you right now, I will not be predicting Gen.G to lose either of those matches. However, we've seen it happen before. I almost voted for Ruler. I thought he had a really good series, to be honest with you, Valdez. But
it's fair.
You know where my vote went. But I know where most votes were going.
Duro? I don't know. Wolf, who's it? There's no way I could possibly know.
Well, you're not going to give Keen any credit?
His horn was good. His Aurora as well. I mean, that was like G-E-N-G, Gen.G, fighting. Yes.
Well, I hope David is having fun on this busking right now. Probably got the update that his team that he came to support today did in fact win. Ruler, this moment was like actually insane. That was like the one angle for like a second where Hanwha maybe had a thing, and then it just wasn't. It wasn't.
It was a thing, and then it was just a fling.
This fight here too looks so good in the outset until Keen shows up and just does a bajillion damage, and Viper is pushed away.
So you did vote for Keen?
No, it wasn't Keen.
Oh. Yeah, I think when Keen missed literally everything on the Xayah, that was kind of the moment where I was like, yeah, it's probably not going to be him.
Yeah, I really hope it's a split vote. I think Ruler deserves a lot of credit. I think Duro deserves a decent amount of credit in this game as well. But we all did see the Penta. we all do know that when it's a close vote for Gen.G, it's not. When it's like, oh, it could be anyone, I'm not sure. Everyone does the safe vote.
It's like, oh, 11 out of 13, wow.
The safe vote is looking like it's going to be Chovy's 10th POM of the season. This was a moment where, like, eventually they had to do something, right? Peanut had to go in. They had to try to get backline access, and Ruler just kites back. There's a redemption on top of him. He's like, nice try, bro. See you in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing to mention. This is probably going to be our, our big matchup in the road to MSI playoffs.
MSI for sure.
So that's a best of 5. That maybe goes the way of Hanwha Life Esports as it has in a lot of their best of 5s they've had over the last couple of years. But we'll see. We'll see how that looks. I think this was a nice little teaser.
I don't think that Han will play badly in the series. Game 1's Herald disaster will probably be the biggest pressure and pain point, and probably the biggest discussion amongst the coaching staff. They played well in Game 2. They were able to wrestle that one back. And in Game 3, it was a bit of a draft problem and lane priority problem, you know? Like, it's hard to play better and do more with what you had based on draft. Chovy will pick up POM.
No way!
You and I both knew after Game 1 that if they won the series, it wasn't going to be.
We knew immediately, yeah. 13-2 told the story, and then he got to play Renekton into Galio. That was very fun. 1,000 points here for Chovy. I think the real issue is that, you know, he had the Penta, he had the Game 1. There wasn't really anybody else that was like, he deserves a big shout out, like as you mentioned, maybe Ruler because he had some good moments. But yeah, at the end of the day, it was just kind of the obvious vote here.
We just
for Chovy.
We just keep racking them up. Wadid's looking for that 3,000 palm points, and maybe it will actually happen. He'll basically have to get every single one for the rest of the year, but
yeah,
it could happen.
It could happen. I don't think it's actually going to happen, but we'll see. Guys, we do have the interview up next, so stay tuned for that with Chovy for the 10th time this season. Should be a lot of fun. Just waiting for the call to get into that. Looks like we're ready, or about to be ready.
Nearly ready. Chovy's always ready.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Gen.G, who get to continue their undefeated streak. Chovy, I see you here again. Yeah, I see you so often on the stage. You've defeated the second place team, HANALIFE Esports, to continue the undefeated 15 winning streak and reached 1,000 POM points. How do you feel? First of all, HANALIFE Esports is a very strong team. They're dominant and we could have lost, but being able to continue our winning streak makes me very happy. And it was a battle between first and second place teams. And it was such a phenomenal match. Your 21 game winning streak was broken, and that's just how intense it was today. So what do you think decided the outcome of today's match? Since both teams are quite good, I think it's just that we just happen to do better trades and we just have better team fighting rather than, you know, some specific aspect that decided today's outcome. And we got your Azir in game 1. And last time we asked about the Rylai's pick and your itemization, and today you took lethal tempo runes and brought Nash's and Rylai's. So was there any changes due to the patch? You know, Nashor's actually is a lot cheaper now due to the patch, and Rylai's is actually a must-buy item. And instead of going for a fully tanky Azir build, because of the Gwen, I believe that we needed a little bit more damage, so that's why I went with those runes and the itemization. And Chovy got his second pentakill of his career. Please give it up for him. And let's take a look at that replay. You know, it was the first pentakill after 4 years. Did you know that you were going to get your pentakill here? Yeah, I had no idea at this moment. You know, everyone was actually, their enemy was all just bunched up together and grouped really nicely. And then the moment I got my triple kill, I expected that this was my moment for my penta. And in the process, it looks like your teammates were really helping you out. Yeah, my teammates, they didn't kill my kills, they didn't KS, and they really were so patient with me. So did Ruler get jealous? Yeah, Ruler, you know, when Ruler realized that this was going to be a penta, he actually just backed away immediately to let me have it. So, do you want to say anything to Ruler, who probably wants to really get another POM? You know, if Ruler gets any angle to get a POM, I'll definitely let him take that spot. Oh, it says, if Chovy gets a pentakill, she will chug her cast. And she is doing it right now. Wow. Let's give it up for the Gen.G fan! How does that look? Did you like that? Yeah. How refreshing. That's probably how you got the energy to perform so well today, Chovy. I'm sure that you can even aim for the best cast moment. Let's get back into the game for game 3. After seeing the enemy pick Gnar, you flex picked Renekton and sent him mid. So just from looking at the comp, we just thought that it would be so much playable if we were able to pick Aurora. And so we were able to pick the Aurora and Renekton. And I think those two were definitely just staying as the flex pick until the enemy picked their last pick. So is Renekton good against Galio? Yeah, Renekton's pretty good against Galio. And for Galio to actually play against Renekton, there are a lot of limitations for itemization, so I think that's just something that we were trying to focus and capitalize off of as well. And so round 2 is coming to an end, and Gen.G has only 3 remaining matches. You'll be facing DRX, KT, and Bro. So are you confident you'll finish round 2 undefeated? Rather than being confident, we'll just be careful and take extra steps to ensure that we're able to finish undefeated. And that's the end of the interview with Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
The movie's over. It is a 2-1 victory for Gen.G. Make sure to toss away all your trash and put all of the glasses in the bin where it needs to go. It was indeed cinema, and Gen.G stay undefeated and on top of the league.
I don't think you can talk about humble life like that, Dagon. Just calling them trash, that's really rude.
That's not what I said.
Can you believe Dagon said that?
I did?
Oh my God.
I didn't say
as a host.
That is not what I said. Let's take a look at the POM. Why don't we? As it is, yet another one here for Chovy. 9 out of 13, so a little bit of shout-outs there for Canyon.
I'm sorry, Dagon, I didn't mean that. I was joking. I went for Canyon.
Picked on all the time.
I'm shocked that there are not more ruler votes. I think if he played better in game 2, he might have had an actual shot here. Yeah, not happening.
I mean, definitely this kind of game, everyone deserves the vote, but
even we consider Duro.
Yeah,
because
both
his Renata and his Brom were really
he
good.
He played most boring champions in the game, but he definitely did his job to prevent enemy to come into their side. So yeah, everyone deserved the vote. I guarantee that.
All right, it's time for the comments of this last one. Let's see what the critics had to say in this 2-1 victory. I forgive you for game number 2.
Yeah, game number 2 was not good. That Fairy was kind of... I know Neferi got nerfed, but I feel like he didn't really do anything, and there's a champion where you really need to step up and carry. I also think you could have given it to Peanut, because Peanut's form right now is not very good. And also, Canyon, that Vi game, I thought the nerfs were going to matter more. They might down the line, but in that game they really didn't.
Yeah, I voted for Chovy not because only he played good in game 1 and game 2, but also about the draft. I feel like he's bringing a lot of good ideas. He just blind picked Azir in the game 1 and game 3. I think we were talking about how bad Gen.G drafts are, but after them changing their champions on the mid and top, made them Renekton mid was crucial for the HLE. So I feel like Gen.G had such a great idea about the draft with Chovy right there.
Wolf on the call had his comment as well. His vote went to Chovy. Always a safe bet. Always a safe vote. It has worked now 10 times here in the LCK. Chovy getting his 10th one. Helios coming in with Canyon, you're so BM. And that's just kind of like a solo queue cultural kind of explanation compliment, because you are, when you're on the opposing team, you do so well, you make me tilted. It's BM, so it's a compliment on how good.
Now I get it.
Yes. So good I get angry.
Yeah.
Which is valid. I think this was the biggest individual gap in matchup. Because I think Chob was a lot better than Zeka. I think Zeka started strong, tapered off. But Peanut versus Canyon was not close, I think. Even in the Sejuani game, I think Peanut was fine, but game 1 and 3 were very one-sided.
Yeah, they definitely were. Let's take a look at who else we had. There it is, Go. Canyon C stands for clean, clutch, and cool. Look at that one, Go.
That's good one.
I like that one a lot.
I'm not sure what's like in the Korean comment.
Oh, okay, that's what I was going to say. You can translate it for us. And the pony going, whatever matchup Chovy calls, that's how it goes. And it just seems that way so far with that man in the mid lane, the leading MVP candidate.
I've had this issue as well where you talk to people about matchups and you're like, yeah, but Chovy does this. It's like, that's not
how the league works.
That's not you. That's not you, dog.
No one cares. Like, that's not relevant. And we saw it here today. Again, I think there's a reason why he has been a part of every Gen.G lineup over their period of dominance for the last 3 years.
All right, let's see the final comment that we had here on the Korean side, and it comes from Prince. I already told you multiple times to not give Chovy a keyboard. Prince knows how to stop the man.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he plays many champions. He also played the non-mid lane champion as well this time.
Hear me out. We give him a dance mat. That'll balance him.
He'll find a way. He'll find a way.
Really?
I think he would.
Maybe.
I mean, you saw. Okay, I was gonna. Yeah. Let's take a look at the highlight here from this last game. And it was the Baron call that kind of sealed the deal here.
I really appreciate Gen.G's commitment to their Ocean Soul, because this is after they've already, what, like 3 times they've peeled off? They just keep forcing Hanwha to actually commit, but in a way where they're very ready. Look at the immediate CC chain that comes down here onto Peanut. And get to play the game.
Yeah, because of the Ocean Drake Soul, they can't really get chunked by Nashor, but HLE is getting chunked, so I mean, the time is Gen.G's side right now. And here, you can't really lose the fight whenever you're healing with the Ocean Drake Soul. So, I mean, Gen.G already knew that it's going to happen. So that's why we like to see Gen.G's game, because it's a lot cleaner. We all know that what's Gen.G's going to do next after them getting advantage.
This also perfectly sets up the remaining series that Gen.G still have left to play. Because they have now dispatched of all their real opponents. Which can only mean one thing.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
If you don't think the perfect season
I don't know what you're talking about.
Degon,
real opponents.
Are you predicting it?
You know it.
You are? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
depending on how this week goes,
we're talking about bro.
1-1 week. We need a solid 1-1 week for the bros to then have some stakes on it. Maybe they'll sneak their way into the Legends group. It is Gen.G, 15-0. No longer on that game win streak that stops at 21, but a 15-game win streak here in the LCK. They've been dominant. Hanwha Life Esports gave it a great shot and came away with a game win, but weren't able to get over it. But let me tell you, if you liked #1 versus #2 in the world, according to Amazon Web Services global rankings, we got DNF and DRX #37 versus #43. Stick around for yet another trilogy. I'm sure it's gonna be a banger.
It's time for a party!
Woo! Woo!
연패를 끊고 나니까 경기력이 좀 달라지고 있거든요 지금. 이러니까 승리만한 게 없는 거예요. 완벽한 연계!
정말 귀신 같아요. 30분이 되는 그 시점!
한화 생명의 시간인가요? 경기력으로 증명하는 거잖아요. 과연 누가 쇼의 프로브를 할지 기대가 됩니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
Look at Beryl starting this fight. There's no one even to follow up, but he's still there. He's so dedicated to starting the fight. Dylan's going to go down, and now Beryl's actually just going to murder Diablo. He does spend the storm, but he comes down into a furnace, and he will be taken out. That is going to be a triple here for Aiming, who wants to get his own pentakill. Let's see whether he can get it. Showmaker surfs Raptor up on a silver platter. There's the quadra-kill, and Mikla is like, my 100% win rate, you are not getting a penta. He put it on you, sweet, put it on you. Oh no, is he going to go golden? The answer is no, and it's a pentakill once again. And one of the great things here, if you're looking over the other side of the rift, is this gentleman right here. He's going to get jumped. It's Cast Curse was preemptive, unfortunately to see, but maybe it was a bait all along. It's a flash out. No equalizer going to get any joy on the Showmaker. And now the public execution to the backline. The seismic shot's going to miss because he's got so many dashes. And Aiming with the culling is doing exactly that. Clear trying to do what he can, but it is not going to work. And Lucid looks for the corner. Is the instant from Pentakill? I guess it is. As he dashes off. We were denied one chance, but at least we got another. In. Keep coming in. They want to make this play. Kellen is out of the fight already. In they go. Onto Diablo, who gets locked into the wall. And now we got Paranoia, but Nicholas all alone. Who comes in on a Raptor, who just decides to go in instead. He does get a kill, but it's still a big win here for Nongshim. So BDD and Moisaboy building towards Leandris. He finds three. Bros thought they set up a trap, but who is trapping who? As they're all just in the grave. The equalizer goes down. That's not necessarily where it wants to be. Okay. He is also not where he wants to be. The Ambessa will be taken down. Stockdom is just getting everything that he wants right now. 4-0 and 3, 100% kill contribution. Going to extend past this. T1 here in this first game are looking poised to win. So I'm going to go wide. And Toby finds three! The Impale does as well, and Ruler is just able to bring it down to the community. They deal with the turret, but Doran is so incredibly low. Toby is still going to die in this fight. Canyon is just trying to keep them interested as T1 looks to back away. It's a big fight, but it's only a 2-for-1 thus far. Can Gen.G get more?
농심 레드포스도 지금 약간 아쉽기 때문에 더 달려나가야 되겠지만 DN프릭스
11연패 제발 중꺾마의 정신으로 극복해봐야죠. DN프릭스 대 농심의 두 번째 세트입니다.
난 결국 미드 푸시하고 이제 바텀 쪽으로 속도 내고 싶긴 하다.
용 준비야. 용 볼 거고 한 번만 밀려주라.
나 텔 박을 수 있긴 해. 야, 뒤텔 박으면서 그냥 싸면 안 되나? 이거?
바로 싸도 돼, 여기서 그냥. 가자. 가자.
노틸부터 봐봐, 노틸부터 때려봐, 노틸부터.
해볼게, 그냥. 자, 5부터.
찔게. 와봐.
아리지텔.
아, 그냥 앞으로 갈래? 앞으로?
저. 야, 럼블 이퀄 조심.
야, 미션.
나 봐줘.
가니까.
아리. 아리 잡았고.
야, 들어가자. 그냥 들어가자.
아, 못 들어가, 이거. 얘들아, 용 볼게. 오케이, 여기까지.
나 용 먹을게.
그냥 안 터진 거 좀 아쉽네.
이번에도 봐줄게, 그러면. 한번 해보자. 아리 옆에 있어. 끝.
맞았다. 야, 노플 아니야, 이거?
오케이.
아, 라이즈 아직 안 했다? 맞아.
나 봐줄래? 괜찮은데, 이거?
맞아.
노틸부터 때릴게, 앞라인부터.
천천히. 우리 뒤텔 바뀌었고. 야, 안 좋다. 위로 빼냥. 쌈바. 짜오 노플. 짜오 먼저. 아타칸 가자.
분명히 잘했다.
오케이, 나이스.
스톤 같이 맞은 거 너무 속상하다, 진짜.
이거 아타칸 바로 볼 것 같은데, 얘네. 천천히 할만한데, 얘들아?
나 와드는 없어서 몸으로 들어야 돼.
우리 궁 다 있어.
근데 일단 얘는 정글 없는 거라 버스 하자.
먹튀야. 빼야 될 듯? 빼봐. 찾아볼게. 오케이, 50. 야, 50 맞췄고.
맞아.
천천히. 50 볼게. 안에부터. 천천히 봐봐. 쭉 가도 되긴 해, 얘들아. 살짝 볼게. 얘 노플. 보자. 내는 거만 맞아. 나 아무것도 못해. 버려야 돼.
이게 기분이네.
근데 나쁘지 않아. 이거 아타칸 먹었다, 그래도.
야, 잘 크긴 했어. 야,
여유있게 하자. 미드부터 하자. 미드부터 하자.
그냥 이라인 밀고 우리 무조건 여기 시작 가야 돼.
미드 이거 럼블 와볼래?
와볼게.
이런 거 50 나오면 살짝만 볼게.
나 살짝 보는 거 어떻게 나왔는데?
좋아 오케이 살짝 오케이 찍인데 홍보할게 빼면서 해봐 천천히 맞아 이거 야 칼차
천천히 앞으로 가볼래?
야 빼면서 애니비아 볼게 애니비아 얘들아 애니비아 봐줘 애니비아 형 빼도 돼 형 빼도 돼 안 죽어 와 이렇게 이상하냐 게임이 난 어떻게 이렇게 됐냐 용 먹고 바론까지 생각하면 되겠다 맛없다 이번 여기 볼게 피크초 해 볼게 나 마무리 좀 가줄게 싸워볼래? 나 봐줄게 한눈 빼고 천천히 가자 럼블 맞아 천천히 야다 살려 오케이 왔어 아이고 카이사 노플이야 노공 노플
끝내자.
가자 DNFX 깎으러 가자. 3세트 나와. 진짜 DNFX 입장에서 오늘이 그날일까요?
야, 너 너무 잘해줬다 우리 팀. 차분하게 가자. 야 근데 애초에 져도 된다는 마인드가 오히려 이기는 마인드야. 안돼. 아니 너네는 이미 글렀어.
이기게 될 때 격양될 수 있거든. 그때
일 시작합니다.
천천히 스모크하고 가고.
이겼을 때 흥분을 하지 말자. 얘네 조합이 사인은 아예 잡을 수가 없어서. 이거 근데 싸움 보니까 나 답이 없다 이거. 나 못 잡아. 이거 징크스 노플이라 무조건 걸겠다 얘네 당분에. 잘 빨아야 될 듯? 요번에 살짝 보고 싶어. 살짝 서봐 이거 앞에. 앞라인 터져. 이런 거 살짝 나오가 먼저 안 되나? 이거 살짝 볼게. 선생님. 야 이거 본다. 야 천천히 본다. 약간 좀 천천히. 싸게 볼게 싸이. 앞에부터 먼저. 마워. 살짝 빨려도 돼. 천천히 해도 돼. 야 마와한테 스킬 다 빠져도 돼. 야 하고. 나와도 돼. 마우스 스턴데. 보자 볼만하다. 나 빠질래. 나 죽는데. 나 다운. 나 죽었다. 야 여기 아직 사이즈 뛰어 아래 뛰어
징크스 노플이야 징크스 노플.
오케이 징크스 나 안 죽어 봐봐 나 괴물이야
나가야 할 것 같은데.
답이 없는데 근데.
나 하루 종일 쳐맞을 테니까 그냥 강 나오면 알아서 봐라 나한테 빨리지 말고 동주가 미드하고 우리가 바텀 가자
요번에 다이브 하고 싶긴 해.
나 그냥 궁으로 밀어낼게 타워 쳐봐
뭐야 이거 잡을 것 같아. 야 싸움부터 보자 이거.
싸워 볼게 빨리 와야 징크스 볼게 징크스 빨리 와
마우카이 볼게.
천천히 해봐 제이스 스턴 볼게 제이스 봐줄게 3초 2 좋은데요 우리 팀? 어떠하냐? 할 길을 잘 찾아보자 우리 잘했다
근데 감동의 눈물이라도 일단 흘러야 될 것 같긴 한데 근데 일단 동주 말이 너무 많아.
동주는 말 많으면 하고 다 조용 이겼어 다 조용
언젠가는 이런 날이 올 줄 알았어요.
간절하게 기다렸던 그 1승을 달성했고 그 마음속에 희망이란 단어의 씨앗을 심었습니다.
makes me stronger.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. The one you've all been waiting for. The DN Freaks up against DRX. This is a very, very close match between our 9th place team and our 10th place team. Who's going to take the victory tonight, Wolf?
That is the question, as unfortunately for the DN Freaks, they are already locked into the Rise group, but they're looking for their second win of the season. Winning the first matchup felt pretty good, beating Nongshim. You stopped the losing streak. You didn't go winless throughout the entirety of the season, but that's setting the bar a little bit low. Looking for some more wins, looking to potentially find their way to the top of the Rise group. If they can get their form back, if they get some momentum, you know, that's the goal. You want to get into play-ins, you want to participate in the very end of the season where maybe you could make a run. I mean, yeah, 1-13, Rise group locked in, but who's to say that it couldn't be a play-ins run team that goes all the way to the grand final?
Yeah.
The whole season is still open for them.
You never know what's going to happen. Just because you're Rise group doesn't mean you're out. That's this very extended LCK format that we have. Obviously, there are less spots from the Rise group to make it on, but, you know, somebody's got to make it on. So maybe it can be them. Maybe it can be DRX, who is pretty close to Bro. Just one win above them. It is 2 losses versus 4 losses. DRX definitely on a bit of a downturn themselves as well.
If DNF win, they can drag DRX into the Rise group.
So there are stakes for this one.
There are stakes. We're not sure what grade they are and how they will be served.
USDA approved?
Likely. I have.
How about a chicken steak?
So believe it or not, I have worked with the Department of Agriculture before.
What?
Yeah, I did. I worked with the U.S. ambassador. We made budae-jjigae together.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
I have a USDA mug in my house. It's great. But I don't know if they would approve of a DNF victory here, as DRX did win 2-0 last time around. It was one of DRX's only wins, if not their only win at the time. But DRX have looked a little bit stronger since then. DNF have looked better, but not good enough to take critical wins they needed to avoid the Rise group.
We got Leaper here coming down to support, saying you guys can do it.
He's still been streaming with the org. He's been, you know, commenting on a lot of their games and co-streaming and giving his takes. But today he's just going to be watching here in the audience. And he was, of course, a former Kwangdong player himself.
Yeah, recently won Legends Cup and Finals MVP, so congrats to him. And here are the teams. We do have DNF up against DRX. Definitely a lot of fans getting behind Lazy Feel especially with some of the cute mic checks with him speaking Korean and stuff. He's trying really hard. He's getting very good at the Korean, but the fans love it. And he's been playing really well as well. It hasn't netted them any wins in the last 4 matches, but hoping for one tonight.
Yeah. Looking to, I think, find a little bit more consistency outside of the late game, where he has been pretty consistent as long as he's not too far behind. Pyosik back in that starting lineup. It was very briefly taken out for Dove, but has been permanent since and has given them a little bit more power. It feels like they improved a lot. The shot calling has gotten better, but the shot calling is still not solved. I think the death of the issues with the DNF shot calling was a bit overstated. When they did get their first one, everyone's like, oh, they fixed it. Well, not quite. As you can see, Bulldog is a huge part of his team's damage. And this is round 2 stats, of course, but has been lifting a lot of the weight for his team. Unfortunately, it has not yet really been enough. Whereas Yukao looking a little bit rough for wear in round 2 himself, having a much better round 1 and LCK Cup. You can see his laning stats are not the best. But
yeah,
Bulldog, he was like the picture of stable DNF laning for me early on this year, but I feel like he's fallen off a little bit and hasn't been as consistent.
Well, thankfully for you, Cal, Bulldog is still asleep, so there is a chance here in this mid lane to get something going between our key player matchup. Dudu trying to slowly come back to form. Looks pretty okay against Nongshim.
He's had some decent games for sure.
In recent times.
In recent times. And
last couple of weeks.
I needed to be more. I needed to be better. I need to remember when Dudu was once a top 3 top laner.
Yeah.
It feels like that was so long ago. Pyosik is happy, which is always a good sign. Pyosik is a very lively and expressive player here in the LCK. As I think DRX are feeling the pressure. This loss would guarantee Rise Group. Again, a win does not mean they're not, and they have a long way to climb. They will have to win a lot of very important and even much tougher matchups than this to survive it. But they don't want to get locked today.
You don't want to get locked at the beginning of week 8 and feel like, oh boy, nothing's going right for us.
It feels like when you're still competing for Legend Rise, even though the standings do in round 3 and onward carry over, playing for that cutoff line, playing for the road to MSI and Busan and all that actually feels like you have a really relevant goal right now, even though the wins will matter in their next matches, even if they're locked into the Rise Group. Like, every match does matter, but having that like psychological lock-in of, okay, this is what we're stuck with, we're going to have that's the bar that's been set, we can't make the cutoff line anymore, doesn't feel great.
So Minute and Cube have been called up from Challengers. It's been part of their, what do I call it, a rebuild?
Yeah, a bit of a restructure. Yeah,
restructure, that's good. Rapid Star is still there, still in the booth, still a big part of the org and trying to help them out, but the guys on stage will be Cube and Minute. So
it's the Blue Derby.
The Blue Derby. One team is blue, the other team is also blue.
Well, the winning team gets to claim blue, though.
Wait, who's on blue side, though?
It looks like the DN have side selection. So, they do. But for game 1...
What if they chose red?
They could have chosen red. They did not choose red.
I think they just win automatically.
What was it? D+ picked red?
Yeah,
twice?
One game, or was it 2?
I felt like they did it twice, but I think they're the only
I think they did it in game 2. And they lost, and it was a 2-0.
Maybe you're right.
Against Gen.G.
That's the only red side choice I can think of. We move into this one. Stakes are high for DRX. Stakes high for DN as well, who want to get out of the rut. Frozen called up into the coaching position here as well today with Song for this series by DRX. He's got a lot of experience coaching in Challengers. Vi going to be banned. They will not make the same choice that Hanwha did in Game 3. Well, it's Game 1 of Fearless. It's a little bit easier here. No shade to Hanwha, but we saw what happened.
Yes, shade to Hanwha.
No, we saw what happened. Pantheon actually.
Confirmed shade. They're in darkness.
I wonder what Pyosik is angling for here, because he's banned the Nefiri and the Pantheon, and they can't just ban Xin Zhao in this final spot here. That would give Berserker the opportunity to play his Callista. because Rumble is also banned. Gwen could be the pickup for Dudu as well. Okay, Kalista does go into that final spot. So Talia, the priority rising on this pick a lot right now. It was for our top teams kind of always in the first bans. We were seeing it in most cases, but picking it over the Xin Zhao with some of the nerfs there is, if you look back at our previous patch, feels unusual, but quite strong at the moment. Sponge loves taking over games with the Fury, so I think that final ban for DNF does make sense to me.
Yeah. Maybe he wants to go towards Sejuani, but maybe like a Gwen Sejuani could be an angle. I feel like oftentimes they do draft to give him a good jungle pick. They're going to pick Xin Zhao, also a very good jungle pick, even though it did get nerfed on this patch.
Yukel's not playing Azir, right? No, he's not. He's playing Ryze. He's not dashing in any rocks. Rich is not playing Ryze.
Why not? Maybe he is.
No, I don't think so, Valdez.
You never know.
I don't think so.
We'll see. We'll see. Gwen.
The Gwen is given over because they prioritize the Ryze here, even though the mid matchup was already known for DNF, but I suppose that's because they wanted to get counter pick here for topside. But Gwen is such a high prio pick. Rich can play Jace, or he can play his trademark tank in the top lane. I prefer the Jace.
Or he could play Ryze.
He agrees. He's not playing Ryze, Valdez. I'm sorry. And now it's going to be Fearless bad. He won't be playing Ryze in Game 2 or Game 3. And you know what? I'd even hazard to guess he's not going to be playing Ryze in their next series later this week, which is against me. So I'm guessing probably not. Yeah. But I mean, look, you could still dream. It's okay.
Maybe in Game 4.
Varus taken away from Lazy Feel. Been a very stable pick for him. As the Rakan is banned away. Alistar is still worth a look here, I think, for the DN Freaks. Be an easy lock-in for Andil in this situation.
Yep.
Poppy makes a lot of sense. So the question is, are we just going for the safe Ezreal, or are we just banning Nico? Okay. So it looks like that's an R4 Alistar.
Yeah, unless they want to prioritize a specific AD carry. But Alistar is definitely safer. We talked about this in the first series.
That's a really niche, like, Nico ban here. What kind of lane are they cooking? Like, this is where it makes you a little bit scared to lock the Alistar. Like
Draven Renata?
Yeah, exactly. Because if or maybe like a Caitlyn lane of some kind, but if you see the ban on the Nico, you're like, ooh, do I want to play Alistar that's not that strong in the lane right now? Like, what are they planning? This is going to be a Lucian lane, though, which can be strong. We've seen Lucian. At first, we were not big fans of it, but in the hands of some of our best players, it gets a lot of work done. We saw Ruler showcase that earlier today.
As long as it's not Nami. Pretty okay with it. And it will be Lucian Braum.
Lucian Braum, same duo that we saw from Duro, and it is very powerful when you have a strong front line. They have Wukong and Gwen, which aren't traditional tanks, but they function as such strong front line with Gwen's sustain and Wukong's armor that he stacks up, as well as his ult. Is this going to be an Ezreal look here for Lazy Feel? Well, I say that.
Wait!
Are we just
running it back?
What didn't work earlier today?
Running it back.
You think Rich and Yukal are going to swap?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think so, Valdez.
They could.
I mean, technically, actually could. It wouldn't be necessarily bad, but
it's not against the rules.
I think given based on champ proficiency for these two players, they should not, and they will not. And that's going to be that. But
yeah,
you know, remember earlier we talked about how, well, not we, but the space really broke down how Senna's not great if you don't have a lot of damage in your mid laner, because last time it was Senna Ahri. Ryze does do damage, and as the game goes on, he becomes an AP carry. Call him Machine Gun Ryze for a reason. He just machine guns out damage, and he just constantly combos. This feels like a much safer spot for the Senna, but it is also Lazy Feel playing Senna, and you know, it's a tricky lane to play out, especially into the Lucian. It's tricky to play out those team fights, so we'll see how Lazy Feel handles this pick, because I think a lot of burden has been put on his shoulders in this draft, and he is going to have to show up. As the fans, you can see how many of them there are.
There's so many Lazy Feel fans. It's great.
It's like half the audience is ready to cheer for him to play Senna.
Yeah.
And he needs to play it well.
Yeah, I mean, Berserker is kind of the engine of this team, and I trust him on Lucian, actually. I think they're going to have a fun time down there, but let's see how it goes. DN Freaks up against DRX, Game 1.
세상사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
We got some very enthusiastic fans out there. There's one guy just going off after the fan chants were done.
Yeah, he did like a fan reverberation.
Yeah, it's always pretty cool. I was just over in Shanghai for another game, Crossfire, and after the gyos back and forth, they would just like scream at each other. It was like, whoa, this is getting really heated.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm getting a little scared.
Definitely passionate, the fans, especially in your X-Flame game that you commentate sometimes, where a lot of the best teams. Yeah. Like Undersight.
Yeah. No, I know. It's
come on.
It could be a real game name. Like I could see that being a game name.
It's almost like X-Fire, the old chat program. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. X-Fire. I don't think I used it very often.
You know, before Steam had its like chat overlay thing that you could use to chat with people while you're playing games.
Yeah.
Back in the day, like X-Fire was actually incredible. Like I was like, I can play Brood War and talk to like any of my friends who I convinced to download the program. Yeah, crush on that girl. You're like, can you please install?
Can you please install this program? It's definitely not a virus.
It's definitely better than AOL Instant Messenger. It has extra features, I promise. And yeah, you can't put like cute quotes in your profile or anything, but while I play StarCraft Brood War, you can talk to me, because otherwise I'm not answering. I got a micro.
Yeah.
And anyways, we digress. UCal is 0-3 on this Rise pick. He's prioritized it a lot. Rich also has not been shy about his love for playing the Jace, but unfortunately has only worked out one of the many times. He has also locked the champion.
I feel like it's a similar thing to Duro, you know, being 5-0 on Nautilus. Like, he's a good Nautilus player, but I feel like the 5-0 comes from the fact that Gen.G just win all the time. And the fact that he's played 5 games shows his interest in the pick because it's not very meta.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a team that's 3-11, sometimes those champ stats aren't going to look good win rate percentage-wise, but more games played means more proficiency generally. So I'm also letting DN Freaks fans know that maybe there's a chance, you know, maybe they could be one more L on the board for some of the win rates. Gondo going to re-engage. But he is Alistair, and like you said, Berserker is kind of the engine.
Yeah. You see Jonah Strong zooming in there not for the trade, but for the cannon.
Yeah.
To make sure that Berserker would turn around and get it. I think he got it.
I think he did too, but I'm actually not 110.
I'm not, yeah. Generally don't want to trade against Xin. Meanwhile, trading in the top side, Rich is getting in there, but is not going to continue on the trade.
This makes me nervous for Dudu. Sponge is here.
Hello.
And we'll spot Pioshik, but not going to go for anything further. It's just going to take a free back here.
You know, if that plant wasn't there, they might have run into each other in the brush.
Yeah.
And fought. We might have had some action.
But, like, it probably would have just been, you know, if that specific plant wasn't there, I didn't see him, they might have fought, but then they use a different plant to disengage.
What if there were no plants at all? You know, especially not the blast cones, which are the worst by far.
I like blast cones, Valdez. It makes champions fly that aren't supposed to fly.
If there was more action with them, I would like them too.
Mega cones, sometimes, you know, barrel flies into a fight, and 50-50 how well it's going to go.
That is the one good thing about Chemtech Soul, is the mega cones. Because if you're getting out with a regular cone, you're probably getting out with a mega cone as well. But, you know, the engaged cones with the mega cone are much better because you can get more angles.
Yeah.
More action.
Who needs Hex Flash when you got that, you know, maroon-colored plant? I don't know what...
Maroon-colored plant.
Is it like, is it almost...
I think it's red.
It's kind of maroon, I think.
It's
to be honest, Mega Cones. I hope we get a chem.
Is red more of a brown or a red? Did I say red? Is maroon more of a brown or a red?
Rich might be more of a dead.
He's very dead.
Oh no!
How did that happen?
Oh no no no! Well,
actually, it's doo-doo, not no.
Not this. Yeah, not this time. Well, it looks like some trades went poorly, and then Doo-doo said, "I kill you now."
It didn't even look that close. Like, also Rich could have flashed ahead.
Chose not to, because he didn't want to lose his flash, but he lost his life.
Yeah,
and
if he has the snip, which he does.
He walked back in, but the wave is in a bad spot. It's like really hard for him to farm.
3, 4. No!
어딨었죠?
No, Rich! No!
But the wave's in a rough spot in Rich's defense. And he didn't have any jungle attention up there to help him with that, as there was a lot of attention for Sponge on the top side earlier on, but was not at this moment. Doo-doo's flash is down, but I think it's for good reason.
Yeah.
And, so I don't know if that's really going to be punishable.
He's not building Rod of Ages.
No.
Which I'm happy about.
That's a win in my book.
Yeah. It just felt unnatural. Just didn't feel like it should be a thing. With all these other items that are so good for Glenn, it's like, come on.
In some matchups,
you need to build Roa.
I mean, in some matchups, the Catalyst helps as Andel's continuing to learn about Alistar's laning power.
Still figuring it out.
I mean, he obviously is a pretty good Alistar player, but has to do moves like that to try to stabilize.
Okay.
See, he's fine. That's all. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
No more fighting.
Yep.
No more. That's a really cool Senna skin. Chroma. I think that's a Chroma.
Generally, it is.
It's very pink.
If it's very pink.
Yeah.
Or like very green. Or a specific color that's not, you know, a normal skin color. I mean, if you look at Bulldog, like he's got the pool parties, so that one I don't think is a Chroma, but that one is a little bit more flashy. So you could mistake that for a Chroma.
Yeah, no, for sure, but I think the Senna one is clearly a Chroma.
Yeah, definitely a Chroma.
I'm like 87% sure.
Yeah, I'm going to go with like 93.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if we're wrong, then I don't know. People are going to be upset.
Yeah. It's okay. We've been wrong about a lot of other things, so they can overlook this one.
This game state, still pretty even. Obviously, Rich taking a bit of a tumble earlier is not how that matchup you want to have happen go in that direction. But, like, it can happen. We've seen it happen a lot. Like, Jace at the highest level usually wins, but made a mistake there and falls behind. The Lucian has a natural lead, but it's nothing that's going to win you the game outright. Pyosik does have ult and flash, and they have Weaver's Wall, so I think they are definitely looking to fully commit to try to get the 3. At least 2 should be possible here. If Bulldog positions well, they just want to get this one without Smite. That's successful. So now they're guaranteed 2, and I think with the setup here with the Talia, they just cannot contest, so it should actually be the full 3. Really well played here from DNF using that early prio. Cool stuff. No fighting, no action, but dead grubs.
Dead grubs, no dead Drake.
Oh!
Yeah, just talking about chromas and stuff like that. DNF, definitely a team that doesn't have a lot of action. They are part of the 2025 LCK lowest kills in a game. Bro versus DNF. The other game
that was
tied with that one at 11 kills. Bro versus DRX. So Bro does still take the cake, but there was a while there where DNF were like, hey, maybe they're actually trying to take the crown of most passive team.
Redemption arc for Rich.
He's got an Alistar, and now we've got Needles. Do they have the damage? I'm not so sure. And Andal just going in now, but the flash comes down, and a little bit more from the Jace, but you can see that Andal taking up so much damage, getting very close. Rich decides to flash after. Thought he would take another turret shot and it would kill him. So he just flashes away.
I'm not 100% sure if he needed to do that there, but better safe than sorry. Like you say, they don't commit for an extra plate there. That's why they're pro gamers. I 100% wait for my W and see if I can get that plate and then die to Berserker and the game is over.
Yeah.
But Rich doesn't do that. He flashes to be safe and does not greed for the plate. as this is a setup where Rich does still have that flash advantage and doesn't need it. Just goes to the skies to get behind Dudu, hammers him away, and then Andil, the really nice follow flash here. Or sorry, is able to get the knock up despite the flash. Yeah, that is to say. Flashed up already.
So
Yeah,
he had turret aggro
Yeah.
at the very end, so I think that actually...
He might have gotten out of it, you know, when it's like channeling the turret aggro. But
yeah.
When you see that line and you hear that sound, that's when you know like you're in potentially danger. As the turret aggro like shows for a second.
I hate being in potentially danger.
You know, I mean, he was in potentially danger.
That is what we saw there.
Yeah.
Yes, potentially danger.
Now he doesn't have flash, but he was able to secure the kill. So that's a good thing for DRX.
One team got 1 kill. They were ahead 400 golds. The other team got another kill, tied up the gold exactly.
But Pioshik has 100% objective control, objectively speaking. Because
literally
3 grubs and the dragon. So maybe they're 200 gold down, but maybe the dragon's worth 200 plus gold. It is an Infernal Dragon. It's a low elemental, so I mean, in terms of stats across 5 people, I would say, yeah, maybe worth more.
You know, it's actually calculatable.
Yeah, it's at every point in the game you could in fact calculate it, the value gold-wise of the stats of the Infernal Dragon, percentage-wise. But we don't have that stat, and then
you don't want to do math on stream.
No, and you know it's like he's chilling, he's having a, he's like, look, we have 6 games today. Well, the first series is quite long,
but nothing's happening. You know, maybe this is a good opportunity.
Let him chill, man. He already
this isn't bro. Bro is not here today. There's no bro and brew.
No, I know, but
there's no DNF and drink. Okay,
I mean, but if Yundo goes and gets the stat, is it going to make the teams fight? I don't think so. He already had the crazy Baron stat from last week.
Yeah,
I think we've asked enough of him.
Yundo is a very hardworking guy.
It's also
trust that he will.
The stat is also
continue to work hard.
With every single item that gets purchased, like the gold value goes up.
Yeah. Well, Pioshik's here, and so is Bulldog, and we got a lot of needles coming out. Looks like maybe they want to go for Andil. Not 100% sure what target they want to go for, and I don't think they know either. They're going to go for Andil eventually, and this ult will eventually run out as the concussive blows, but the knock-up on a 3 means they can't get the kill. They should have just procced it. Oh, no.
He didn't have his heal back yet, but he can just get the 3-man and say, see you later. Didn't have flash, didn't have heal. And now he's going to have his heal back. And he's even going to stop lives back. I don't think it's going to really eventuate into anything, as Senna ult will also stop a back.
Got him. Got life again.
So annoying.
Yeah.
I saw there was a lot of community reaction to our Senna earlier. People were very happy to see Senna lose. I didn't know that was such a, quite important, like, not, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it's just such a
hot
visceral
topic.
reaction, like, almost to, like, Senna losing. Everyone's like, yes, haha! I was like, well, we haven't seen her in a while, man. This has only played 1 game. Like, it's okay, everybody.
It's just Senna in general is you're kind of sitting back, you're farming it. It's not very fun.
It's been a pick that, like, when it is meta, it's just meta every game, and
exactly.
You're like, oh, okay. But we have Fearless now. Everybody, that's what you guys wanted. Come on. Let's Senna play. So we'll watch Andil in this moment. It's the first knockup. Calls out no flash. I think I can live. And walks forward over here. Get out. 3-man knockup. And very happy with himself on that one.
Yeah, I would be too.
Saying Wukong has no flash. Feeling happy to escape, but if you're Valdez, you're very happy no kill occurred. Or you're not happy. You're not happy no kill occurred. Wow,
yes,
this is
I'm not.
This is gonna be a long series, Valdez. I can feel it already. It's day 1 of week 8. Okay, it's day 1,
and we just had Gen.G versus Halma-Life.
It's hard.
Game banger.
It's hard to live up to that. You know, when you have those types of series, you often want it to be the second one.
We knew that this would be a banger too.
It is.
In a different way.
It is.
It's kind of like that. Okay, wait. We're going to go for a kill here. Dudu in a bit of trouble. He does have needles and flash and miss, but is it enough to get out? Are the resistances high enough? Yes, they are. So no kill here for Rich, but
he
it
will
is
get
going to be the turret.
Yeah, and that'll be a feat of strength. here to DRX. So despite losing all the objectives, still just 2 kills away, or like potentially 3 full objectives in a row, which they aren't going to get, away from Feats of Strength themselves. As Feats of Strength are going to go over, or the objective Feat of Strength is going to go over to DNF, objectively speaking.
Yes.
When they collect this Herald. And there it is.
There you go. Rich clearing the wave. Sponge is very deep in the enemy jungle 15 minutes in.
They want to get the punish on the Doodoo, but he's going to be spotted. Rich is going to finish the back. And that's the end of that. So,
I mean, when you're a jungler and you've played 16 minutes now, no action, and you have a Sundered Sky, you're like, please let me hit something.
Yeah, you want to get that heal to proc.
I want to gain health after losing health.
Yeah, if he doesn't interact with anything, he can't lose health. He lost a little bit of health here, so it would be valuable for him to auto something. Okay, boom.
Huge. He did it.
All right, well,
and,
glad he bought that item.
Back to the Senna. This is the kind of game that Senna loves.
Yeah, no, so I was going to get to that, is we have the scaling Rise, the scaling Senna, and this Jace poke, which is going to be really relevant in later team fights on objectives. Speaking of objectives, before we get to the later part, we're going to have it right now. Ondo going in.
Yep, disengaging, trying to put some damage on a Pyoshik, it looks like.
They knew Wukong didn't have flash. He's about to have his flash back, but not able to actually successfully catch the Wukong. Very difficult to lock down that champion. And we're just going to disengage from the objective.
But look at the macro.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Ducal can TP in if they do decide to fight, which they're kind of thinking about it again. This is where team fights break down for DNF, though, in these types of tricky moments.
Yep, they're just going to pull the trigger. Will DRX. Root comes down on a both, and now the Cyclone has to come out just to get them out of there. But now they don't have any control of this dragon.
Disengage Cyclone, denying Valdez action.
Yeah, at least it wasn't a Blast Cone. Disengage Cone is the worst.
So how do you feel about Renata's ultimate? You know, if you're really...
That's fine.
Okay. That's okay.
It's a champion ability.
All right.
Yeah. It's something that you have to use skillfully and plan for.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Okay, sure.
You have to be in the right position. You have to try to hit as many people as possible. You
So
have to
if
do it in the right
someone-
direction. You have to have the right timing, right?
So, like, if, for example, someone was controlling the Blast Cones, you'd be okay with it. But they're just neutral objectives that anyone can use at any time, and they don't do anything.
Yeah, it's because they're sitting there, and they only come into play when somebody is trying to get away, and it gets them away.
I mean, it could help you get to the jungle faster. Faster pathing. If Pyoshik wanted to go over that wall, like, he would use it. You know, he doesn't want to, so he's not going to.
Sometimes they don't either. You know, like, they don't have vision over the wall. They're like, nah, I can't do it.
That's true.
And so it just sits there.
Could
and
be.
It waits for somebody to disengage. That's all. That's its purpose.
So you're totally cool with, like, Gwen's Mist.
Yes.
You know, the Tempered Fate. Totally fine with it.
Any champion ability that requires some amount of thinking before using it.
All right.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm just trying to get into the head of Valdez. You know, I'm trying to understand the psyche of disengaging and stopping action, and how it's about just plants actually on the map.
It is just about the plants. Yeah. Again, really the Blast Cone is the worst one.
So Rich,
the other ones are mostly fine.
Rich got solo killed, and now is 1,600 gold ahead, as he is really starting to take control of this side lane here.
Ondo ganked for his lane twice.
Yep,
and he got a turret, and
that'll do it.
Dudu had to back. He died once.
Got some plate gold too on top of all of that, and so the side lane is won by Rich, and everyone else is scaling. Like, sure, Senna's behind, but that's common.
Is Lucian scaling?
Is Lucian scaling? In a very different way.
Yeah.
And not really.
He's not your generic hyper carry, ED carry.
He is very bursty.
Yes.
And he can kill a Senna in the beginning of a team fight, as Ruler showed us, if you have control over the fight. Not entirely sure that's how this one's going to go, but I do trust Berserker. Like we said at the draft, of the players on DNF who have been the most clutch, it has been Berserker. That's the answer.
Yeah. There's nobody else.
See?
Yeah, he's doing it again.
Caster Blessing.
Lucian is a champ where you can just control the tempo.
Do you think Chronicler believes in blessings if he doesn't believe in curses?
Probably not. I'm not sure what Chronicler believes in. except a good cup of coffee and a visual novel.
Okay.
That's really all I know.
Well, off of this aggressive play, they are able to utilize the Herald, grab a turret, and without killing any players, without killing any champions, you know, put some money in the pockets, even out the gold a little bit. Dudu looking for another turret down here. See if he gets punished. He does have flash this time, and will be able to miss the blast.
Now we have the Engage Hextech gates coming in here, and yeah, that's going to be very nice. Dudu goes down, and I wonder if he still dies even if Andil's not there.
Yeah,
that's the only question I would have.
I think it would just take a little bit longer probably, but hard to know 100%, but I would say likely there. As the observing was pretty cinematic, it looked like, oh, maybe he's about to get back to his turret. There is no turret there. It hasn't been for a while. So it looks like, oh, did he do it? No. At least it didn't flash. Bulldog will get this turret, so they get the bottom turret, they get the top turret. So a lot of gold here for DNF, keeping the gold relatively even. Tech Soul, which is very valuable. As Rich is going to see that TP and say, thank you very much. I'm just going to exit. And the next fight is likely going to be on said Dragon, the third of the game. Prio there right now, not a whole lot for DNF.
UCal?
UCal. I said Dragon, third Dragon.
He's like, hell yeah, let's do the Otacon.
Third Dragon of the game. Third Dragon.
Was Jonas Strong zooming in on that little pedal?
That might be because the ward's not in the... He maybe thought the ward wasn't.
And somebody hit that? Okay. Thank you, Sponge.
They got the pedal. There's a new ward in the bush. And bye-bye. So DNF were like, that's our cue. They pieced out. It's time for Otacon.
Sure.
Rich has TP, but he's just walking. And, I mean, are we just going to flip it? Andil
okay,
does
they know.
Have ult.
They know, guys.
Yeah, they know.
Okay.
They are aware of it.
All right, they're just going to try to go for the turn, but Andil's the one engaging. That's onto a Braum. Not a lot of damage going there. Life able to get away, and now we got this massive culling. Andil going to be pushed away. Sponge half health. I think they just get it here, unless Rich somehow steals it. Oh, the flash in Sponge from miles away from downtown, able to steal the Otacon, and that might just be the nail in the coffin on this fight. 2 kills go to DRX. And they get the objective. DNF up against the wall, up against a rock and hard place here.
Yeah, this one was a bit of a... I don't know, Valdez, like that. They realm warped away, but they were still close enough, and you didn't have the damage, DNF, at this point to rush this one down. They didn't have any control. You know, if Rich's Shock Blast hits, I mean, that might have, if it was a little bit lower, it might have actually been the steal. And then Sponge just walks up. Like... The amount of control here is 0. I mean, Andil is able to come over here and get life. That's not the ideal target, and then he ends up getting pushed away. But at this point, now Dudu teleports in, and Sponge, watch Sponge. Sponge is just like, yeah. Like, Flash, Wind becomes Lightning, Smite. Thank you for the leash.
It was actually Wind becomes Lightning and then Flash.
Yeah, well, I mean...
And then he... Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit heartbreaking, unfortunately, but sometimes you make the snap decision and it doesn't work out. It has happened to DNF a lot on objective calls this year.
Yeah.
And they gave DRX an opportunity for the 50-50 there, and they took it. Speaking of taking it, Bulldog is going to take back his team's red smite, or red buff.
Nice.
And, well, Otacon buff has not necessarily been the game-changing and game-winning buff that we've... Berserker will give them a back massage. It's not really been like the game-winning, game-deciding objective that I think we thought it was going to be, but when you're already in a pretty good game state and when you get all those kills on top of it, like, look at Rich's XP. He's over a level ahead. He's about a level and a half ahead of Dudu right now. You look at the level 16 UCal, and you start to go, well, we may have just given too much over to DRX off that exchange. DRX got the Dragon, and Deathcap is not that far away from UCal at this point. The scaling is well and truly starting to hit here at 25 minutes.
Starting to hit different, you know?
Well, I mean, it's kind of like, as you'd expect, to be honest.
I guess, yeah, that is true. We're just going to get up against the wall, and LazyFeel is not going to flash, so instead he's going to elect to die. Generally not the right call, and he will pay for it.
I think teams have really started to identify that in the farming mid lane, there where the AD carry goes after the laning phase, LazyFeel has been a little bit...
Let's do it. What?
No.
Why didn't they?
They were like, whoa, remember what happened when we did Avacon? I ain't doing that again.
It's 5v4. You can just turn. Senna is dead for 20 seconds.
Too scary.
It's 25 minutes in. Like, it's still early, but like, I don't know.
I think it was the right call to back away there because even though they are 5v4, the Baron is going to hit hard. It's basically on spawn, as you said, at 25 minutes and 30-ish seconds. And I think if you had better turn, maybe you could go with this. This is Bulldog just going, I'm looking for Senna, I'm looking for Senna. Senna, and he misses the flash over the wall. Unfortunately, needed a flash before that. But LazyFeel has gotten caught farming in the mid lane a few times. I think teams are really starting to punish that for this player a lot here over the last few weeks. But it's not enough to get the Baron. It's not enough to get them back a gold lead, but it is a significant win, as you can see, showcased there in the gold difference over time. Bit of a dip for DRX's advantage. 2 minutes until this next dragon, which will be Soul Point for DRX. Comp that already scales so well. His life is the target again.
Yeah, he doesn't care much about that, and he's very tanky.
I wonder how many points in Q he has.
Probably 5. I'm gonna say now that he's past level 9.
It kind of, I don't know. It looked like he was. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna go with 5 in Q.
I don't know if we'll know, but
Fox isn't here today. But he's here in spirit, so we need to know. The engage on the Bulldog, very nice flash away, and now the engage comes out from DNF, but Sponge is unkillable, so is Hondale. Gonna take them a while to get through this front line. Pioshik also has to flash. Now Dudu gets into that back line. Hondale finally goes down. As now we got some big needles on that front line. Rich has to flash away, and in comes Bulldog, but he doesn't have any mana, and they just TP away.
How do you feel about Realm Warp as a disengage ultimate?
Not a big fan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, this time I think they will do the Baron. This time I think it is 100% warranted. Hondale is dead. Everybody's low health. Even with TP available for UCal, it's so hard to challenge. They are going to try to challenge anyways, as this is going to get wild.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to come in here, but can they actually get in? It's a double kill for the Chase already! And this time they pull the trigger on the Baron, and it's the absolutely worst call they could have done.
I mean, they didn't check, they just tried to rush it. They didn't do their due diligence on checking around the pit, seeing where teleports had come through, or perhaps they weren't tracking the teleport timers. I think you could start the Baron there, but you certainly cannot try to finish it.
Well, Bulldog said to.
All right, well, unfortunately, DNF's biggest enemies in this game seem to be the objectives. In the early game, they got the feats of strength on objectives. I thought they had it handled. But it's been these later decisions that have struggled, or they've struggled with a little bit more. Follow-up ult here from Life is okay, but they just cannot get onto the back line. And when you see LazyFeel here, he just kind of kites away, and Dudu's timing of showing up to this fight, he TP's in, but he's so late, like they're so desynced that LazyFeel just kind of walks it off and doesn't care. Then Bulldog's ult here is also fairly late, so the rest of the members escape. It's enough for them to start Baron, and but they just didn't check.
Kabalam!
I just, yeah.
Penta? Penta?
Penta? All right, Rich, let's slow down a little bit. Let's focus on winning the game first.
Well,
it would have been really cool. It would have been really cool if he was able to get the Penta, but they certainly may win the game, indeed, Valdez. They got the Baron. They have Hextech, Soul Point. And I feel like if DNF had to put up any vision or any track there on the side and it looked for a turn or just disengage, all right, cool, got TPs, reviving. But they did not do that.
Okay.
Hondale has flash and he doesn't care.
He's gonna ult. He's gonna play it safe.
He cares a little bit.
We saw it happen to LazyFeel earlier. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna press my buttons. And from this far ahead, it's definitely the right call.
I mean, this Baron's still up for 75 seconds here. They're looking to threaten both inhibitors. Rich has a massive lead over the Gwen, and it's just going to be in the one of this 4-1 here. Trying to siege this turret as best as possible. Hondale looking for a bit of a disengage here, denying Pioshik's engage angle. They know Pioshik doesn't have flash, so just going over there and headbutting him away should be enough to keep this push going. That's the main thing they're worried about, is some sort of flank, some sort of engage from Pioshik. And they've done their due diligence. They have vision here in the center as well.
We're just going mid. Okay. I was like, where's that going? Yeah, just in the mid lane.
They want to guarantee the inhibitor, and they will. And there's only 30 seconds left, but they could try to 5-man the bottom lane as well. And for DNF, they're just not really able to leave their base here. And the way this is split up here for DRX makes it very difficult for a flashless Wukong to actually find the angle that he's looking for.
Bit of damage on the Sponge, but that's Xin. They're all going to get in there with him, though, and try to burst him down. Heal comes out from the Senna, but Lucian, very good at dashing in and just taking names. So Sponge, weird spot, no flash, and that's the end of the push.
That's the end of the push, but looked like it was going to be naturally ending anyways, but still a bit of gold picked up. Joshik.
Hide on bush, but actually not hiding at all. Doesn't have Realm Warp this time, he's just going to flash. Phase rush away.
Yeah, that was a bit of a scary situation for a second there, but we'll be able to flash his way out. Sponge here just caught between both pushes as he is trying to be the kind of the backbone of denying any sort of flank. And he's successful at that. Just has to die to deny it. And probably didn't have to die there, but was doing his job and helped them continue to put that pressure on. Once he was dead, though, Baron was timing out anyways. That's the end of that. He's respawned now. His ult will be up for the Dragon, which is going to be the potentially last fight of the game, because if DRX pick up Hextech Soul with this Senna Rise composition with also a Jace, that's 5,000 gold up. I didn't even realize UCal generated a 4,000 gold lead, so he's also massively ahead. I don't know if the game will continue.
Bulldog, he lives this time. Rest of the team gonna try to engage Realm Warp. We got a nice angle here for UCal, but that is Gwen. So he's just gonna dash it off. Still, I like them being proactive, looking for plays.
Yeah, they're not just gonna sit back and farm while mid-prio is held. They're gonna look for some pressure, some potential angles where they could get behind DNF members who are trying to clear those waves. They have a lot of vision. On the top side of the map, they have a control vision and a lot of just regular wards on the bottom side of the map. Like, they have the whole map painted red, and all they really need to do is make sure this Dragon goes into their hands. And even if DNF are somehow miraculously able to trade the soul for the Baron, which, by the way, with all this vision here for DRX, you guys can see all over the minimap, I do not think it's likely they're going to get away with something like that. I think DRX favors Hextech Soul in this situation over Baron, especially because they have all of their inner turrets still up.
Hey, he got inner turrets, he got center rise, and yeah, they're just gonna send it here. Tons of damage already. Lazyfield trades with it. Pyosik tries to go in, but there's not a lot of follow-up. Immediately just dies. UCal's got a arm guard here. He is going to stay alive, and they're just peeling, but we do have UCal hitting the floor. Nice knock up here from Ondil, and now Sponge trying to zone on the left side here. He's getting incredibly low, but really it's just Berserker they gotta worry about, and finally they put him down. And that should be the end of that. DRX win a big team fight in mid.
Yeah. Win it right before both of those objectives. We don't even have the objectives. We don't even have that Hextech Soul Baron. And Berserker, I don't know how much better he could have played that situation given what he had. He's the only gold lead here. It's the Berserker Stripe, 3,200 gold ahead of his opposition here. It's a Senna, to be fair. He tried his best, but they will crumble around him, and he will be the last to fall as DRX will take the win here in game number 1. To a roar from the crowd. Lazyfield getting caught that one time, otherwise had a pretty good game. Rich got solo killed, but then took over the game with some help from Ondil, who was pretty globally present on this one with the Alistar. Had so many good plays to get them out of bad situations to get their side lanes ahead. And then with the scaling that this comp has, they scaled, and they won.
They scaled, they won, and then they conquered. And Lazyfield's got a lot to say. It's not going to be shy about it. But, yeah, I mean, was it perfect from DRX? No, but it was good enough to take down DNF here in game number 1. DNF, as you mentioned, their biggest opponent didn't seem to be DRX. It was more the objectives.
That second
maybe
Baron,
themselves.
I felt like you could get double TP out of it. It makes sense to start it, but they just kind of didn't expect DRX would show up. And they did. And you could see the Otacon bump where that happened, and then on the gold graph, and then you could see the even bigger bump when the Baron went over.
Baron went over. Rich didn't get his penta, but there's still time. There's still another game on the cards. DRX are up 1-0. We'll be right back.
이거 미드 대치돼? 이거 오케이 해 밀리지마
그엔 없어.
그엔 없어 야타 야봐 야타 노플 오감도 노플이야 오감 노플 옹 볼게 얘 잡아줘 나 살렸지 못해 얘들아 살렸지 못해 꽌 노플 잡을게 브라운 노플 살려 노플 봐줘 루시안 노플이야 노플 얘들아 근데 훨씬 잘하니까 급하지 말고 제발 좀 잘 들어줄래 오늘? 오케이 나 오늘 반비장 말자
Look at Beryl starting this fight. There's no one even to follow up, but he's still there. He's so dedicated to starting the fight. Talon's going to go down, and now Beryl's actually just going to murder Diablo. He does spend the storm, but he comes down into a furnace, and he will be taken out. That is going to be a triple here for Aiming, who wants to get his own pentakill. Let's see whether he can get it. And Showmaker turns Raptor up on a silver platter. There's the quadra-kill, and Vikla is like, my 100% win rate, you are not getting a penta. What is Onions? Oh no, is he gonna go golden? The answer is no, and it's a pentakill once again. And one of the great things here, if you're looking over the other side of the rift, is this gentleman right here. He's gonna get shoved. Cast the curse that was preemptive. Unfortunately, but maybe it was a bait all along. It's the flash out. No equalizer going to get any joy on a Showmaker. And now the public execution to the backline. The seismic shot's gonna miss because he's got so many dashes. And Aiming with the culling is doing exactly that. Clear trying to do what he can, but it is not gonna work. And Lucid looks for the corner as if he is so protecting him. I guess it is as he dashes off. We were denied one penta, but at least we got another. In. They want to make this play. Kellen is out of the fight already. In they go. Onto Diablo, who gets locked into the wall. And now we got Paranoia, but Vikla's all alone. No one comes in on a Raptor, who just decides to go in instead. He does get a kill, but it's still a big win here for Nomsam. So BDD and Boys building towards Leandris. Oh, he finds three. Bros thought they set up a trap, but who is trapping who? As they're all just in the grave. The equalizer goes down. So it's not necessarily where it wants to be. Okay. He is also not where he wants to be. The Ambessa will be taken down. Stockdom is just getting everything that he wants right now. 4-0 and 3. 100% kill contribution. Whether it's going to extend past this. T1 here in this first game are looking poised to win. So I'm going to go wide. And Toby finds three! The Impale does as well, and Ruler is just able to free his community. They deal with the turret, but Doran is so incredibly low. Toby is still going to die in this fight. Canyon is just trying to keep them into to back away. It's a big fight, but it's only a 2-for-1 thus far. Can Gen.G get more?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space as the battle for blue goes the way of DRX in game number 1. DRX up 1-0 here. Digan alongside Chronicler and Wadid after this great game number 1 for DRX. Couple of steals, good start. Wadid's not tilted at all. I still got the popcorn here from that first series because this one also cinematic.
I think we collectively, and if you watch the first series of the day, we have a bit of whiplash. That's I think what is happening here. If you're wondering why there's a slightly manic energy to everything that's happening, it's that because we just came off of Hanwha Life versus Gen.G, which are obviously the number 1 and 2 teams, I'd say, in the world right now. And then DNF versus DRX, it's very different. You know, it's
very different.
It's very different. It's a bit of an acquired taste. I, for one, had a great time, but it was mostly just to watch Wadid sink deeper and deeper into despair. As I could swear, I could hear him say again, "I can play again. I can do it. I can do it."
Yeah, Wachan, what words do you have for that series?
I mean, what world are really living right now? I mean, they're fighting for Atakan, not Drake.
Yeah.
They can just stack up the Drake whenever they have all the advantage, but they're fighting for Atakan! And you know what? This Talia has ultimate up for every single moment.
What, Bulldog with the Talia wall on a replay? No way!
Talia has ult, by the way.
We've done it before, right?
Talia have ulti, by the way. Talia, you have the ultimate, and Atakan is going down. Yes, we zone them out. Yes, that's nice work, yeah. Now we have ulti, yeah, right? Right? We are finishing the Atakan, right? Yeah? Yeah? We have ulti, right? No! No! Don't tell me Zinzao is gonna steal the Atakan, no! Please, no! No! No, no! He's not gonna flash in and steal the Atakan, right? No! No way! Why? Why this is happening? Why? Tell me, Crony, why?
As Wadid is losing his mind, I think it was kind of cooked anyway. I don't trust DNF. I know it's okay, Wadid. It's okay. It can't hurt you anymore. So I think that obviously Bulldog should have walled there. I do think that this is a symptom for DNF. I think it's okay, Wadid. We've gone back to a world where DNF just isn't able to really make a team fight happen and can't get a team fight win or an objective steal to save their lives. And so as a result, as Wadid loses his mind, we've seen this for this team the entire split. How does Dudu, and I'm not singling him out, this is a pervasive issue for any member on DNF. How does Dudu get a solo kill level 5?
Yeah,
and then end up 2k gold behind? How is this is happening consistently?
Let's go on the second highlight. Just let's move over. Right? All right.
The DN Automotive Freaks, when they win a fight, they run over their
Just put
opponent.
the ward on the brush.
Wait.
We all know that they're there. But you're just face checking. It was so lucky that Talia could react in time. Yes. I guess they intentionally did that. I don't know, man. That was pretty bad. But actually, they had great chance of winning the team fight. Yes, they won the team fight. Somehow, they bait out them to just jump in. And now, yes, you got the tempo. You're so low in HP.
Oh my god, this is all looking so good
It's
with
the
it.
Talia ulti.
Yeah.
I guess.
Look. Yeah, they ulti out.
You're so low, right? You're pretty low, and they can still contest. Oh my god. Oh no, no.
I get it. This is the desperation of a team that's what is it, 1-12? 1-13?
Okay,
one win.
It's one in a lot. Watch this pop that comes through here.
Oh my god.
Through the, that's actually really well done. Through the wall, with the Brom door being
boom
aimed towards the right, which to be fair, he had to.
Yeah, Rich going Penta? Right after this.
So the reason why I'm filming on DNF is because they have a chance. They got the advantage. They can win the game, actually, right? But they're just throwing out.
So what did by any chance would you care to enlighten us?
Is that your throw?
Who did you predict today?
I predicted DNF because they have the fundamentals. Finally, they can actually do something.
Let it be known, I've never had a crash out like this over a prediction that clearly is not going the way you want.
That's because you won here. And speaking of winners, the losing side gets to pick what side they're on, and the DN Automotive Freaks have selected to move to the red side. Wolf said early on the broadcast, I don't think I've ever seen anyone do it except D+ in a game 2 in which they eventually lost. And yes, I know, I'm crashing out too, Tibbers. DN Automotive Freaks now find some, I guess, strength in picking second here and getting counter pick in the second half.
Yeah, I kept waiting because I wanted to give you credit for your segue where you tied winners to losers and well,
they won the side selection.
They're antonyms. So
yeah, they won the side selection.
I don't know.
know.
Yeah, because DK tried, it didn't work. I honestly don't think draft matters. I don't think it matters if you're blue side or red side. It's not a draft thing. It's a gameplay thing.
I don't know, man.
Where's your sweater? Are
I don't
you okay?
know. I'm just sweating. But like, I don't know why they picked red side, but we're gonna see it because at least, I just want to see some creativity from the DNF. I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe I'm not speaking English anymore. I just want to see something.
Respect, interesting.
From DNF.
This series, it's very
They're here for a reason.
We knew what was going to happen.
DNF.
We knew what was going to happen.
Oh.
We need you to respect the DNF pick. It's going all 3 games.
DNF.
And DNF have an opportunity to go ahead and turn it back around. They had opportunities in that last game. Also, I think that was Chronicler's best work in holding it together as Wadid and I, the DNF predictors, fell apart. You know who's going to hold it together? Our casters, Wolf and Valdez.
Yeah, definitely going to hold it together over here. Thank you, guys. We'll see. DRX will win Worlds again. Maybe someday. Maybe this year. Who knows?
Right now, I think they'll settle for delaying their spot in the Rise group with a win against our 10th place team. But that will, of course, require them to win again here.
From the blue side, Wolf, can they do it? Can they manage it?
Well, they have to be pretty worried, Valdez, about the creativity that could come through in this red side draft that Wadid was telling us about. Because
that's actually just a better way to say it. Like, I kind of want to say it that way from now on.
By the way, 4th support player to reach 500 games here in the LCK, despite playing the LPL recently. Our 4th most gamed, or 4th most... the supporters played
fourth
the 4th most
game
played
out of all
support
players. He's got the 4th most game.
He's like top 4 gamers in the support category.
He's got some riz.
He's had a long career, and he is looking to play one more game in this series as well, because they want to go to game 3 with this red side selection. Let's see how the counter picks are used, because that's always the biggest question about red side. I think red side is definitely more valuable in games 2 and 3, obviously, than game 1, because you have then the opportunity to ban more stuff than you're like forced to ban on the red side normally. All those prio picks are gone. Things can get a little bit more funky. You can be more strategic on red side in game 2, I feel, than game 1. Now, we did have that comparison drawn between D+, and it was like, oh, maybe, you know, I get what D-Gon's trying to set up there. Like, hey, another strong team did it. They did lose also.
I mean, it was against Gen.G, and it was a wild Hail Mary. That's what I'll call it. I think this... you don't have to be in a position to do this wild Hail Mary. I think you could have just selected blue side again. Like Wadid was freaking out about, like, they had multiple chances where they were ahead, and they had good fight setups, and they could have won from that side. So I'm not really sure, but we'll see. Maybe they got something special for top. Maybe dude has been practicing his Nidalee.
So this is the worst part about picking red, is that the first blue side pick will go to DRX. So Sponge gets to pick what he wants.
Azir.
Or can go to the Azir pick. Pantheon is still available. So that's where I thought we were going to see them go. The Poppy ban did lean towards, okay, Kallista's likely to come through here since it wasn't banned by DRX. So Berserker has had a lot of success on this pick. Even in losses, I feel like he's looked really good on this particular champion. They'll get the Renata with it as well. So there's your red side value already. You get the 1-2. They can't deny the Renata from you. You got the Kallista. You can protect this. We'll see what the response is going to be here. Is that Pantheon seems super obvious.
Yeah, it's a great pick on the patch with all of his competing junglers getting nerfed on this patch.
Did they just go Pantheon Nico? Because that's been one of the better answers into this Renata lane.
It's very likely it gets not nerfed, banned if
second phase. Yeah,
they don't pick it here. So hey, good call.
Yeah, I think this is the correct move, even though it feels kind of weird. So this will now be Bulldog looking for a counter pick here into the mid lane. Not known for Sylas, not known for Akali. Some of the more common Azir counter picks. Talia was already played.
Just play Victor. I don't think you want to go more close range.
I also don't know.
Playing blind Ambessa is not a
It's not the strategy normally.
It is not a strategy.
But I like.
Unless
maybe they want to keep something a little bit hidden here. Like they have a tricky pick. Like Bulldog plays Aurelion Soul, and you know something funky happens. But the Ambessa blind here in the R3 spot is not necessarily the best usage of red side we've ever seen. It's also not a champion that has a high win rate right now. It's not a champion that Dudu has found a lot of success with.
At the very least, they immediately pick it and then immediately ban Renekton. And
that's smart.
Whatever else they want to ban. You know, Rummel's gone, Gwen's gone, Jace is gone, and now Renekton's gone. So this would be an angle where Ambessa might have an opportunity. There are other things that can be played into Ambessa and win the lane, so I am worried about that.
We'll see a Gnar ban here where they want to ban like Rich's Cannon. I don't think so necessarily. Curious what else. Aatrox could be another pick that Rich could play in this matchup. I feel pretty good about. But you have this Kallista, and you know one of your biggest fears is that if the top lane becomes unstable, your Pantheon and opponent jungler, Sponge in this case, will just control the side lane and crush you and prevent you from playing the game. There's the Victor ban, which is unsurprising. I think they could have just locked the Victor there and saved counter pick because they picked red side. But it feels like all of this draft, for all of the red side decision, was for the Kallista Renata. That was the whole game plan, based on what we're seeing thus far. As we'll see another Hui counter pick attempt here, this time into the Azir for Bulldog. It was one of Bulldog's first big successful champions before he was playing the Aurelion Soul, before he was playing Tristana mid. I think this is a pick that a lot of us associated with him, so he has a lot of experience on it. Hasn't won yet, even Chovy.
Yeah.
Make it work.
Even Chovy. And I think that was the first pick. I'm looking through the list right now.
Yes. Smolder Nico.
No, it wasn't actually. It was 0 and 2 before today. Now 0 and 3. So,
no, it's going to be Ezreal.
Not Smolder, but Ezreal.
can be really hard to play Ezreal into the Kalista if you don't have a range support. So, you know, commonly it's the Karma we used to see, but in this case will be the Nico. So they have a lot of really strong engage here, and now they have a robust frontline. Tons of scaling with the Azir and the Ezreal. 2 item spikes, very powerful here for DRX. And so the final pick here will be for the jungle. And with the lock-in of the Scion, the Trundle did come to mind. This is one of our better Trundle angles, I'd say, out of the ones we've seen so far, because some of them have been a little wonky. The comp here from DN Freaks feels like it's a draft where, in theory, you could, if you play really well, control all 3 lanes, and then get a tempo advantage. It's hard to outplay when the enemy team just can't get control of vision. Their Scion isn't that tanky yet. The Ezreal isn't his 2-item spike, and you've already got the objective lead. You got feats of strength, like you snowballed the game. But if it's an even or behind game state into the scaling that DRX has, like they had pretty good scaling in game 1. This is kind of insane what they have, and I shudder to think about what could happen if DNF fall behind early. They had some nice advantages in game 1. Maybe they'll be able to index further into that because they really, really wanted that Kalista Renata lane, and they got it. Sure, Nico went over to the other side. It's going to make it a little bit tougher, but I think that's still a play point that they can go through, is that bottom lane. And I really want DNF to bounce back because it pains me to see some of the rough decisions they've made, and I know they're frustrated. All their fans are so ready for a win. They're so sad that the struggles continue, and I don't want to see any more struggles. I want to see a big W. It's a unique draft. It's a red side pick. Let's see what DNF can do.
The R5 jungle Trundle. Let's see if Bishop can pull it off here in game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
And here we go, game 2. DNF could not figure it out in the first game. But you talked about winning lanes. You talked about how maybe if they get a lead, they hold on to it, they work with the vision, and DRX can't come back. I think DNF, where they've been good, has been the laning phase. They are 1-13, but also they have won some games, and it has come through winning lanes and then getting enough teamfight wins to get across the line, which teamfighting is definitely, by far, I think their most struggling aspect as a team.
Especially on late game objectives. Sometimes it's about how they play the fights, like for example on the Otacon, and then sometimes it's about when they choose to do said objective. Yeah. Because we've had so many games this season, I know we've talked about this a lot, it sounds like we're being a bit of a broken record, but it's just how it is that like we've had so many games where DNF get the objective and then their Nexus explodes because their backs got stopped, and they chose the wrong moment to try to do a Baron or try to go for a objective Soul, and one of those Soul Drakes where they barely get the Drake, but then like the enemy team just teleports into their open Nexus and kills them. And we've seen that happen so often for this team that it's got to be a bit of a pain point for the squad that still struggles to make the exact right call, and sometimes makes no call, and then loses control of those advantages that they had that Widid was getting very upset about in the previous Analyst Desk segment. So, the shot calling has been an issue, the decision making has been an issue, but when they're playing for themselves in their lanes, and even the 2v2 lanes, where you're not playing for yourself, but you're playing for the duo, Berserker and Life, they've been good, and this draft indexes into that. We saw the Hui moments ago in the mid lane. You just kind of burn the waves in this matchup. You outrange the Azir, you can poke him down. It's not easy, as you can see here, but I think with mastery on the champion that Bulldog does have, you absolutely can win this lane and gain prio for early objectives.
One thing that Azir has that Talia doesn't is a lot of reach to engage onto you in a 2v1 scenario. If your jungler comes around, Sponge can definitely threaten Hui's life, so he's got to be careful about that, get some vision up, and make sure he doesn't die to Azir and Pantheon combination plate. And that'll be the big one. I do think that this early game probably going to be a bit quiet once again.
I do agree.
So if you were going to go with your DRX and drink, go ahead and get that now so you can prepare for this one.
I would recommend it.
Yeah, I'm still drinking water.
I switched to coffee.
Oh.
That last series, or the last game rather, made me feel like I was a little bit low energy. I needed to put some caffeine.
Was that your fault though?
I mean, as a commentator,
I don't even know if you were that low energy.
Was I like
fine?
Was I the right amount of energy for that game, or was I just, I don't know, not giving enough credit for the, I don't know, fiesta we had at times? Like, I feel like Crawler, he's really good at the fiesta energy when he Mickey Mouses. I don't have my Mickey Mouse yet. Not sure what I'll go. I'm kind of feel like if I Donald Ducked, it might be hard to understand.
Maybe like a Sesame Street angle, like a Big Bird or something, you know?
Like the Count?
Yeah. Although he doesn't really get that excited, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, but
he does when he count.
He does do, like a lot of casters, count the kills in the play-by-play.
That is true. It's a 3 for 3.
2 for 2. Dead even in the jungle, by the way, and in the bottom lane. Oh,
wow.
Just for a moment, then it wasn't. That was cool. When it goes 0, it turns white.
Yeah.
We very rarely see that.
We do see it at the start of the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, before any gold is gotten, of course.
Yeah.
All right. Yucal with the attempted outplay. It actually is going to work out for him.
Yeah. Get a little shield. Get a little extra damage. Close the distance.
When your opponent has boots in a tier, you can do that. Later on in the lane, would not recommend. And it's all quiet on Summoner's Rift. Looking like we're going to see an Asher's Tooth first here for Yucal, which has been kind of a niche build throughout Azir's time in the meta, which is always, by the way. And like, it's either, do they have a tank I need to cut through with Leandre
had
first?
like a good 6 months at one time.
When?
You remember?
No, you tell me when, Valdez. When it was nerfed that one time and we... Oh, okay,
level 6.
Advantage.
Yeah, Yucal doesn't seem to care.
There was a time when Azir got nerfed, and I feel like he wasn't meta for 2 weeks, one patch.
No, it was like a good 6 months.
When? 6 months?
I think it was like the beginning of 2024, maybe?
6 weeks, maybe. You sure you don't mean 6 hours?
Maybe it was 6 days. I don't know.
I feel like 90% of metas, Azir is B1able.
No, there was a time where a lot of people weren't playing it. Like maybe it was getting played here and there. I don't remember exactly.
I do kind of remember when he was nerfed, there was a time where he was like gone for a minute. But I don't think it was 6 months. It might have been like a month. One patch to 1 month, like 1 or 2 patches.
Maybe it was like 1 season, which at that time was like 2.5 months.
Yeah.
And then it like felt like longer because we just had a break. And then eventually Azir came back because he always does.
One split felt like half a year because what else were you really doing with your life if you weren't watching and casting LCK?
Yeah, definitely not going outside.
No.
No.
Bulldog?
Yeah, here we go. This is what I was talking about. It's one thing you got to be careful this way.
Yeah. And now Yucal can just do it again. And there's no flash the second.
Yeah, he didn't even ult.
Yeah, that's why you got to react to the ultimate in that moment. But even if like you get the flash there of the ultimate and Sponge gets that extra second to get a little bit closer to you, then maybe you die anyways. So he flashed, so he doesn't die. But I promise you there will be another attempt from Yucal before that flash is back. And that's what he should be most worried about. This time Sponge can ult in. He was level 5 at that time. Now he's level 6. Zerker is not winning the lane that they picked red side for. Because Ezreal Nico is pretty strong.
Yeah.
If you win this lane, you have to do it through tempo you gain early and you never let go of. Like it's a lane that is absolutely winnable for Kalista Renata, but the Nico makes it hard, and then you have to constantly be trading and can't be hit by anything that Andal throws at you at any point. If Lazyfield keeps hitting Qs, then you lose control, which is seemingly what happened. They're not like losing, but they're not getting the advantage that they were hoping for. Bulldog lost his flash. Top side still going well for Dudu though.
Yeah, 10 CS ahead. Crawling into the lead.
Yeah, I mean,
we're getting there.
You got to crawl before you can walk, before you can run, before you can fly.
That's true.
Before you can go into hyperspeed.
Yeah, I can't fly yet.
Same.
Okay, we're just underneath the turret. Is Rich.
This is a bit of an awkward fight here for DNF. Okay, I think it's a wise choice to just back out of this one. Because Yukao does have his ultimate available still. Wei is looking for a kill on the Scion.
I mean, he doesn't have ult, so maybe. But with the shields, okay, nice fear.
Passive.
Rich in a bit of trouble, I think. He's going the wrong way. The Trundle is also coming. And the only question is who gets the kill. It will be first blood to Bulldog on a Scion who was barely fighting back.
Yeah. That was weird. I don't know, guys. Rich was trying to proxy the wave, I think.
Yeah.
I assume is what was actually transpired while we were talking about something else, and then panned over there, and he failed and was unceremoniously slowly killed by 1,000 paint strokes. Down he goes. So that puts Bulldog in the lead. He ended up putting himself in this matchup, so a little bit easier than trying to lane into the Azir, where he doesn't have flash. Newcal still has ult. This is not going well, though. The Renata and Bessa lane.
Okay, flash engage Renata. That is going to be a flash away. In trade for the 2 ults and flash of the DNF bot lane.
But they relieved the pressure.
They did.
Get him out of there.
They
One
did at
plate's
least
all
do that.
you get.
Yep.
Not 2.
Denying them more of a lead. Okay,
Denying
stop the back.
All right, what else can we get? We getting a plate in return? Nah, Rich is coming up. I don't think they get it.
DNF surging into the lead. They're not ahead.
Well, I mean, it's like a 40-ish gold lead or something like that.
40-ish gold.
Well,
Yeah.
What, like 207 to 410? No, yeah, it's like a 200 gold lead.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
They did it. Now let's hold on to that.
Let's hold on to that. Let's build on that.
Let's build on that a little bit. Let's start to fight for objectives like this Cloud Drake. You know, it's a Callista comp with Wei. You are fighting into an Azir who still has his ult and flash and also has Nashor's Tooth, so you're gonna need to really wrestle some prio if you're gonna win this one. If you give it up, you're giving a lot of time to DRX here, so I need to at least challenge prio. And so far, they're looking somewhat interested in that. I think it's pretty safe for Lazyfield to be up here. And he is flanked by his support, who does have ult, but not flash.
Yeah, flashes were traded earlier.
Yeah.
You know who loves when flashes are down is Trundle.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Atlas. Because he loves, like, maximizing the
That is
cooldown.
true, but it depends on if they have Hex Flash or not. Which, in this case, nobody does. So there are better angles to randomly throw your flash away.
But yeah, Trundle is also correct. I will accept that answer.
Yeah.
He does enjoy it when he gets to put his pillar down and slow people and then start swinging on.
The only issue for him is Ezreal. And in any other champ that has a dash. Does Trundle need an update? Do we need like a Trundle game update?
Bid scope update?
Yeah.
Where instead of just putting a pillar on the ground that could potentially displace people, you know, set up a fight, he just throws it like a javelin. Like he just lifts, like, you know how Skarner throws the rock? Imagine throwing a rock that's pillar-shaped like a javelin.
It has to be a skill shot because if it gets updated nowadays, everything's a skill shot.
Yeah.
This is real Andil, just running forward and ulting them. And, you know, he's going to do a lot of damage. I don't know if he's getting away.
No.
Good effort there. I know you're Andil, not
good
effort, but, like, good try.
I think really good reaction there from the DN Freaks. Like, they knew, I'm pretty sure they knew that was the real one. They were like, well, he doesn't ult, there's not any follow-up here. That would not be the right call. And then he did, and there really wasn't follow-up, and so they killed him. And that's a Callista picking up a kill. Feels nice. Picking up a dragon. All right, well, wasn't quite the early dragon I had in mind here for the second dragon. I thought it was going to be a little bit more prio fight. I thought there was going to be a little bit more of a...
Chemtech Soul.
All right, so hold on.
Hell yeah.
Show me those mega cones, because I want to see, are they more maroon or more red?
So, do you think they, like, change color? They're definitely red.
Yeah, no, they're red. I don't know, they're kind of maroon in my mind, but when I see it with my eyes, they're red. But I can picture them maroon.
I feel like the
I'm bad with colors.
mega cones are more red than the regular cones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like maybe the regular cones could be maroon.
Like, yeah, they're a little bit closer to maroon.
But these are like, you know, shiny. They're like spitting up poison and stuff, you know?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe my cones in my eyes let me down again.
Yeah. What color is Facebook again?
I think it's blue. By the way, Blue Derby sounds way worse than Blue Battle. I'm going to propose that we change it to Blue Battle. Or at least Battle Blue. Blues Battle.
Maybe, yeah, we shouldn't combine the words. We shouldn't pull a chronicler.
Not everything has to be a derby, okay?
Telecom derby?
No. Telecom war, all right? Bank Derby, okay, all right? But Blue Derby? That's not right. That can't be right.
I think Blue Battle is good because they both start with B.
Yeah, that's what.
And my name starts with B too, so that's why I like it.
And what else starts with B? Banger, which is what this series is about to evolve into. 100%. It seems slow now. Seems like, oh, I'm not sure if that Kalista has a big enough lead because she's behind 200 gold in the lane matchup. But just you wait, Valdez. Bulldog's way. He's going to get his Archangels. He's
almost there.
Big numbers.
Well, he has his Archangels already.
Well, I mean, it's going to transform into Seraphs.
Yeah.
And then he's going to do big numbers and also get a shield when they try to threaten him.
So I'm worried if DNF don't get ahead and this Trundle falls behind. We have seen some pretty rough jungle Trundle damage numbers.
True.
I don't want to see that in this game.
But he has a Scion. He can steal.
Yeah.
His resistance away. Hit that Scion really hard. And,
okay, we're going in. He did it this time on the Bulldog. And Bulldog has to flash away. And now we got a Pantheon coming up here. Yeah, not the right angle, but it's okay. He was there. He was helping out.
Well, Bulldog did flash. Not the ultimate, but he flashed and ran away, and that's successful. Like I say, he's on his way to transforming his Seraphs. Didn't have the shield just yet. Okay, here we go. Here's an angle. Here's an angle for that angle.
We're getting some damage in. And that Nico comes over the top, though, and now Pyoshik pretty tanky, though, and now the hostile takeover does so much, but this Ezreal is still alive and already has a double kill and is chasing them down with double buff.
And with no ult and no flash and no real item, I don't know if Bulldog should be around here, but he stays. Gets
the engage. It's okay, he was just showing him who's boss. And now we're going to have a root come down onto Dudu, who is 100 to 0 almost immediately. And, oh, okay, well, there he goes. And now Lazyfield comes in and just massacres them alongside a Sponge, who picks up the triple. And they got the Rift Herald. DRX, they finally found a fight.
All right. Well, that was the action we were kind of waiting for. Not sure if it eventuated in the way that it should have, but at the end of the day, DNF trying to force this fight by looking for the enemy Pantheon, engaging on it. Pyoshik does a lot of work here initially, but Lazyfield is untouched. You mentioned this in the play-by-play. Dudu can't really go in and threaten him. He's just kind of out of the fight. And at this point, I think DNF should be, I don't want to say happy to leave, sad to leave, but they have to leave. They should just leave and not be around this area anymore. Instead, the melee Ambessa gets rooted by the Nico, and then Sponge flashes for the kill. Berserker can't do anything because there's no support. And I mean, we already mentioned what Bulldog, he didn't have ult, he doesn't really have an item, and
yeah. I think that they got a little bit baited as well by Sponge and his Sundered Sky. Because he was pretty low and like Dudu went in, maybe trying to finish him off, but instead, yeah, wow, just ran straight into a pillar instead of the turret. Counterplay.
All right.
So that's why we picked the Trundle.
Okay, yeah, that's a small win. They are up 2 dragons. Fighting this, though, is going to be easier said than done. Life's ultimate is coming back online here relatively soon. But I just don't think they can get Prio, and Yukal still has his ult back up, has Flash. I think they just have to defend this turret and say goodbye and try to hold on to the fact that they have a 2 Drake lead and it's Chemtech Soul and it's individual Chemtech Dragons. But it doesn't get better. They're already behind pretty massively in this one, and the enemy team is about to hit 2 items on the Ezreal. I mean, they have the items locked in, just has to transform it. 2 items here for UCal. The Rylai's build that's taken over is very good, very strong. And you mentioned the Trundle. That isn't necessarily going to be able to do anything from behind. Now feats of strength go over as well with that 3rd fully completed objective.
UCal's even, he's even freezing the wave.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not gonna it's not gonna hard freeze or anything, but he's denying minions like a full wave here. And it feels like a little thing, but it's little by little, these little things, they add up into a big thing.
Yeah, the big thing represented by the gold number with the coin with the L on it.
Yeah.
To the top of your screens.
Wait, why is there an L on it?
Well, gold deficits mean losing, Valdez.
But
I don't know. I
an L on both of them.
I think that just the gold coin in League of Legends just has an L for League of Legends on it.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, I think, but yeah, gold deficits also give you the L.
I don't know what else it would be.
For love.
League of Legends.
No, it's for love, because champions love money.
Okay.
And right now there is a money deficit on every roll here for the DNF, the DN Freaks, and I'm trying to see the angle where maybe they could win a miracle fight. But even the Ambessa, you know, there's Peel, there's Nico Roots, as we saw in the last fight there on the top side. There's also Azir ult to Peel when Dudu tries to get into the back line. And also Ezreal can shift away and dodge. Otherwise, they don't have great engage. So from behind, they're not doing it.
They don't have engage.
Yeah.
Unless you count Renata as engage.
I mean, disengage still has engage in it.
It does. The word is in the word. You're right.
And you can engage with Renata. The handshake can be a way to catch somebody. It's not really engage, but maybe a pick tool. I'm reaching at this point, but I just think that the Ambessa as the solo form of real true engage. I mean, like, Bulldog has a fear. I'm just really talking about CC more than I'm talking about engage at this point. But
yeah,
if they could ult Lazy Field, with flash and E up, if he gets ulted by Dudu and they fall up from long range with the Hui, Berserker starts getting in the mix of things. If you kill either UCal or Lazy Field instantly somehow, if they're caught, if they're in a side lane way up too far and end up dying, you could win a fight, you could get an objective, you could get back in the game. It's a big if, but I think that's how it has to work here, is a mistake from DRX.
Yeah, not the first time either. I feel like when we're watching these players farming the waves as well, they're just dropping a lot of CS, just naturally. UCal like missed 2 melees. We saw Rich miss another cannon in top. But it doesn't matter, because they are just that far ahead.
They don't miss the cannon, or rather the turret.
It's pretty difficult to miss the turret, I think.
So
I'm glad they hit that one.
They did get that one.
All right, we're just teleporting for an Otacon play.
And I think this is pretty safe. They have all those peel tools I mentioned.
That sounds like a caster curse, Wolf.
I mean,
is it DNF's angle back in the game?
Who is going to engage? Who is going to get in there?
The pillar.
Not the Ambessa that's not there, right?
We're engaging on a Bulldog instead. We're just turning off of this one. The follow-up from UCal was huge, and he's got an arm guard now. And he has his wall, and there's not much that Piercy can do to him. That's a kill though to Berserker. He's bouncing around on the bottom side. He picks up another one. Wait a second here, DNF. They are winning this fight. Rich, he's got a lot of sticks in him, and it doesn't look like he's getting away either. That's going to be the DNF team fight win with a triple kill to Berserker.
Rich is buying a little bit of time here. Everyone's super low, but I think they should still be able to get this. They have Smite, they have the Ren for Berserker once that one comes back online, and Berserker once again on this Callista that they picked red side for is gonna get some work done. And that's the way back into the game, I suppose, is Dudu just dashing through everyone while Berserker goes low, but actually they can't finish him off. As this fight here, the turn looks fantastic, right? The Nico comes over, the arm guard is perfect here for UCal, buys him a ton of space, right? But then guess who shows up? It's Dudu. Gets into the fight, gets into the front line here, and Berserker wins the fight against Sponge on the side, and all the while, this annoying Ambessa is just this frustrating piece that's doing damage, is so difficult to kill once the carries are gone. And all the while, even though it was a well-timed arm guard, while Yukal is in stasis, he can't do damage. He's not offering anything in that fight. And they did, in fact, win a fight. They're now only about 700 gold behind in this game, and they're looking for Soul Point. All right, maybe it's happening.
No,
maybe it's happening.
It's definitely winnable here for DNF. As, okay, just ulting in maybe the, I'm not sure. Little little knock up here on a Pyosik. And now Andel's kind of in the front line. He's got to go into his clone. Ults.
It was pretty impressive hitting with that.
Yeah.
Just ulting. I think it is important to say that stakes are high here again. Remember, DRX, if they lose this series, will also be locked into the Rise group. They had a massive lead. They whiffed a fight. Then they lost control over the Dragon. And I think the call there in this moment was, we have to make something happen. We have to make this call, push the turret. That's why you see the ult come out from Sponge. They're like, we have to get something in return. We're not just going to give them Soul Point. We're not going to let them get back into this game. And then they kind of mess it up. Like, the Pantheon ult comes through, but the minion wave is cleared and he can't do anything. And then Andil's looking for like the kind of re-engage ult angle there, I suppose. I'm not really sure, but I guess he just kind of choked, frankly, and ended up ulting nothing. And they end up not getting anything in return. They don't get the turret. We don't win the fight. And DNF still in this one. That's my professional opinion about this.
They are. I mean, they have an Ambessa that's ahead a little bit. They have a Callista who, if DRX are going to run straight into them and not deal with the Callista, she's going to get a lot of value just naturally. And it's hard to lock her down when she's got a Renata with it. This is the dastardly duo, you know, these two together. It is very difficult to deal with, regardless of what team comp you have. Maybe if you have like enough CC and lockdown, but they basically, you know, we talked about how DNF don't have engage. They have a lot of disengage, and on the side of DRX, their engage is like Nico and Pantheon, who we've seen this before. If they go in and they mess up the engage, they just kind of die.
Yeah, I think the engage is fine for DRX, but it has to be executed well.
Yeah.
And
the follow-up needs to be there. They need to be ahead. They can't go in alone. It needs to be clean.
Yukal is probably relatively close to, you know, farming out that Zhonya's, where he used the arm guard, so that's one tool also he has down. He doesn't have flash right now either. Again, like I said, I think the main way DNF win this is if, I mean, the worry you described also works, but it's probably not supposed to happen. But if they can kill Yukal or Lazyfield, we're both down summoners right now, then you just get the next objective, whatever one it is, whatever's available. In this case, Baron, where they are grouping now towards the top side of the map to look for, and doing a little hide on Bush, trying to potentially catch Lazyfield here in the mid lane. He is Ezreal, so that's easier said than done, but full vision control around the Baron to DNF. And this might...
my guy.
Yeah, well, sometimes you want to play Go for a second.
Yeah. That's okay, he's got his little turret there too. And Pyosic's like, wait, I swear I do something. He's going to take a bunch of damage. Now he got the engage in, although the hostile takeover immediately comes out.
Yeah, I don't know if they can...
from going down.
I don't think they can fight anymore, though, but it could have been way worse. As a good ult from Life at least buys them some space here, but now DRX have their eyes on the Baron. And some low health bars here for DNF make this a bit of a challenge.
Yeah.
Rich is so tanky. It's Thornmail as well.
We don't have Subjugate either anymore. He used it before. And, I mean, the ult's going to come in. Ando's a bit low, but now the Pantheon ult's way over the top. Sponge is going in, and he's going down. So he went in, he showed him who's boss, and then he died.
Well, it's not the first time in this one for poor Sponge, who's trying to find backline access, but became the taxi for the Ambessa, who just turned right onto him. And at the end of the day, no one takes Baron. It's just a single kill that goes over. So much of the resources were being used on to Rich in that fight, who's just at this point so tanky, has 1,000 stacks. But they already know that in this moment here, Andel actually uses his engage. Doesn't have flash. Life saves the day here with his ult, so 2 big ultimates down for this skirmish. Then they turn on to Rich, right? And Rich is very tanky, but absorbs all this pressure. It's the moment the Pantheon ult goes down that basically Sponge gave DNF the engage they didn't have. Weirdly to say, but when he goes in, they just turn on to him because him going in means they're not doing Baron. And like while also pushing Ondo away, Dudu is able to then flash ult at basically max range to help take Sponge out. It was just a good effort there from DNF, but I don't think Sponge should have been going in like that. As this game is getting wild and crazy, and that's what we expected.
It is very close, actually. DNF with the Otacon buff. I feel like they are in a better spot. More dragons on top of it, too. And, you know, their gold is in the right spot. Berserker getting pretty fed after that last fight as Rich going to bounce in the wrong direction. Might just be Chemtech Soul here. Sponge not able to get it. And a handshake on a UCal. Dudu going in. He's getting pretty low, though. Ondo not able to hit much except Bulldog. And Dudu's actually totally fine. They don't have the damage to take him out. And UCal and LazyField just have to back away. Triple kill here for Dudu. As they also... Oh, my God.
I think it's happening, Valdez. The comeback might just be happening. 6,000 damage to Bulldog in the fight. And they're looking for Baron. And Chemtech Soul for this composition is so huge for this Kalista. Pretty good for the Trundle as well. And these kind of wonky skirmishes we're seeing. Great for the Ambessa. So difficult to kill as all those dashes, all those shields. And that is just going to be Baron. That's also LazyField doing a blue buff. But that's going to be Baron. The observers showcased that for a minute. I don't think LazyField alone could have gotten it done, but I think a lot of other AD carries would have at least come over and gave it a bit of a crack. As Pillar blocks Rich, it's pretty huge. Really difficult to win the smite fight here into this composition. UCal uses his ultimate and goes golden, but isn't doing damage critically again. While the Ambessa is just dashing through the team. He's uses his stasis to be safe, but if you're not doing damage, then you might as well be dead, as LazyField can't actually hit the prio targets here, and it's just better front to backing out of DNF in these scenarios. And the game continues, but now DNF actually have a 2,300 gold lead. Chemtech Soul, Baron, and there's a lot of standing gold on the map. Like, they don't have any turrets, and they already have a lead. So they're about to pick up some big money, assuming nothing goes wrong on this push.
Yeah, and now the Ambessa is really tearing the Scion apart. 3.5 items here for Dudu at 30 minutes. And the first time they've retaken the gold lead here in about 15. And yeah, they get the bottom turret. They're probably going to get this mid turret. Top turret, there's a big wave there. I don't know if they're going to look for that one or maybe just keep pushing here.
Look, we don't need to 1-3-1, okay? Just keep it simple, DNF. Keep it simple.
Yep.
I like 1-3-1, but maybe for DNF, let's just stick to the basics. 4-1. And get
maybe
this
just 5. Like 5. Everybody go in the same direction.
4-1's okay. Dudu over here, he's going to get this turret. They need the siege of this way to guarantee they can keep that pressure on, so I think if they went 1-3-1, you know, they might get that outer turret, but would not be able to get this inner. So just maximizing the more valuable gold here in this middle, in this mid lane. And you see that Dudu is like, well, there's an Azir here, and we don't have vision of their jungle, so we're going to leave. Because they pushed far and got the damage onto the turret, but didn't really get cohesive vision control over the bottom side of the jungle. They have that one ward to the left of the Raptor pit that LazyField is going to clear as soon as he sees this. But nothing else really there, so he doesn't want to push any further. Now they're trying to put Berserker up into the top lane. He has Jack Shows, so Jack Shows plus Chemtech Soul means Kalista going to do big damage. Very difficult to kill, very hard to shut down. Has Cleanse and Flash. But Berserker is the main character.
Yeah.
He is him right now, and he has to get it done. And because they're funneling resources through him into this turret, into what could be an inner turret take, this is correct from DNF.
All right, a little play on a Dudu here as the turret's going to go down eventually. He just flashes the wall. Objective bounty, actually, here for DRX.
That's crazy. All right, they're going to look for backs here. Dudu stops one of them. Morgan will not be playing today. As nice dodge here on the ultimate. And
yeah, 4 seconds on Baron. They just back. So that's actually a good play by DRX, but like, there's a lot of work to do. Rich, okay. He was inside the pillar there for a moment.
Had to flash.
Maybe that's what happens after the rework. You like throw it into the guy. And then it sticks to the ground.
Yeah, they just become they become one with the crystal. It's just a stasis.
Yeah.
Like a Arbiter, not recall, Arbiter stasis.
We don't need any more stasis in this game.
You don't like it? Disengage?
It's just really strong. I don't hate it. It's just...
I just don't know if it really suits the theme of Trundle for him to like put someone into a crystal and then they like can't move for a few seconds.
Yeah, no.
Can't hit them. I don't
make any sense.
I don't think so. But it would be funny.
Maybe if they make him into a mage.
What if they made Trundle into a burst assassin?
I'm sure somebody's tried that build at some point.
He is level 16, and Rich doesn't have flash, so Rich is not going to be tanking in the front line like he wants to for this upcoming Elder fight. 1 minute until it spawns. They were not able to secure an inhibitor, which would have ultimately been ideal if someone on DRX got picked. They would have been able to get an inhibitor off the Baron, and then they'd have guaranteed prio, but DRX will get to have a fair fight here. Sponge's ultimate is coming off cooldown, which makes me very worried.
Elder flippers?
Like, that's what the L in the coin means.
Aha!
Elder flip.
The Elder flip. I see where you're going with this, Wolf.
I do worry very much about where the Grand Starfall is going to go.
I think he's got it under control. He was calibrating, and now he's like, I know exactly.
UCal has a ton of control over Dudu right now, and can prevent him from joining this fight relatively easily. DNF need to make sure they don't get too split here, though, because Sponge is lurking.
Okay.
That's not the ult he was looking for.
UCal's just alone here. There's a TP coming in, but, like, there's only 3 of you.
I mean, Rich is so far away from everybody now, and I don't know about this one, DRX.
Okay, but DNF didn't want to engage either. Now Bulldog's in a weird spot. Oh no, not Bulldog. He's gone for free. And Rich will be taken out, though. Take a look at Berserker on the left. He is still full health, and he's got on top of Ondil here. The rest of the team fight up on the top side is going the way of DRX, but this Callista is a problem. It might not matter, though, as the rest of the team is just gone. And Berserker, he is going to cleanse, but can he get away from 3 of them? I'm not so sure. He goes in. It was his only hope, but it's not going to be it. The Quadra comes through, and that will be the end of this game, potentially. DRX will look to push the bottom lane.
Yeah, they have a wave here, and I'm not sure what it means over there on the picture-in-picture, but I think it is going to be a DRX
interpretive
2-0. And it looked just for a moment that DNF might be able to do it. It looked just for a moment like the woes of their objective fights were over. They punished Sponge so many times, but when the fight got weird, they could not respond. That fight, I mean, it really did get weird.
Sponge, all he has to do is keep him out. He's doing the right thing. He keeps Bulldog away, can't clear the wave, can't help the turrets. Down goes the Nexus, and UCal is losing his mind. A big team fight at the end. Get DRX the 2-0, but man, they were behind for a lot of that game. It was getting real close to a 3-gamer. It wasn't meant to be.
I thought for sure it was going to happen. I thought for sure we were going the distance tonight. But that last fight, very broken up. Teleport from Rich, positioning better there for UCal. They split the fight in half, and for the Ambessa, not able to actually rejoin. POM, gonna be a tricky one. I think Rich did a lot of work in the first game. Then we saw UCal get a huge lead. UCal had that great fight. I think I'm gonna go UCal. I think he deserves it. I think he had some pretty big ults. You know, got Bulldogs flash in the lane, did a great ceremony. Yeah.
You know this one? Chicken Banana?
Yeah, of course I know it.
You know about Chicken Banana?
Yes. No.
Hell yeah. What? You don't know about Chicken Banana? What do you mean?
No, I don't know about it.
All right, well, I'll show you later.
Yeah, please do.
It's a great.
Are you just going to show me that clip?
A lot of kids. No, a lot of kids like the song. It's a great song.
All right.
I've been singing it recently. That's why I know about it.
Well, today was a day where the only thing that matters is whose Nexus explodes in the end.
This song
is so
sweaty.
So sweaty, so elated. But I think it's more about not the hype that he feels about this win, but more of the relief about not losing, keeping the chances of making it to the Legend Group alive.
Yep.
It is still a very small chance, but it is alive. We haven't seen any team snowball percentages this season for what it would be, but I'm guessing it is pretty small, Valdez. They have to win basically every single match. I'm going to look at the standings right now because they are...
I think they would have to,
with
right?
this win at 4 wins, and...
They would need to go 3-11, and
yes.
then they would need a lot of other teams to tie them and have worse tiebreakers.
7-11, right?
Yeah.
7-11 they'd have to go, and then one of KT or D+ would have to lose all of their matches and go 7-11, and lose all of them 2-0 while DRX wins them all 2-0. I mean, basically, I think DRX might have 1 game wiggle room in there, but that's about how it happens.
Yeah.
So, chances are alive, but they're on life support. But wins like this, and wins like this with a 2-0, which almost didn't happen, are very important.
DRX does have to play Gen.G next. I just wanted to point that out. But it's nice to get a win tonight. And, you know, they'll feel happy about the fact that they came back from behind.
Yeah, I think this week most of our teams will be decided. It's really those middle-of-the-pack teams like KT and D+ that we might not know until next week. But for the most part, our East Side teams will be Rise-gated. They'll be relegated to the Rise group. I don't know. We got to come up with a term.
Rise-gated. Yeah, no, that's perfect. Wolf, thank you.
Go to the Rune Prison. I don't know.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
We'll think of something better.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We're not that creative.
Someone will think of something better, okay? Maybe it's not me. Maybe it's not you. But, yeah, very quiet here in the comms of the final moment.
Hit the tower. You can see not everybody's happy, but UCal is elated.
Well, UCal did have a very good game, and I think he probably deserves POM for this series. That's why I voted for him.
Yeah,
there's an argument for Rich. Maybe there's an argument for LazyFeel, but my money's on UCal in this one. LazyFeel did do a lot of damage. UCal had some pretty clutch plays.
He is Ezreal in a long game, but at the same time, he did play very well. It's Ondil.
Honestly, Ondil's Alistar was pretty crazy. He did a lot of work in the first game, and after game 1, I did think, for the most part, I was like, wow, this Alistar was pretty insane. He did do a lot of the winning of fights on his Nico in game 2, but he did also ult nothing at some point, which made it hard for me to choose him. But, like, I don't think it's a bad vote. It's just not my vote. It's not my vote. I
wouldn't have voted for him either, but I don't think it's a bad vote.
After Alistar, I was like, okay, solid option. I was thinking about it going into game 2.
Yeah, I would have gone for UCal as well. But, yep, either way, that's the way the cookie crumbles. We do have the 2-0 here from DRX. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation of the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Andil on the side of DRX. Congratulations! Thank you. With today's 2-0 victory, you have put an end to your losing streak. How do you feel? First of all, getting the victory feels great, and there are a lot of moments where our team wasn't able to figure things out, but I feel like we're able to close out today with a pretty satisfying victory. And so, we overheard you say, I played so well, that was legendary, so did you expect to get a POM? You know, I wasn't really thinking about that, but it makes me so happy that I was able to get a POM. Yeah, with your game 1 Alistar, you actually said that in the voice comm, we overheard you. So did you really not expect that? Yeah, I honestly didn't know. I didn't realize that I would get a POM until now. And it looks like you were playing Senna and Alistar, and with the buff Senna, how was playing alongside LazyFeel's Senna? You know, I think Senna is pretty good, and I think LazyFeel was really just doing really well with Senna, so it felt really great laning with her. And in game 1, it looks like despite Jace getting solo killed by Gwen, you guys were able to recover from the CS and gold difference. So how was this possible? Yeah, Rich was actually getting solo killed, but I don't think that actually put us too behind. So I believe that the team just knew that we could come back pretty easily by just playing it out, so we weren't too concerned about that. And in game 2, Berserker's Callista got fed and made the game difficult for DRX. And was it that DRX thought that you can recover from giving Berserker his priority pick? I think we were just trying to counter that pick with Nico and play it out so that we could just kind of flip the game around. So we had a little bit of that confidence that we could win through the lane and the team fighting. Yeah, so you were able to pull off a lot of really crazy Nico plays in team fights. So was there any moment that you're really satisfied with? Yeah, I think the very last team fight when I was able to go into their Hui was really satisfying. And in the bot lane, LazyFeel's gameplay was pretty great overall today. So how are you working on your chemistry with LazyFeel? You know, LazyFeel, he's a really young player, and honestly, his personality is great. And I think it's really easy to work on our chemistry and just building it up over time. I believe that we can definitely get there. Anything you'd like to say to LazyFeel? Thank you so much for playing so well and, you know, take care of me moving forward. And now that you've overcome your losing streak, you have to keep the momentum going for the rest of your matches. So would you like to say anything to your fans? You know, there are a lot of ups and downs and we showed a lot of bad showings, but moving forward, I hope that we can work even harder to bring you an even better performance and gameplay that makes you happy. And thank you so much for your support. And that's the end of the interview with Andel, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya. As we had ourselves a series, and I'm not going to leave the brand new father, Mr. Brendan Valdez, hanging. Chicken, banana, chicken, banana, chicken, banana, 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 chicken, banana, chicken, banana. That was basically that last series. It was catchy, you kind of followed along, you kind of got lost, and then it ended.
Yeah, I need to do analysis while Ji-sun says stuff like Mao is dressed like a banana.
Well, yeah, I mean,
in my ear, which is not ideal. I get it. It's yellow.
It's yellow.
Do I need to like do the
dark yellow? Looks
white
delicious.
inside as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my God, you got the detail.
Banana Mao.
That's nice.
Mao Nana.
Anyway, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think that DNF should have won that game.
Again. What a surprise. You're saying that they should win.
Unfortunately, they didn't win the game because of some subpar team fighting. I really thought with Seoul that they would have it done. Also, I feel like our PM votes are going to make no sense because we were kind of thrown off by this game and the chaos.
You're trying.
You know what? I think this is fine. I think the UCAL votes make sense. I'm sure Wolf won't feel too great seeing the company is in, but I felt the UCAL vote was fine. I think Andale, particularly his Nico game, did make sense as well. I think we did was not necessarily the biggest fan of the Alistair. And then the one LazyFeel vote, I respect. I think that's cute. Really, you could vote for anyone. This was a team effort, both in a positive and in a negative sense.
No love for Rich.
You did see what happened in both games, right?
Yeah, right? We watched the game together, right?
Let's get to the comments, y'all. Both my analysts here with me, going with the jungler sponge with the steal. Here it is, Cronny. Go ahead, take it away.
Yeah, I feel like both these two games came down to just a few single plays. So he got the Otacon smite, and then here he ulted in a side lane, and then Dudu was basically gone. And then they won the fight off of that.
Yeah, same. I don't know what happened, you know, like in those games, but I could see him stealing Atakan, and that's all, you know, like all that matters is smite. Nice game, aha! Smite-o! Nice smite-o! I love you, Sponge. It was clean 2-0 by him. I like that.
I do love that Sponge's law still holds strong. You know, that's great. That's cool. I do appreciate that.
Wolf's turn. What did Wolf drop for us here with his vote? Happy UCal makes happy Wolf.
All caps as well. Like,
all caps.
Almost.
Yeah, because he's shouting, right? You heard him at the very end of the game.
Right.
Nice! And almost fell out of his chair. So it was a nice game move. Helios time. Andal support play carries real emotion. I like that.
It does. I know that obviously we've been big Plata fans. That was legend level play. He said it himself. I do think that Andal, when he's playing well, has actually been very substantial parts of a lot of the DRX wins. I think we're seeing Lazy Field continuously develop, which is awesome as well. And I know we meme a lot about DNF, even though it's, you know, kind of sad. But I got to give credit to DRX. I think that they have been able to kind of bounce back from the dip that we saw a week or two ago.
All right, let's see what else that we had from our KR side. Pony, support 101. Alistar, become the enemy's nightmare.
What did thoughts?
Yeah, Andy played really well. he think himself that he's a legendary player.
Hey, what happened to your voice? What's wrong?
Yeah, I mean, he played good, you know? I mean, sometimes you gotta accept. And I really, the point that I really like the most from his point is that he's confident. It's all about confidence, right? Even though, let's say I don't like his playstyle, he thinks that, oh, I'm playing good, so follow my calls. I think that gives the team a lot of confidence.
And it actually worked, right? A true supporter lifts up the team. He also lifted up the enemy team because he played Alistar and Nico. So
knocked them up in the air. I like it.
Yeah,
like it there, Cronny.
Worked on a few levels. I think, unfortunately for DNF, I still can't believe that they beat Nongshim. That happened, right? That was the one team they beat that did. Yeah, I don't get it. I think, unfortunately for DNF, their issues continue, unable to hold on to a gold lead. For DRX, this was an important win to keep the dream alive. Here's the final play where it looked okay. UCal's kind of corralled in the corner, and Dudu has it, and then he misses the execution, and then I actually really enjoy this play, because at first it looks like things are just not really looking good on either side. But Sponge is able to get out, and then what happens here exactly? I don't.
So they are trying to like zone them out, but they cannot really go on the bot side because Azir has the turret. So Joka side, they should not overforce this play because the Elder is spawning and they got the full control on the river side. So there is no reason for them to like overchase the enemy team, especially whenever Azir has the turret with him. So I feel like they're just desperate. Like whenever I see them playing with their advantage, they feel like they do not have the advantage. But here they got the Soul Drake, they got all the control. So I don't know why they're just rushing over and over again.
They're just tilted. Like, and they know they got one win.
They are tilted.
But that's what that looks like.
I'm tilted.
Well, I know
they
that.
They should not tilt it.
Well, we already knew that. We did. But what you see there is that, because what I was referring to earlier, you have Rich and UCal setting up the damage onto Dudu, but it looked like Sponge's caught, but then instead, like, they seem kind of split on what to do. They're just running into side, like, into a choke point. It's just, I don't know.
So here, like, we already know that, like, they're not that good enough. They're 9th and 10th place, but we all know that from the Andal's voice come already, like being him like confident enough gives a lot of room for the team. And also, I really like the Lazy Phil's shot call as well when he played Senna. He was screaming at Wukong no flash or like someone no flash, we can just go on them, which makes the team really stronger. So that's what they needed, DNF.
Well, DRX with the confidence get themselves the victory here. As we take a look at the standings after the Battle of the Blue, it is DRX going 2-0 over the DN Automotive Freaks, and they are still alive, holding on for dear life. The best that they could do is 7 and 11, but that spot is still up for grabs. Maybe the dominoes will fall their way. And the DN Automotive Freaks, they're just looking to find anything to build upon as we move to rounds 3, 4, and 5.
And as we have taken many looks, we can really see there is still a big gap between 9th and 10th. This didn't go to 3 games. And I think DRX looked better in teamfights for basically the entirety of that series. It's rough for DN Freaks. We gotta hope that the break that comes in between the round 2 and round 3 is gonna be able to help them, because right now things are looking not too good.
That does it for today. Tomorrow, the Bros are back in action against D plus Kia, and then T1 try to get revenge against the B&K Feeder X Foxes. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. It's been a heck of a day and a heck of a way to start the week here in the LCK for week number 8. Thank you so much for watching and joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.
연패를 끊고 나니까 경기력이 좀 달라지고 있거든요 지금. 이러니까 승리만한 게 없는 거예요. 완벽한 연계!
정말 귀신 같아요. 30분이 되는 그 시점!
하나 생명의 시간인가요? 경기력으로 증명을 하는 거잖아요. 과연 누가 쇼의 프로브를 할지 기대가 됩니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.